Chapter 2037, Unrelenting. Chapter 2037, Unrelenting Grand Completion Tao Realm. This is definitely Grand Completion Tao Realm. My God. What did I see? 1,000 over years old Grand Completion Tao Realm. Is there still justice? Terrifying. Too terrifying. I've never seen before such a monster. No wonder he dared to look down on the numerous 7-star alchemy gods. He indeed has this capital. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, the entire plaza was boiling over with excitement. The eyes of those junior disciples revealed extremely fervent expressions. The idolizing feelings were not only expressed in words but also on the face. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually a Grand Completion Tao Realm mighty expert. This was too inconceivable to an alchemist that was only 1,000 over years old. Overwhelming. An absolutely domineering cruise. Hi+ing. At this very moment, everyone was in the midst of shock. This kind of domineering cruise. Hi+ing, only people in the Grand Completion Tao Realm could do it. But such a young person reaching the Grand Completion Tao Realm already exceeded everyone's imagination. What kind of concept was Grand Completion Tao Realm? In the entire southern border, at the Cloudpill Summit presently, it represented the highest standard. And these 100 over 7-star alchemy gods that were able to reach the Grand Completion Tao Realm did not surpass the number of fingers on both hands. One should not look at how there were more than 10 grandmasters up there. Those able to reach the Grand Completion Tao Realm were only the 7 great peak Holy Lands masters. As for the invited grandmasters, they were basically all late-stage Tao Realm. They were still a hair away from reaching Grand Completion. But who among these 7-star alchemy gods did not trudge for several 100,000 years along the alchemy path, or even 1,000,000 years before they had today's accomplishments? But today, a true God Realm junior, 1,000 over years old brat, was actually already Grand Completion Tao Realm. This kind of astoundment simply could not use words to express. How powerful was Empyrean Proudcloud? But even so, he actually almost vomited blood under Yi Yuan's pressure. Under Yi Yuan's light, Empyrean Proudcloud was dim like stars in a haze, practically could not be seen. At this very moment, Empyrean Proudcloud only wanted the alchemy battle to hurry up and end. He already almost could not bear it anymore. A strong sense of humiliation welled up crazily in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan definitely detected his trick, that was why he attacked him in such a fierce manner. Except, why was this guy able to block his divine soul attack? He thought that he did it at the behest of gods and ghosts, who knew that it could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. I better directly give up and admit defeat, Empyrean Proudcloud thought bitterly in his heart. Who, a dignified 7-star alchemy god only has this bit of strength? Really disappointing. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's ridiculing reached his ears. Empyrean Proudcloud gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, didn't you get COC Kai? I'll let you take a look at this Empyrean's strength." Empyreans had the pride of an Empyrean. With Yi Yuan's nonchalant goading, how could Empyrean Proudcloud endure it? Gritting his teeth, he erupted once more. It was just that his aura had yet to appear and it was extinguished by Yi Yuan without the least bit of mercy. In front of Yi Yuan, he actually did not have the slightest leeway to resist. Condense. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, and a pill was formed. While at this moment, Empyrean Proudcloud seemed to have experienced a great battle, his entire person appearing somewhat feeble. Although an Empyrean's divine soul and divine essence was extremely thick and Yi Yuan could not really do anything to him, teaching him a bit of a lesson was still achievable. In this alchemy battle, the two people were not on the same level at all. For Empyrean Proudcloud to want to refine pills under Yi Yuan's heavy pressure, he had to expend several times, even several dozen times of Yi Yuan's effort. Even if he was an Empyrean, he was also incredibly weary at this time. When everyone looked at this scene, they could not help casting pitying gazes towards Empyrean Proudcloud. Really too strong. It's still my first time seeing a 6-star alchemy god torment a 7-star alchemy god until like this. Yi Yuan really overpowered Empyrean Proudcloud with strength. The title of Grandmaster is well deserving. Don't you guys forget. What Yi Yuan used was just a celestial deity mystic treasure, but what Empyrean Proudcloud used was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The moment this came out, the surroundings fell silent. Empyrean Proudcloud was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over under the circumstances of holding all the cards. This strength could really use horrifying to describe. Yi Yuan, vast spirit divine grade. Empyrean Proudcloud, middle grade. The judge gave Empyrean Proudcloud a rueful glance and slowly said, "Ha ha ha." A wave of laughter came from below. An exalted 7-star alchemy god actually only refined a middle grade when refining a rank 6 divine pill. It was simply a massive joke. The current Empyrean Proudcloud wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Before the alchemy match, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm was he? Completely not putting Yi Yuan in his eyes. But now, reality gave him a resounding slap. In front of Yi Yuan, he was nothing. Empyrean Proudcloud's gaze secretly shot a glance at Yi Yuan, filled with enmity. This kid made him utterly lose his face today. When had he, an exalted Empyrean, a 7-star alchemy god in the late-stage Dao realm mighty expert, suffered such humiliation before? However, nobody was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Yuan. 1,000 over years old grand completion Dao realm. This was too terrifying. With Yi Yuan's talent, he might be able to become a second medicine ancestor in the future. At this time, Empyrean Purplewing suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I believe everyone has already seen Yi Yuan's strength. There shouldn't be anyone with objections about him sitting on a Grandmaster seat anymore, right?" Empyrean Purplewing was already completely convinced by Yi Yuan. At this very moment, he no longer had any complaints about Empyrean Flutterfeather handing the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was full of admiration toward Yi Yuan. Such a young grand completion Dao realm, it was absolutely adding wings to a tiger to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Of course there's no objections. If even a grand completion Dao realm can't sit on a Grandmaster seat, then who else is fit to sit up there? There's no need to compete anymore for those at the back too. Grandmaster Yeast Ital lives up to his name. The group of Empyreans no longer had objections. Yi Yuan already used his strength to convince all of the 7-star alchemy gods from the bottom of their hearts. But right at this time, a discordant voice slowly sounded out. Since he accepted the challenge, then he naturally had to finish competing in the alchemy battles. He'll hand over the Grandmaster token if he loses a match. This was what he said. How can he go back on his word? The one who spoke was precisely Empyrean Pilljade. Everyone's hearts turned cold, not expecting that Empyrean Pilljade was actually still biting on and not letting go. Empyrean Purplewing frowned and said, "Brother Pilljade, Yi Yuan already proved his strength. What significance is there still to continue competing?" But Empyrean Pilljade smiled and said, "Even if this Empyrean agrees, I'm afraid that Brother Chaoyuan won't agree too. Is that right, Brother Chaoyuan?" Everyone's gazes looked toward Empyrean Chaoyuan collectively. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that Empyrean Chaoyuan can still be Grandmaster Yi's match? Empyrean Chaoyuan is merely in the Empyrean seats. At the very most, he's also evenly matched in strength with the invited Grandmasters. What meaning is there to continue competing? On the plaza, a series of wondering voices came over. Empyrean Chaoyuan rarely took action. Everyone only knew that he was formidable, but they did not know how impressive he was. Seeing Empyrean Pilljade inquire, Empyrean Chaoyuan slowly stood up and was just about to speak, but he saw Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This Yi is a man of his word. This alchemy battle will continue. Brother Chaoyuan, please don't stint in enlightening me with your teachings." Chapter 2038, Pinnacle Battle, commences. Chapter 2038, Pinnacle Battle, commences. Under the focus of all of the gazes, Empyrean Chaoyuan slowly got up. He stroked his beard lightly and said smilingly, "This youth is formidable and worthy of respect. I'm not worthy of giving teachings. Let us compare notes." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said with a smile, "Haha, toward Brother Chaoyuan, this Yi will definitely go all out." "What? Could it be that this isn't Yi Yuan's limit yet? The words made everyone incomparably shocked. Grand completion Dao realm already made everyone's eyes fall to the ground. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he actually did not even go all out when cruise. Hi plusing Empyrean proud cloud like that just now. This was too terrifying. Just where was this fellow's limit? All of the Empyreans used eyes like looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan, their faces being full of doubt and shock. Empyrean Chao Yuan was clearly very surprised too. It was only to see his two eyes narrowed together slightly, and then he said with a smile, "All right, this old man will wait and see." Empyrean Chao Yuan took his seat. Empyrean Piljade smiled and said, "In a while, you all have to open your eyes wide and watch. The battle of two great grand completion Dao realms isn't so easily seen. If you can comprehend just a little, you all will benefit for life." What? Empyrean Chao Yuan is also grand completion Dao realm? No way, right? If Empyrean Chao Yuan is at the grand completion Dao realm, wouldn't he be even more formidable than some grandmasters? He's actually still sitting on the Empyrean seats. Empyrean Piljade's words hold true like an emperor's, so it's likely not far off. I really didn't expect that there's actually still this kind of mighty expert in the Empyrean seats. No wonder with Empyrean Purplewing's strength, he can only lower himself to the second-rate seats. Clearly, everyone did not know Empyrean Chao Yuan's true strength. There were even many Empyreans who had stupefied faces. Empyrean Piljade wanted to make use of Empyrean Chao Yuan to block Yi Yuan and chase him out of the Cloudpill Summit. Everyone said that Empyrean Piljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather were not on good terms. This was indeed the case. But while surprise was surprise, everyone was still looking forward to this battle immensely. Just as Empyrean Piljade said, the clash of two great grand completion Dao realms was bound to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. This kind of alchemy battle was hard to come across in 10,000 years. After the surprise, the alchemy battles continued. It was just that the battles afterward no longer had much suspense. Empyrean Daogan, Empyrean Wenlan, even the rank 3 Empyrean Remote Knight, when they went up the stage, they all had expressions like their parents had died, being extremely ugly. How venerated were their statuses? Now, they had to undergo a sure-lose alchemy battle under the watchful gazes of the people. It was really even more awful than killing them. These few great Empyreans were all leading authority class SS figures. What they valued the most were their own feathers. Even if they really had to lose, it also could not be in front of so many people's faces. At this very moment, their intestines were green with regret. But how could they have thought that Yi Yuan would actually be monstrous to such a degree? Thinking about it now, their provocation seemed so laughable. A late-stage Dao realm expert challenging a grand completion Dao realm powerhouse? It was not on the same level at all right? The results were as expected. Even Empyrean Remote Knight could not gain the least bit of advantage under Yi Yuan's hands too, and he was defeated in the end. But these few Empyreans' final medicinal pill grades were all peak superior grade without exception. At this time, everyone finally came to realize the truth. Turns out that Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Even Empyrean Remote Knight was firmly suppressed by Yi Yuan to peak superior grade, so how terrifying was his control over alchemy? Late-stage Dao realm and grand completion Dao realm, only being a hair away, but the strength was worlds apart. After Empyrean Remote Knight quietly walked off, everyone roused themselves. The main show had arrived. Even the powerhouses on the Grandmaster seats also became 120% alert, looking forward to this pinnacle battle. This match was absolutely a pinnacle battle. Because Empyrean Realm Piljade was the only Ancestor Realm powerhouse, no one was his match at all. So the Battle of Peak Dao Realm was the pinnacle battle. The 6 great Holy Lands masters cherished their feathers. It was impossible to fight in front of people. If not for a Yi Yuan appearing today, they could forget about seeing this kind of pinnacle battle all their lives. Empyrean Chao Yuan looked towards Yi Yuan and said with a hint of marveling, "Truly didn't expect that this old man would actually have a day where I'd cross swords with an opponent like you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In this world, the unexpected things are in the majority. The things within expectations are few. Empyrean Chaoyuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Good, an extraordinarily intelligent child. This old man hasn't had this kind of blood-boiling feeling for far too long already. Encountering you today made this old man much younger all of a sudden." As he said this, he took out a medicinal cauldron. But it was not the daytime cauldron. It was a true God mystic treasure. This is the cauldron that this old man used back then. This old man won't take advantage of you when crossing swords with you, Empyrean Chaoyuan said. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he shook his head and said, "Our battle should naturally call forth all the resources in our power. The daytime cauldron is Brother Chaoyuan's highest standard. If this Yi has an Empyrean spirit treasure, I'd also take it out without the slightest hesitation." When Empyrean Proudcloud heard this, he could not help smiling coldly as he said, "Truly arrogant to the extreme. He still dares to be so careless when facing off against Brother Chaoyuan." Empyrean Wenlan gave a cold snort and said, "Ignorant. Does he really think that he's invincible under the heavens by entering grand completion Dao realm? Facing Brother Chaoyuan's strength, even holy landmasters are somewhat wary, but you're looking down on him here." These few people were all defeated at Yi Yuan's hands and were very reluctant to give in their hearts. Now that they nabbed the chance, there naturally could not be dispensed with a bout of ridiculing. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What do you know? This isn't looking down on my opponent, but respecting my opponent. Dealing with you guys, this he couldn't be bothered to use my full strength at all." The few people's expressions changed, and they said in fury, "You unbridled, wildly arrogant. When you lose to Brother Cloudpill Summit and leave the Cloudpill Summit dusty and dirty in appearance, I'll see what you have to be arrogant." But Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's hard to come across a worthy opponent in life. Brother Chaoyuan is an opponent that this Yi respect. Toward opponents that I respect, this Yi will definitely go all out. So what even if I lose?" These words were said valiantly, making the blood of the junior disciples in the plaza boil with excitement. They saw through that Yi Yuan did not care about this Grandmaster token at all. Yi Yuan was enjoying the joy of battling in alchemy. This was seeking the apex of alchemy Dao. As for the Grandmaster token, it was merely a worldly possession. Cultivators of our generation should be like so. For a moment, countless whirs. HI plus ping gazes were cast towards Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. What a fine hard to come across a worthy opponent in life. Good, then this old man will go all out in this battle. Yi Yuan, regardless of whether victory or defeat, this old man will become friends with you, my friend across generations. Empyrean Chaoyuan said with a big laugh. With a thud, the daytime cauldron smashed onto the ring, giving off a series of horrifying undulations. This daytime cauldron's power was clearly several grades higher than even Empyrean Proudcloud's illusory truth cauldron. This old man was already at the grand completion Dao realm 30,000 years ago. I've gradually progressed in this realm for a long time. Coupled with the daytime cauldron, this peak Empyrean spirit treasure, you have to be careful, Empyrean Chaoyuan said with a laugh. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said calmly, "Please." Empyrean Chaoyuan nodded slightly. Seals formed in his hands and he said in a solemn voice, "Grand Luotian 1000 illusory dream cloud true art, release." The moment Empyrean Chaoyuan made his move, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 2039, Half-Step Ancestor Realm. Chapter 2039, Half-Step Ancestor Realm. On the stage, fog curled upwards. An even and calm aura gradually released. Although it was not outrageous like those Empyreans before, this aura made everyone's faces change. Strong. Unexpectedly strong. Empyrean Chaoyuan's alchemy Dao aura was like a towering mountain, standing steadfast. Even if Yi Yuan crushed Empyrean Proudcloud's imposing momentum, it also could not match up to the current Empyrean Chaoyuan. Who, Brother Chaoyuan's alchemy Dao realm seems to have improved significantly again. Looks like he's the most promising alchemist of our southern border to step into Ancestor Realm after me. Although Yi Yuan is impressive, it's likely very hard for him to want to pass his hurdle. When Empyrean Pilljade saw this scene, his face revealed a slight smile, showing a face full of approval. Clearly, He was long confident about Empyrean Chaoyuan's strength. There was a series of exclamations in the plaza. Clearly, everyone did not expect that Empyrean Chaoyuan's alchemy strength was actually so powerful. With this, Grandmaster Yi is in trouble. This opponent is too strong. I really didn't expect that. Turns out Empyrean Chaoyuan's alchemy strength is actually even stronger than Grandmaster's. It's over, it's over. Grandmaster Yi finally managed to prove his strength, but he is going to be kicked out of the Cloud Pill Summit. If Empyrean Chaoyuan did not use the daytime cauldron, maybe Yi Yuan still had the strength to contend. But Yi Yuan let him use the daytime cauldron. With the augmentation of an Empyrean spirit treasure, Empyrean Chaoyuan's strength was at least 20% to 30% stronger. This was practically fatal in the showdown between experts. Even Yi Yuan himself was also slightly surprised in his heart. He also did not think that Empyrean Chaoyuan's strength was actually so strong. Looking at the strength that Empyrean Chaoyuan displayed, it could virtually rival Empyrean Flutterfeathers back then. However, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit worried and brimmed with fighting intent instead. Only by encountering such an opponent would this trip not have been in vain. Haha, bring it. Yi Yuan laughed loudly. The Chaos Heavenly Star art suddenly erupted. An aura that was not weaker than Empyrean Chaoyuan instantly erupted. Bang! The collision of two mighty auras was akin to two massive mountains colliding together, sweeping up an energy storm frenziedly. This spectacle was not the slightest bit inferior to the imposing momentum Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's alchemy battle back then. Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, even the match. How is this possible? One had to know, not only did Empyrean Chaoyuan occupy the absolute advantage in divine soul, divine essence, and various aspects, he even had the augmentation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. But even so, he only fought until he was roughly on par with Yi Yuan. This was also to say that if it was under the same rank, Empyrean Chaoyuan was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes also emitted a rare glimmer. Of those present, only he knew that Yi Yuan's strength became much stronger compared to their alchemy battle before. If the current Yi Yuan carried out an alchemy battle again with him back then, it would not be known who would emerge victoriously. Who, is it just evenly matched? Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing this, everyone was startled inwardly. Focusing their eyes and looking, sure enough, they saw Yi Yuan's aura becoming stronger and stronger, and actually faintly showed signs of overpowering Empyrean Chaoyuan. However, this kind of advantage was not obvious. Empyrean Chaoyuan was after all not the likes of Empyrean Proudcloud. At this moment, Empyrean Chaoyuan had a somber look. He never dreamed that he would actually feel such tremendous pressure from a 6-star alchemy god. Empyrean Chaoyuan was an itinerant cultivator. He had once obtained an 8-star alchemy god's inheritance by chance. This grand Luotian 1000 illusory dreamcloud true art, even when facing off against any Holy Land's master, he did not fear in the slightest too. Who could have thought that he would actually be suppressed in front of Yi Yuan? Two massive mountain-like auras added radiance and beauty to each other, soaring straight to the sky. This scene was rather similar to Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather back then. But sadly, Empyrean Chaoyuan's was ultimately a notch weaker and was unable to produce a resonance with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan released his aura fully, gradually shattering the scene of being evenly matched in strength, and actually suppressed Empyrean Chaoyuan. However, Empyrean Chaoyuan did not show weakness in the slightest too, standing up to Yi Yuan's aura firmly. Empyrean Pilljade's expression became more and more solemn, narrowing his eyes as he said, could it be that he already touched the threshold of Ancestor Realm and stepped into half-step Ancestor Realm? Empyrean Flutterfeather had a smile in his gaze, secretly thinking to himself that this guy finally became aware of it. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, Empyrean Flutterfeather discovered that Yi Yuan's present realm was already similar to his back then. This was also to say that Yi Yuan already glimpsed the door of Ancestor Realm. As long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to step into Ancestor Realm. Dao Realm to Ancestor Realm, the most difficult was this step. Ancestor Realm was too fleeting and ephemeral. Even for grand completion Dao realm to want to touch this boundary, it required an immense comprehension ability and a lucky chance too. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found this path so quickly. Just how much time had Pa S said from the last Alchemy Celestial Pavilion alchemy battle until now? This kid's comprehension ability simply startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. Empyrean Piljade's words were like casting a rock into a pool of still water, immediately a series of great waves. What? Half-step Ancestor Realm. Doesn't that mean that he has a possibility of stepping into Ancestor Realm at any time? Too crazy. Really too crazy. Could it be that this kid is the reincarnation of the medicine ancestor? He's just in the true God realm. Once he reaches the Empyrean realm or the Heavenly Emperor realm, how terrifying would he be? The group of 7-star alchemy gods immediately burst into an uproar. Ancestor realm, that was all of their lifelong pursuits. But this step was far too difficult. Forget about Empyrean Proudcloud, this kind of late-stage Dao realm, even the 7 Great Peak Holy Lands Masters were also stuck firmly in front of this step, unable to break through for hundreds of thousands of years. But how old was Yi Yuan? Such a monstrous existence simply made them jealous until they wanted to kill people. All the way until this moment, they finally understood why Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan already Serpa. S said 95% of the 7-star alchemy gods here, reaching a realm that they looked up to. Even for the 7 Great Peak Holy Lands Masters, apart from Empyrean Piljade, there was only an Empyrean Flutterfeather who touched the threshold of Ancestor Realm and stepped into half-step Ancestor Realm. The others were all lingering around Grand Completion Dao Realm. Regarding Ancestor Realm, they were unable to find the correct approach from start to end. Yi Yuan was an existence on the same level as Flutterfeather. If even he did not have the qualifications to hold this Grandmaster token, who else had the qualifications? Condense. Condense. Virtually crying out in chorus, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Chaoyuan shouted out. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze still carried shock. If talking about who had the strongest feelings with regards to Yi Yuan's strength, it was none other than him. This battle indeed didn't let this old man down. I didn't expect that Grandmaster Yi stepped into half-step Ancestor Realm at a young age, truly envying this old man to death. Empyrean Chaoyuan lamented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Chaoyuan doesn't need to be envious. With your strength, you'll eventually step into Ancestor Realm in the future. Empyrean Chaoyuan suddenly laughed out loud, saying, Ha ha ha, this old man has never doubted this. This battle, this old man has reaped great benefits. This trip wasn't in vain. The rest no longer have any meaning. Brother Piljade, Brother Flutterfeather, this old man will be going back to enter closed seclusion and will bid farewell here. Done talking, he did not wait for everyone to say anything, directly stepping into the void. Chapter 2040, Structure Changes. Chapter 2040, Structure Changes. The furnace had yet to be opened, but everyone already had an idea about the results in their hearts. Before this, no one would feel that Yi Yuan could really defeat all of the 7-star alchemy gods and sit on the seat of Grandmaster. But now, Yi Yuan used his fearsome strength to refresh everyone's understanding. He really did it. Truly inconceivable. A 6-star alchemy god actually swept across all the 7-star alchemy gods. If Empyrean Piljade doesn't make a move, there's likely no one who can do anything to him in this land of southern border, right? Truly terrifying talent. Could it be that this heaven-span world is really going to produce a second medicine ancestor? Recalling the scenes of Yi Yuan battling in alchemy, everyone still felt like they were dreaming. That was not some new rising alchemy Dao star, he was already standing at the summit of the southern border's alchemy world. Serpa. Sing Empyrean Piljade was likely just a matter of a twinkling of an eye. No one doubted that Yi Yuan would step into Ancestor Realm. Ancestor Realm required countless years of accumulation to others. But to Yi Yuan, it did not seem distant. Didn't he also just spend more than a short 1,000 years' time to reach this step today? In the crowd, Yun Yi's face was full of a bitter smile. When he heard that Yi Yuan was this season's Cloudpill Summit's Grandmaster, his first reaction was refusing to accept it. He, Yun Yi, was Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson. His alchemy talent was unparalleled. He only used 3,000 years and broke through to the Dao realm. Even those Dao realm geniuses in the Cloudpill Summit this time also used at least 5,000 years and above. All geniuses paled in comparison in front of him. He believed that the day would come when he would be able to reach Empyrean Pilljade's height and become the apex of this southern border. But all this pride was crushed into smithereens in front of Yi Yuan. In front of Yi Yuan, what did Empyrean Pilljade count for? Those geniuses who had once attempted to challenge Yi Yuan had even more shameful looks because of their unworthiness. Yi Yuan was not using Ning Xiu as ASHI plus ELD at all. He was really disdainful to take action against juniors. That was an insult to a grandmaster. Would Empyrean Pilljade, Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Chaoyuan, these people, accept the challenge of a junior? Obviously not. Yi Yuan's maidservant, Ning Xiu, was the one in the same generation as them. While Yi Yuan was a big shot on equal footing with the southern border's pinnacle-most alchemy masters, Brother Pilljade, I wonder if this Yi has the qualification to sit in this grandmaster seat now? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said nonchalantly. Empyrean Pilljade had an awkward look. Forcefully squeezing out a smile, he said, "Of course you're qualified." Grandmaster Yi really broadened this Empyrean's horizons today. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan slowly sat on the grandmaster seat. While at this time, his seat was already arranged next to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Clearly, this represented that his status already towered above the other 5 great Holy Lands masters. In the plaza, all gazes were focused on Yi Yuan. What kind of glory was this? After Yi Yuan took his seat, Empyrean Pilljade appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, "Cough, cough, Grandmaster Yi's title is fully deserving. Since Grandmaster Yi has proved his strength, then the Cloudpill Summit this time will officially..." Wait a minute. Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Empyrean Pilljade's words. Empyrean Pilljade's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Is there something else, younger brother Flutterfeather?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Since this Cloudpill Summit is so lively, why don't we let it a little livelier? I wonder what's your opinion, brother Pilljade?" Empyrean Pilljade smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Your words, are you challenging this Empyrean?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "It's impolite not to reciprocate since brother Pilljade questioned this Empyrean's sincerity toward the Cloudpill Summit. Due to this, I, Flutterfeather, naturally have to seek justice for Yi Yuan. Does brother Pilljade dare to have a battle?" Talking until the back, the aura on Empyrean Flutterfeather's body suddenly erupted, like a sharp sword that was about to be drawn, not revealing the sharp edge, but the sharp sword suspending high above carried a powerful confidence of who but myself could do it. Empyrean Pilljade chuckled and said, "In this land of southern border, no idea how many years it has been since anyone has challenged this Empyrean." "Fine, as you wish H." Plus the plaza burst into an uproar. Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually going to challenge the southern border's kind, Empyrean Pilljade. Who did not know that Empyrean Pilljade was the only ancestor realm powerhouse among the southern border's 7-star alchemy gods? Where did Empyrean Flutterfeather get the guts? The Empyreans present also had surprised faces, clearly not expecting that Empyrean Flutterfeather was so resolute. He was clearly standing up for Yi Yuan. But was he Empyrean Pilljade's match? Everyone knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather was a rising star, and he was also once the southern border's #1 genius, his light dazzling. But for so many years, Empyrean Flutterfeather had always been suppressed by Empyrean Pilljade. As for why, everyone had an idea in their hearts. Empyrean Pilljade felt threatened. Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. Could it be that this southern border's alchemy world was going to change rulers? Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Brother Pilljade agreeing so readily, don't forget our Southern Border Alliance's agreement." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed and he said with a cold smile, even if you really broke through to Ancestor Realm, would this Empyrean lose to you? Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly, talk is cheap. Let's showcase our true abilities. Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure leaped, landing on the ring. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort, striding with his hands behind his back, and similarly landing in the ring. Don't say that this Empyrean is bullying you. You decide the medicinal pill, Empyrean Pilljade said with a proud look. As the Southern Border's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade had his pride. Empyrean Flutterfeather said, Heavenly Center 9 lives pill then. Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted and he said, you indeed broke through? The refining difficulty of rank 7 divine pills was tremendous. Without Tao realm strength, one could basically only refine level 1 or 2 medicinal pills. And level 9 and above medicinal pill, without Ancestor realm strength, it could not be refined at all. This Heavenly Center 9 lives pill was a kind of level 9 medicinal pill. Empyrean Flutterfeather choosing this medicinal pill clearly showed that he already stepped into the Ancestor realm, who, speaking of which, this still have to thank younger brother Yi. Without him, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to break through even if given another 100,000 years too. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile. What? Empyrean Flutterfeather really stepped into the Ancestor realm? Then doesn't this mean that a second Ancestor realm powerhouse appeared in our southern border? Empyrean Flutterfeather stepping into Ancestor realm is actually related to Yi Yuan, my god, why is this Yi Yuan so monstrous? An Ancestor realm, a half-step Ancestor realm, looks like this southern border alchemy world structure is really going to change. Hearing this news, the plaza broke out into a commotion. The Myriad Treasure Tower suddenly having an additional Ancestor realm and a quasi-Ancestor realm, their alchemy strength would soar greatly. This southern border alchemy world was no longer the Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's world. What surprised people, even more, was that Empyrean Flutterfeather breaking through to the Ancestor realm was actually because of Yi Yuan. It could be said that Yi Yuan made the southern border completely change rules with his power alone. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and said, even if you broke through to the Ancestor realm, you also merely just entered the Ancestor realm. Do you really think that you've cornered this Empyrean? This Empyrean will let you take a look at the true strength of the Ancestor realm. Chapter 2041, Dual Dragons Reappearing. Chapter 2041, Dual Dragons Reappearing. A desolate-like aura spewed forth from Empyrean Pilljade's body. This aura was stronger than everyone's previously, including Yi Yuan. Facing Empyrean Pilljade was like facing the heavenly Tao. That kind of ever-constant changes of the world, that kind of changes in season, was displayed in its entirety at this moment. This is Ancestor realm. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said ponderingly. This was the pinnacle realm of alchemists, the peak of alchemy Tao. Even Yi Yuan also yearned immensely for this kind of realm. Empyrean Pilljade reached his hand out and beckoned. A pile of rank 7 spirit medicines instantly turned to grains of powder and flew into the Empyrean spirit treasure. An incomparably solid yellow light ball gradually spread out, enveloping over toward Empyrean Flutterfeather. This is Empyrean Pilljade's Lingxiao Heaven transformation art. Legends have it that when cultivated to the limit, it can refine the firmament, capable of doing anything. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Well deserving of being the southern border's #1 alchemy Tao person. This kind of strength simply makes people unable to give rise to the courage to battle. Empyrean Flutterfeather was too impulsive. Even if he stepped into Ancestor realm, how can he possibly be Empyrean Pilljade's match? This is the Ancestor realm. Indeed extraordinary. I feel like my alchemy Tao is akin to an ant in front of him. Forget about the southern border, even in the entire Heavenspan world, someone in the Ancestor realm was also a very rare existence. Even to those 7-star alchemy gods, they rarely see Ancestor realm powerhouses take action too. There were even many 7-star alchemy gods who had not seen Empyrean Pilljade take action before. Empyrean Pilljade being an Ancestor realm powerhouse, he himself was a legend. But today, the legend actually took action in front of everyone. Everyone stared at Empyrean Pilljade without moving their gazes, fearful of missing any detail. This kind of experience was extremely valuable to everyone. Flutterfeather, you're asking for humiliation by challenging this Empyrean. Don't you forget as well, once you lose, LUS Trousgold Great Imperial Capital will have to offer up 50% of the medicinal pills share. Empyrean Pilljade said with a cold smile. Relax, this Empyrean naturally won't repudiate a debt, Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, somewhat uncertain what it meant. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary alchemy Dao sparring. Looking at it now, it was not the case. Brother Purplewing, wonder what they are talking about means? Yi Yuan asked Empyrean Purplewing. Empyrean Purplewing smiled bitterly and said, this is a long story. This Cloudpill Summit is indeed the superb place for alchemists to interact. But it's also an important venue to carve up profit. It turned out that the 7 Great Holy Lands Masters formed a Southern Border Alliance, and Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital claimed the seat of Alliance Chief because of Empyrean Pilljade. These 7 Great Peak Holy Lands divided up more than 70% of the Southern Border's medicinal pills and spirit medicine trade. One had to know, medicinal pills and spirit medicines were hugely in demand among martial artists, the profits being tremendous. Especially to holy lands that possessed powerhouses in the Grand Completion Dao realms, their statuses were impregnable. The 7 Great Holy Lands agreed back then to take the Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital as the head. Between holy lands, if they wanted more territory and share, they would battle it out in the Cloudpill Summit. However, Empyrean Piljade's status was transcendent, and he had always commanded the 6 cities with the Adent. One tie of Alliance Chief. Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital also occupied 40% of this 70%, while the other 60% were divided up by the other 6 parties. Concerning the territorial division of the 6 Great Holy Lands, they could only use 10% of their own each time as the wager. The victor gained 10%, the loser lost 10%. But because the other 6 parties had similar strengths, after many Cloudpill summits, the 6 parties' strengths were actually still more or less the same. Logically speaking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was the greatest and LUS Trousgold Great Imperial Capital's territory should be the most. But Empyrean Pilljade frequently hammered LUS Trousgold Great Imperial Capital with the status of Alliance Chief. Hence, LUS Trousgold Great Imperial Capital's share was a little lesser than the other 5 parties instead. It was also precisely because of this that Empyrean Flutterfeather was still quite resentful toward Empyrean Pilljade. However, wanting to challenge the Alliance Chief, one had to use 50% of their own share as the wager. This was a Civ transaction. If one, LUS Trousgold Great Imperial Capital would soar to the sky with one leap, becoming the Alliance Chief. Cloudpill Summit would also change names to LUS Trousgold Summit. If lost, Myriad Treasure Tower's share in the southern border would reduce greatly. Only after hearing this entirely did Yi Yuan know that there were still so many methods to profit during this Cloudpill Summit. Sure enough, everyone comes swarming in for profit, everyone goes running everywhere for profit. It turns out that this southern border's territory has long been divided up. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. He finally understood why Empyrean Pilljade would target him. 2 Grand Completion Dao Realm Grandmasters appeared in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, it was a Grandmaster that could break through to the Ancestor Realm like him. The pressure on Empyrean Pilljade was too great. Empyrean Realm Pilljade smiled bitterly and said, "Yeah, Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda stands aloof from worldly things. The ones truly operating in these secular affairs are still the various great imperial capitals. And the status of an alchemy holy land is comparable to the other great imperial capitals, even a notch higher. However, I still feel that Brother Flutterfeather is too ras. Plus even if he broke through to the Ancestor Realm, he's likely not Pilljade's match too." Purplewing's voice had yet to fade when 2 dragon roars shot to the sky, incurring a wave of exclamations. That was right, it was 2 divine dragon phantoms intertwined and crisscrossed, producing an incomparably strong undulation. Once the aura rose, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Empyrean Pilljade. 2 great Ancestor Realm powerhouses went blow for blow, not giving an inch. Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura was actually standing up to Empyrean Pilljade as equals. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help laughing. Who, Brother Purplewing rest assured. This match, Brother Flutterfeather will definitely win, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This scene in front of him, Yi Yuan was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the scene of him battling with Empyrean Flutterfeather in alchemy back then? But this scene before his eyes was much weaker than the alchemy battle back then. This was not that Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was weak, but that the resonance the two of them triggered at that time was too strong. Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's resonance was absolutely not 1 + 1 = 2 that simple, but a certain strong chemical effect that was produced. This kind of intense resonance even Serpa said Ancestor Realm. One had to know, the medicinal pills that the two of them refined, in the end, were both End Spirit Divine pills. End Spirit Divine pills, even the Ancestor Realm Empyrean Pilljade could not refine it at all too. Empyrean Flutterfeather clearly obtained tremendous inspiration in that battle. That was how he broke through to the Ancestor Realm in one stroke. Furthermore, by relying on this dual dragon power, even though he just entered the Ancestor Realm, his strength did not lose to Empyrean Pilljade in the slightest. Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. He completely did not expect that Flutterfeather, this newbie who just entered the Ancestor Realm, would actually be so strong. Those two dual dragons added radiance and beauty to each other as if weaving a Ma's sieve cage between heaven and earth, causing tremendous pressure to Empyrean Pilljade. Two great Ancestor Realms having a fierce struggle while evenly matched, vying with each other, it lasted for a full 3 days' time. During these 3 days, the air of the entire Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was surrounded by auspicious omens. With light radiating everywhere, the scene was incomparably gorgeous. Condense. Condense for me. The two great Ancestor Realms also cried out in unison. The condensing of the pill was successful. Everyone held their breaths, impatiently wanting to see the result of this battle. The 5 great Holy Lands masters walked up to the platform at the same time and opened the furnaces to examine the pills. Empyrean Pilljade, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Chapter 2042, Alchemy Intent Resonance. Chapter 2042, Alchemy Intent Resonance Hiss. This is Alchemy God? Rank 7 Divine Pill, Vast Spirit Divine Grade, truly terrifying strength. It's both Vast Spirit Divine pills, could it be a tie? In my view, it's still Empyrean Pilljade who's a level higher. After all, he's a veteran Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Both people being Vast Spirit Divine pills immediately caused a wave of marveling. To be able to refine a level 9 difficulty rank 7 Divine pill to Vast Spirit Divine Grade, the might of Ancestor Realm could be seen at a glance. When pills reached rank 7, the difficulty and complexity would soar. Hence, these two great Ancestor Realm powerhouses also used 3 days and 3 nights' time before they finished refining the Heavenly Center 9 Lives pill. As for who won and who lost, everyone debated without ceasing. Although the two people were evenly matched in strength, Empyrean Pilljade's accumulation was clearly a little thicker. Hence, more people felt that Empyrean Pilljade would win. Empyrean Pilljade stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather with a proud look as he said, "You breaking through to the Ancestor Realm indeed surprised this Empyrean greatly. However, you're still a little too inexperienced in the end. This match, you lost for sure." Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "You've been in this position of Alliance Chief for too many years and have long already lost your former edge." How fired up with boundless enthusiasm was the Empyrean Pilljade back then? Hacking your way through all obstacles along the way, defeating countless geniuses, stepping into Alliance Chief. It's just a pity that he who sits too high to be touched for too long. You're already afraid of being challenging and afraid of failure. Hence, you're destined to lose. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "What a joke. This Empyrean has entered the Ancestor Realm for as long as 100,000 years already, standing right at the absolute summit and viewing how small the mountains are. Why would I be scared of failure? Would I be afraid of challenges? Because no one can make me fail at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Is that so? How's the result, 5 fellow Taoists?" At this time, the expressions of the 5 great Holy Lands masters were very odd. Seeing Empyrean Flutterfeather inquired, Empyrean Blazing Sun let out a slight sigh and said, "The 2 of your medicinal pills' qualities are extremely high, being rarely seen in the whirl. It's just that Brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill is still a notch better." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed drastically. His 2 eyes glared and he said in a fierce voice, "Impossible. He merely just entered the ancestor realm, how can he possibly win me?" Empyrean Luoshui also sighed lightly and said, "Brother Pilljade, the quality of your medicinal pill is indeed extremely high, but younger brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill already approaches End Spirit Divine Grey. In terms of quality, it wins by that slight trace." The other 3 people also ruled unanimously. After all, the quality of medicinal pills was clear at a glance. It was also impossible for them to resort to deception in broad daylight. Empyrean Pilljade had a face full of disbelief. Russ. Hi plussing in front of the 2 medicinal bottles with a lunge, his divine sense sank inside swiftly. With this probing, his face could not help changing greatly. Empyrean Flutterfeather's medicinal pill was really that tiny hint better than his. Although it was just a tiny bit, he ultimately lost. How is it possible? How is this even possible? Empyrean Pilljade had a battered out of his senses look, clearly not believing this result. And some alchemists that was. Hi plus ped him as God similarly did not dare to believe it. Lord Pilljade, actually really lost? How can this be? Even if Empyrean Flutterfeather broke through to the ancestor realm, he's also 100,000 years later than Lord Pilljade. So how can he possibly win just like that? Sigh, the end of an era. Yes, an era was over just like this. The era belonging to Empyrean Pilljade already ended. Empyrean Flutterfeather's era was currently arriving. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "Why does Brother Pilljade think that this Empyrean would hand this Grandmaster token to younger brother Yi Yuan? Could it be that it's merely appreciating his talent?" The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan, full of stunned looks. No one would have thought that at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually bring up Yi Yuan. Could it be that the key figure that influenced this battle of the century was actually Yi Yuan? Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled and could not refrain from looking towards Yi Yuan once more, full of astonishment. Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather continued to say slowly, "Back then, when this Empyrean fought with Yi Yuan, it could be said as encountering a rare bosom friend who can appreciate me, and this actually produced the effect of conjugal harmony. With the 2 of our powers, we each refined an End Spirit Divine pill. It's also because of this that this Empyrean finally took this last step, achieving Ancestor Realm." Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted, his eyes full of aghast as he said in disbelief, "Alchemy Intent Resonance." Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled slightly as he said with a nod, "That's right, it's precisely Alchemy Intent Resonance. Therefore, you know why you lost, right? Alchemy Intent Resonance? What's that? Yeah, never heard of it before. But it sounds very impressive." The vast majority of the alchemists in the plaza were very perplexed because they had never heard of this term before. Only those experienced 7-star alchemy gods radiated brilliant light from their eyes, showing strong yearning. Empyrean Luoshui sighed lightly and explained, "The so-called alchemy intent resonance is referring to when 2 people are evenly matched in an alchemy battle and reach a kind of wondrous resonance state. Under this state, the 2 people's thoughts and feelings about alchemy Tao will far surpass their own strength, unleash Hi plussing double, or even several times the power from there. It's just that this kind of state is too rarely seen, so it's not commonly known by people." When saying this, Empyrean Luoshui also had an enraptured expression on his face. Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time hearing of alchemy intent resonance, this sort of thing. The others all revealed astonished faces, feeling that it was incredulous. Alchemy battle was a mutual suppression process. The medicinal pills refined tend to not be their peak standard. But Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually helped each other achieve their aim, each outperforming themselves, even each breaking through their realms. It was truly incomparably miraculous. This time, everyone finally understood why Empyrean Flutterfeather would hand the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, and it was also because in order to thank Yi Yuan, Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly. He guarded against Empyrean Flutterfeather in every way but did not expect that Yi Yuan, this kind of variable, appeared. Alchemy intent resonance. This was a state that was extremely hard to appear. It was the same as having a sudden epiphany. Empyrean Flutterfeather kept that alchemy intent resonance firmly in mind. When the dual dragons reappeared, that was how he defeated him, this veteran ancestor realm. Brother Pilljade indeed has an awe-inspiring view from a high place, but you don't view how small the mountains are. You're afraid of other people rising up, worried that you'll have a powerful opponent. But the more you're like this, the faster you'll lose, Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly. Empyrean Pilljade snorted coldly and said furiously, "It's not up to you to lecture this Empyrean. This time, this Empyrean admits to his bad luck. The next Cloudpill Summit, this Empyrean will claim it back with interest." Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Pilljade's words are not correct. The next session won't be the Cloudpill Summit, but it is the LUS Traus Gold Summit." Empyrean Pilljade could not help choking when he heard that. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Everyone exchanged glances. No one would have thought that an opening performance would actually wind up in such a manner. This way, the Cloudpill Summit's main act actually concluded in advance. However, to the alchemists in the plaza, their time was just starting. Chapter 2043, Peak Alchemy Meet. Chapter 2043, Peak Alchemy Meet. In the plaza, several tens of thousands of genius alchemists were in the midst of fierce battles. The Cloudpill Summit was an alchemy grand gathering. Each time, there would be a batch of geniuses that flooded forth, becoming everyone's focal point. This time was no exception either. The moment Yunyi took the stage, it made the group of geniuses pale in comparison. With his strength that just entered Dao realm, it was akin to like a crane standing out among chickens in this kind of alchemy battle. The opponent did not have any strength to fight back at all. TSK, barring no accidents, Yunyi will be the number one of this Cloudpill Summit's 6-star alchemy God group. He's well deserving of being Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson. Calling him the number one alchemy genius isn't in vain. The moment Yunyi made his move, the onlookers were not stingy with their praises. It was just that these words sounded so ear-piercing in Yunyi's ears. Number one genius. Truly satire. Did you all forget Grandmaster Yi? He isn't even half of my age. Although Yunyi understood that there was already no one who put Yi Yuan in this generation to appraise, his proud heart seemed to be pricked. He was unable to feel at ease. Actually, his pressure was not just Yi Yuan but also involving another person. This person was Ningxiu. Ningxiu did not partake 1P8 in the 5-star alchemy God group, but she took part in the 6-star alchemy God group. Her strength already had no need to take part in the 5-star alchemy God group anymore. Since the start of the matches, Ningxiu left people far behind in the dust and already cut down numerous 6-star alchemy GODs. Many of them were all seeded contestants that were fixed before the match. Including Yunyi, all the 6-star alchemy GODs felt a never-before pressure. This Ningxiu was just a measly little maidservant of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that a maidservant was also going to replicate her master's battle achievement that looked down upon the world? My God, truly incredible. That Ningxiu actually defeated Hua Tianqiang. That's the Chonan's Hua family's number one genius. Suddenly, a series of exclamations came from the crowd. Clearly, there was a new battle report that came over again. Upon hearing Ningxiu's name, Yunyi's breathing blocked up. Some unsteadiness actually appeared in his control of the flame. The opponent was currently being pressured until he could not catch his breath. This interval immediately let him see a trace of hope. It was just that he did not know how intense the shock in Yunyi's heart was currently. Hua Tianqiang was the alchemy ancient family, the Hua family's top genius. In terms of strength, he was an existence that could rank in the top 10 in the 6-star group too. Now, he actually lost to a 5-star alchemy god little girl. Grandmaster Yi is truly remarkable. A little maidservant of his actually has such terrifying strength. I've already understood the situation. This heavenly eagle imperial city is merely a barren land. Its rise is also merely something that happened in the recent several hundred years. How can this kind of place have any genius? This is also to say that Ningxiu only used a few short hundred years under Grandmaster Yi's guidance, and then she reached grand completion initial realm. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. What did you say? Several hundred years to groom a grand completion initial realm? Then given time, wouldn't this Ningxiu usurper SS young master Yun Yi? Before this, no one would go and pay attention to what kind of place Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was at all. But many days had said, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's background was dug out very quickly. Southridge, this kind of remote place, normally, no one would go and pay attention at all. They also did not believe that Southridge would produce what unparalleled genius. It was absolutely impossible for Ningxiu this kind of Bu Empkin to have much strength before encountering Yi Yuan. But in just a short few centuries, a grand completion initial realm powerhouse already rose up. Giving Ningxiu another few hundred, or even 1,000 years' time, Serpa Xing Yun Yi this southern border's #1 genius might not be impossible. What did this show? This showed that not only was Grandmaster Yi Son's strength fearsome to the extreme, his ability to teach disciples was also rarely seen in the world. A barren Southridge, Yi Yuan even brought up Ningxiu this kind of powerhouse. Then if it were these geniuses? Thinking up to here, everyone's gooseb. UMPs welled up. For some time, hearts rippled. Yi Yuan naturally did not know the thoughts of the several tens of thousands of alchemists outside. He was currently partic 1p8ing in the Peak Alchemy meet at this time. The Peak Alchemy meet was the main show of the Titans. Bang! Empyrean Pilljade suddenly smacked the table and stood up, saying furiously, "Brat, you're appet. 1T is also too big. Even if you're half-step ancestor realm, you're also merely a 6-star alchemy god. You actually asked for 50% the moment you open your mouth." One had to know, the share that Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital controlled was also merely 40%. The other Empireans also revealed unhappy looks, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan's appet 1T was too big. It was only to see Yi Yuan saying coolly, "With our myriad treasure tower's strength, what's the problem with occupying 50%? Since this Cloudpill summit has always determined the victor with alchemy battles, then why don't we each place our bets and carry on battling in alchemy?" The group of Empireans could not help nearly fainting in anger when they heard that. Your myriad treasure tower had an ancestor realm and a half-step ancestor realm. Who could beat you guys in alchemy battles? Empyrean Pilljade smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then if this Empyrean doesn't agree?" Yi Yuan looked toward Empyrean Pilljade and said expressionlessly, "If you don't agree, then why not dissolve the partners? Hi+P then? At that time, every one of us, each will rely on their own ability. It also wouldn't be to an extent of quarreling endlessly like now." Empyrean Pilljade nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Before the Cloudpill Summit appeared, the southern border's alchemy world could be said to be in the Warring States era, feudal kings in a tangled warfare. Several dozen medicinal pill shops would even appear in the same place, belonging to different factions. At that time, everyone unleashed everything in their arsenal in order to vie for territory. Things naturally could not dispense with price wars. In the end, everyone made huge losses. Only all the way until the Holy Land Alliance appeared was there today's situation. Everyone had their own territories and developed with peace of mind, and could all earn divine essence stones. Everyone was happy. If the partners Hi+P was dissolved, then the southern border would definitely enter the Warring States era once more. At that time, who could block the Myriad Treasure Tower's footsteps? One had to know, the Myriad Treasure Tower was like a parasite, setting up all over the entire Heavenspan world. It was precisely this contract that restricted the Myriad Treasure Tower's development. Of course, this was also because the Myriad Treasure Tower did not have ancestor realm alchemists. But now, The Myriad Treasure Tower had an Ancestor Realm alchemist. Furthermore, there was even an additional alchemist who was about to step into Ancestor Realm. If the partners HI+P was dissolved, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Our Myriad Treasure Tower has one Ancestor Realm and a half-step Ancestor Realm, but only occupy 50% of the share. Is it very overboard? If we really dissolve the partners HI+P, I believe you all also know the consequences. Moreover, I still have more than 10 kinds of new medicinal pills in my hands. The medicinal effects are at least 30% stronger than the medicinal pills on the market. Once I throw them in, what will you all use to block? Yi Yuan's gaze swept, overflowing with overbearingness. This peak alchemy meet was a bunch of alchemists lining up and dividing the fruits here. How to allocate? It was naturally distributed according to strength. More than 10 kinds of medicinal pills? Heh, who are you scaring? Do you really think that new pill formulas are a wholesale market, a big bunch with one grab? The group of Empyreans snickered unceasingly. But a hint of glimmer flashed across in Empyrean Lumen's eyes. He sighed and said, "What Grandmaster Yi says is likely the truth. With his understanding of alchemy Dao, remodeling the current medicinal pills is likely, as easy as turning his hand over." What? Everyone was stricken with fear. Empyrean Lumen naturally would not talk through his hat. Those present also all knew that Yi Yuan had once reconstructed a pill formula. Could it be that this kid still had such terrifying deducing ability? Chapter 2044, Choosing One's Master. Chapter 2044, Choosing One's Master. In the end, the Myriad Treasure Tower got 50% of the share, and 10% of it was naturally Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities. A puny little imperial city carved out 10% of the southern border's profits. This was also the first time in the history of the southern border. However, these 7-star alchemy gods did not have any opposition against it. The trump cards in Yi Yuan's hands were too many. Once the partners HI+P was really dissolved, what they were about to suffer would be a destructive blow. Yi Yuan and the Myriad Treasure Tower teaming up was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. As for the remaining things, it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This was a battle of attrition that dragged on for a long time and would last for as long as several months. In this period, the Cloud Pill Summit was also being held like a raging fire. In a blink, half a year already, Pares said. The peak alchemy meet finally bet the gongs as the signal to end. The various major forces also gained their territories and shares. The 7 great factions still left people far behind in the dust, occupying more than 70% of the southern border's profits. The remaining 30% was divided up by other 7-star alchemy gods. But this arrangement of 70% had major changes presently. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's territory was reduced drastically. Hence, they extended their fiendish claws towards the other factions, hoping to be able to make up for it. The other 5 great holy lands naturally also shrunk considerably. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally became this Cloud Pill Summit's biggest winner. More importantly, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a faction that could not be overlooked, rising domineeringly. One had to know, 70% were divided about among the 7 major factions, with the Myriad Treasure Tower occupying 40% of the total market share and Heavenly Eagle occupying 10%. The remaining 50% needed 6 major factions to divide among themselves. With Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's domineeringness, they naturally occupied more, taking 20% in the end. Then the other 5 major factions only had 30% remaining out of the total 70%. This was also to say that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became the number 3 major faction after LUS Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital and Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. After Yi Yuan learned about the significance behind this Cloud Pill Summit, he naturally had some thoughts about it too. For Heavenly Eagle to want to rise up, resources were indispensable. If Yi Yuan relied on just himself alone to refine pills, even if he refined for a lifetime, what would be gained would also be limited and could not support the operation of a holy land at all. The Cloud Pill Summit this time provided a huge opportunity for him. One should not look at how there was only 10%. The profits involved were simply unimaginable. With these profits, Heavenly Eagle's rise would be inevitable. And this half a year's time, Yi Yuan's great reputation also thoroughly erupted, spreading throughout the entire southern border. Everyone knew that the southern border produced a remarkable grandmaster. When Zheng Qiuan heard this news, he sat in the hall of his own home for a whole 10 days and 10 nights. He did not even move an inch. After 10 days, he walked out of the hall, his hair already completely white. Then, he issued an order. The Zheng family was to move toward the north and leave the southern border. This news caused a great sensation for some time. When the news spread to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the whole city rejoiced. Their lord refreshed their understanding once more. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was very impressive previously, they did not have a clear idea of his strength. But now, Yi Yuan defeated 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloudpill Summit. This battle achievement was, seriously, too dazzling, but right at this time, the curtains also fell on the Cloudpill Summit. In the end, Yun Yi still obtained first place. But the most dazzling was not Yun Yi. It was Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu overcame all the difficulties along the way, finally obtaining the result of 4th place. While the top 3 were all Dao Realm powerhouses, Ning Xiyu's ranking did not have any surprises in itself. She was long universally accepted as the number 1 person under Dao Realm. Obtaining the ranking of 4th matched her fame. What made people's jaws drop was Ning Xiyu's final battle. Her opponent in that battle was the 3rd place Dao Realm powerhouse, Empyrean Blazing Sun's grandnephew, Yang Yi. In this battle, Ning Xiyu unleashed alchemy Dao strength that was beyond imagination and actually forced Yang Yi into desperate straits at one point. During the whole process of the alchemy battle, the two people fought until they were evenly matched. This fight stunned everyone. One had to know, Ning Xiyu was just at the grand completion initial realm, while Yang Yi was at the Dao realm. For Ning Xiyu to be able to have such strength, it could be seen how solid her alchemy Dao foundation was. For some time, Grandmaster Yi's prestige went up a level, while at this time, the Cloudpill Summit only had 2 last things remaining. This referred to the 2 things that all partic. 1. Ants paid the most attention to, Grandmasters accepting disciples, as well as Grandmasters preaching on Dao. The 6-star groups and 5-star groups top 20 had the qualifications to choose a Grandmaster to acknowledge one as their master. Of course, that also depended on whether the Grandmaster would take them in or not. At this time, 14 Grandmasters were seated up on the high platform, overlooking the plaza. 14 virtual images were displayed in the plaza, representing 14 Grandmasters. At this time, an Empyrean powerhouse slowly said, "Now, the 5-star group's top 20, step forward and choose your desired Grandmaster." This Empyrean knows that many among you are descendants of Empyreans. But the master acknowledgement in this Cloudpill Summit is your Ma's Civ lucky chance. You all can set your minds at ease and choose your master. Your elders won't mind. But you all have to remember, you only have one chance to pick. Those 5-star disciples had excited looks on their faces. To be able to acknowledge a Grandmaster as their master, this was absolutely their great lucky chance. Even their seniors were also far too lacking compared to Grandmasters. Alright, those names that are called by this Empyrean, step out of the ranks in proper order and choose your Grandmaster. The first, Luo Tianqi. Luo Tianqi was the first place of the 5-star group this time, his strength being quite impressive. In past sessions, when the first place took the stage, they would basically rush over to Empyrean Pilljade. As for whether to take in or not, that would depend on Empyrean Pilljade's mood. But this time, there was Empyrean Flutterfeather, this ancestor realm powerhouse. Empyrean Pilljade finally could not hold back anymore. Luo Tianqi, this Empyrean regards you very favorably. Come to this Empyrean's side. This Empyrean will definitely make a special effort in grooming you. In the future, your strength definitely won't lose to Yun Yi. Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said. He was very confident. He was after all an ancestor realm powerhouse, and he even opened his gilded mouth. As long as one was not a fool, they would enter his tutelage. Although he lost this time, the prestige accumulated over several hundreds of thousands of years was not for show. So many years, The alchemy powerhouses that walked out of Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital were too many to count. It was just that this time, he miscalculated. Luo Tianqi gave a bow toward Empyrean Pilljade and said, "Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of appreciation. This child is being seized with fear. It's just that, this child already has a grandmaster that he admires in his heart, truly sorry." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed and was just about to open his mouth, but then he saw Luo Tianqi actually walk straight toward Yi Yuan's virtual image amidst the surprise of all of the 7-star alchemy gods. He actually did not pick Flutterfeather. Seeing that it was Yi Yuan, Empyrean Pilljade also let out a sigh in relief. This vying of talents was also an important matter. After all, Amar's Civ Holy Land was not propped up by him alone. As long as they did not pick Empyrean Flutterfeather, then there was no problem. The Empyrean presiding over was also slightly surprised. But he did not take it to heart and continued, saying, "Second, Li Qing." Originally, Empyrean Pilljade totally looked down on this second place. It was just that this situation was somewhat special, so he still opened his mouth. "Li Qing, this Empyrean can accept you as a disciple." Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said. Li Qing had an apologetic look as he bowed and said, "Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of favor, it's just that, this lowly one already has a choice in his heart." Finished talking, Li Qing also walked toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 2045, Choice. Chapter 2045, Choice. What's going on here? Two of them rejected Empyrean Pilljade in a row. This isn't surprising, but why did they all go to Yi Yuan there? In the past sessions, everyone all racked their brains, wanting to go under an ancestor realm's tutelage. Empyrean Flutterfeather defeated Empyrean Pilljade, and they actually did not pick him either. A series of curious voices came from the Empyrean seats. Luo Tianqi and Li Qing's action was seriously perplexing. As for Empyrean Pilljade, his face was already black as the bottom of a pot. When had he, the exalted Southern Border's #1 person, lowered himself to take the initiative to go and recruit disciples? Today, he opened his mouth twice in a row and was actually rejected. This old face was really thrown until his grandmother's place this time. But what made them more surprised was still at the back. 3rd place. 4th place. All the way until the 8th place, they actually all chose Yi Yuan. The group of grandmasters could not sit still anymore. When the 9th place stepped out of the ranks, Empyrean Blazing Sun immediately opened his mouth and said, "Zhu Yunhao, come to this Empyrean here, this Empyrean will do everything to guide and take care of you." Empyrean Windrider also opened his mouth and said, "Zhu Yunhao, the disciples under this Empyrean are presently all powerhouses that can take charge of a region alone. If you follow this Empyrean, you'll surely be able to rise head and shoulders above others in the future." Apart from these two, the others also opened their mouths one after another. Zhu Yunhao stood there, his face looking hesitant, but his eyes kept looking over toward Yi Yuan there non-stop. Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. The grandmaster that this Zhu Yunhao favored was clearly Yi Yuan too. Just what magical powers did this Yi Yuan have, to actually be able to make these geniuses abandon ancestor realm powerhouses and choose him? Very soon, apart from the two ancestor realm powerhouses, the other grandmasters expressed their stands one after another, promising great benefits, attempting to recruit Zhu Yunhao. Only Yi Yuan alone kept his mouth shut and did not speak. It was as if these had nothing to do with him at all. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that these summit's geniuses were only like this because they saw Ning Xiu's breathtaking performance. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yi Yuan had the right way of teaching disciples. He was far stronger than those so-called ancestor realm powerhouses. After hesitating slightly, Zhu Yunhao chose Yi Yuan. With this, the group of Empyreans was really shocked. Some grandmasters even swallowed their pride already and made very heavy promises, but Zhu Yunhao still picked Yi Yuan. Next, the 9th place, 10th place, 20th place. The 5-star group's top 20 actually all chose Yi Yuan. The IEB/ALLS of the powerhouses on the Grandmaster seats and Empyrean seats were almost bursting out. It was still the first time this kind of sight appeared in previous Cloudpill summits. After all, in the past, even if there was Empyrean Pilgade, this ancestor realm powerhouse, many geniuses ranked towards the back all had the self-awareness and knew that it was impossible to be chosen. So they picked other grandmasters. But this time, 20 people actually chose Yi Yuan without exception. This kind of shock was too intense. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather also looked towards Yi Yuan with a stunned look, eyes full of doubt. It was not that he was jealous. It was just surprising. One had to know, he defeated the Southern Border's #1 person, Empyrean Pilgade, in front of everybody's faces. Not a single genius actually picked him. Just why is this? Unable to understand. Truly unable to understand. Even if he's pitilessly talented, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. His realm did not reach the ancestor realm either. But why didn't a single person pick Pilgade or Flutterfeather, the two great Empyreans? Could it be that these little fellows' brains collectively went brain dead? Those Empyrean powerhouses could not hold back the doubts in their hearts, discussing animatedly. To these 7-star alchemy gods, taking in disciples was just a small thing, the truly important matter was the peak alchemy meet. As for the Cloudpill Summit, they at most understood a little about which geniuses were more dazzling this time. How could they have thought that the actions of these young geniuses were actually because of a little girl? The Empyrean presiding over was full of shock. It was still his first time encountering such a situation. He sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and opened his mouth once more and said, "Next, 6-star group, Yun Yi." 6-star group, Yun Yi slowly stepped out of the ranks. Everyone knew that the true main show had arrived. After all, no matter how strong the 5-star group was, they were also just 5-star. They still needed a long time to nurture. But the 6-star group was different. These geniuses were already powerhouses that could take charge as chief at a front. As long as groomed properly, becoming 7-star alchemy gods in the future was virtually a sure bet. Even those grandmasters also all pulled themselves together anew, planning on making a move to vie. As for Yun Yi, they completely could not be bothered to care. He was Empyrean Pilgade's great-grandson. If one used the BUT tasks to think, one would also know that he would choose Pilgade. The others naturally would not rack their brains in vain. "Yia, come over," Empyrean Pilgade slowly opened his mouth and said. As he said, he even gave Yi Yuan a proud glance. Just some 5-star brats, so what even if there were none? It was sufficient that he, Pilgade, had Yun Yi, this great-grandson of his. Yun Yi was the junior that he liked the most, his talent in alchemy cruise. Hi+ing his peers. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, this kind of freak. But Yun Yi did not walk toward Empyrean Pilgade's virtual image, but stood on the spot, wavering and not advancing. Empyrean Pilgade's brows furrowed. His voice became deeper as he said again, "Yia?" At this time, everyone's gazes were gathered on Yun Yi. During each session's Cloudpill Summit, the 6-star group's first place were all the target that the various major factions fought for. This time, because it was Yun Yi, so everyone kept silent. But looking at this situation now, something was not quite right. Suddenly, Yun Yi sucked in a deep breath and directly knelt down toward Empyrean Pilgade and said, "Ancestor, forgive my crime. Yia wishes to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage. I hope that Ancestor can fulfill my wish plus what?" Empyrean Pilgade suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Forget about other people choosing Yi Yuan. Now, even his biological great-grandson actually chose Yi Yuan? How could he not be shocked? Not just Empyrean Pilgade, everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yun Yi in disbelief. Empyrean Pilgade's great-grandson actually chose his sworn enemy, Yi Yuan. How could this not surprise them? You unfilial child." Empyrean Pilgade pointed at Yun Yi. His entire body was trembling, clearly already furious to the extreme. Yun Yi had a calm look as he said, "Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial. But I hope that Ancestor can understand grandchild's pursuit of alchemy Dao." Finished talking, Yun Yi walked toward Yi Yuan's virtual image without the slightest hesitation, standing at the forefront. No mocking, no sarcasm. Yun Yi's action shocked everyone. With Yun Yi's action, how the choices next already did not have the slightest suspense. The top 20 of the 5-star and 6-star groups, a total of 40 people, were all standing in front of Yi Yuan's virtual image. It was actually empty without a single soul in front of the other 13 Grandmasters' virtual images. The plaza was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. Amidst everyone's gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "See you." Ning Xiu was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped out of the ranks, and directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said, "In these 1,000 years, you followed me to refine pills and waited on me. Today, I'll take you in and officially take you in as a disciple. Are you willing?" Chapter 2046, Yi Yuan's Test. Chapter 2046, Yi Yuan's Test. Disciple is willing. Disciple Ning Xiu pays respect to master. Ning Xiu had wild elation on her face, directly kneeling down toward Yi Yuan. When she lifted her head again, Ning Xiu's eyes already brimmed over with hot tears. Ever since witnessing Yi Yuan's breathtaking alchemy Dao back then, Ning Xiu was deeply subdued by Yi Yuan. Xian Yu already could not teach Ning Xiu, so changing masters was long already due. Except, how could wanting to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage be such an easy thing? Cultivating by Yi Yuan's side these many years, she did her best, wanting to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, wanting to obtain Yi Yuan's approval. It was just a pity that the gap between Yi Yuan and her became bigger and bigger. All the way until today, she finally obtained Yi Yuan's acknowledgement, so how could Ning Xiu not cry with joy? It turns out that Ning Xiu was really just Grandmaster Yi's maidservant. A measly little maidservant already has such terrifying strength. Grandmaster Yi's ability in teaching apprentices is truly remarkable. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't enter the top 20. Otherwise, I'll definitely have to try. If I can become Grandmaster Yi's disciple, that would really be soaring to the sky with one bound. In the plaza, several tens of thousands of gazes were gathered on Ning Xiu, envious to the extreme. As for those 39 people, they were fluid turd beyond envy. They did not know whether Yi Yuan would choose them or not, but they were willing to bet. Once chosen by Yi Yuan, that would be soaring to the sky with one bound. Since Yi Yuan was certain to step into the ancestor realm in the future, then what difference was there between choosing Yi Yuan and choosing an ancestor realm powerhouse? On the Grandmaster seats, Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head, accepting this kowtow calmly, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "As for the rest, all disperse." Everyone's faces abruptly changed, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. "Grandmaster Yi, this, please reconsider," Luo Tianqi said with unwillingness. Yun Yi clenched his jaws tightly, similarly with a look of unwillingness. He required tremendous courage to stand here. But Yi Yuan did not even give him a trace of chance. The others opened their mouths one after another, all wanting to persuade Yi Yuan to change his mind. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said impatiently, "Noisy." Everyone's faces changed one after another, all shutting their mouths. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "If getting a place in the rankings can make you qualify to enter my tutelage, do you all think that Xiu will wait until today? Don't mention this matter again." Ji Kanglan's incident left behind an indelible mark on Yi Yuan's body. Hence, he would naturally rather go without than make do with something shoddy. Yi Yuan did not doubt these people's talents, but what has it got to do with him? However great the talent, they were also just strangers to him. These 39 people's faces were ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan completely did not play the cards according to normal style. In past periods, these geniuses were all very in demand. One should not look at how those grandmasters had a reserved manner. In reality, they valued the summit's top few places very highly. But Yi Yuan actually did not even take a look. The group of grandmasters looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. The geniuses that they could not even beg to come over, Yi Yuan actually cast them aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this kind of place that suddenly rose up newly, what was most important were talents. If Yi Yuan rounded them all up with one fell swoop and took all of these geniuses into his door, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength would surely skyrocket. Did this guy figure out the situation or not? In the crowd, a person suddenly knelt down. When everyone looked, who could it be if not Yun Yi? He kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and said with an austere look, "Grandmaster Yi, as long as I can enter your tutelage, Yun Yi is willing to do anything." Yun Yi only requests that Grandmaster Yi can give a chance. Empyrean Pilljade was angered until his expression was livid. This kind of situation was what he completely did not expect. His own descendant did not take him as master but wanted to go under other people. Forget that he wanted to enter other people's tutelage, the other person did not even appreciate it. Forget that Yi Yuan did not appreciate it, Yun Yi even had to go and beg him. Where would his old face go? "Yun Yi, if I didn't remember wrongly, your brother Piljade's descendant." Yun Yi's expression could not help stiffening as he said with a nod, "Yes, Lord Piljade is Yun Yi's great-grandfather." Yi Yuan looked toward Yun Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Then if I make you break off all relations with Empyrean Piljade, can you do it too?" Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. This move of Yi Yuan was too vicious. Empyrean Piljade even stood up quickly, pointing at Yi Yuan and saying furiously, "Yi Yuan, you're too much." But Yi Yuan's expression did not change and he said coolly, "I already said that I'm not taking in disciples. It's him who wanted to enter my tutelage. I'm just stating my terms, as for whether or agree or not, it will depend on him." Finished talking, he looked toward Yun Yi and said coolly, "How about it?" But Yun Yi shook his head and said, "Ancestors' kindness of love and care is higher than the heavens. It's impossible for Yun Yi to betray Ancestor. Your Excellency, please change your conditions." When Empyrean Piljade heard that, his face revealed a smug look and he said with a cold smile, "My Yun family's good grandson. Yi Yuan punk, don't you think about sowing discord between us great-grandfather and great-grandson?" Yi Yuan completely ignored Empyrean Piljade, but looked at Yun Yi and said smilingly, "If I only have this condition." Yun Yi sucked in a deep breath, slowly stood up, and said, "If it's like this, Yun Yi would rather not acknowledge you as a master. Farewell." Finished talking, Yun Yi clasped his hands toward Yi Yuan and left without even turning his head back. "If you want to acknowledge me as your master, go to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower yourself. Put down all of your ident. One ties, and be a little medicine boy. Maybe one day, I'll consider it." Just as Yun Yi turned around and left, Yi Yuan suddenly said lazily. Yun Yi's entire body trembled. Turning around, he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said doubtfully, "Grandmaster Yi, is this true?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you had any look of hesitation on your face just now, there would be no chance. Entering my lineage, conduct is number 1, disposition is number 2, and talent is only ranked 3rd. If a person who can betray even his ancestor, what is he if not an ingrate?" Yun Yi looked toward Yi Yuan in incredible shock, only then knowing that it turned out Yi Yuan was testing him. If he was really moved earlier, he would lose this only chance instead. Yun Yi prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said with pleasant surprise, "Disciple pays respect to your excellency. Yun Yi will go to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right away." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. Yun Yi knelt down in front of Piljade too and said, "Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial, but grandchild wants to seek his own alchemy Dao. Grandmaster Yi is the best choice. I know that ancestor is doubtful, but if you understand Ning Xiu's battle achievements, it will all be clear." Finished talking, Yun Yi directly turned around and left without even turning his head back, leaving behind everyone with stunned faces. Brilliant rays of light shot out of Luo Tianqi's eyes and he also knelt down and said, "Your Excellency, can you also give Tianqi a chance?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You all, those who are willing can all go. But you all have to think properly and be prepared. This test isn't easy to pass." When everyone heard that, they were overjoyed. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he just laughed mockingly in his heart. These people were also looking down on his test too much. They were all young masters of influential families, so how could they endure this kind of hearts? HI plus P? He reckoned that having 10% that could stay would already be pretty good. Chapter 2047, Where are the people? Chapter 2047, Where are the people? Ning Xiu's particulars were placed in front of the group of Empyreans very soon. Everyone was rendered speechless. A female 5-star alchemy god could actually fight on par with initial stage Dao realm powerhouses. This kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. Wasn't this Ning Xiu a junior version of Yi Yuan? With this, the group of 7-star alchemy gods finally understood why these geniuses all wanted to choose Yi Yuan. How could a barren place like Heavenly Eagle have some unparalleled genius? This Ning Xiu was definitely groomed by Yi Yuan. At the very most, Ning Xiu merely followed Yi Yuan for 1,000 years' time but had such strength. It was truly dreadful to hear. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost. This guy was truly a freak. Empyrean Pilljade somewhat understood Yun Yi now. This great-grandson of his had an obsession with alchemy Dao that normal people found hard to understand. Witnessing Yi Yuan, this major power, how could Yun Yi not be moved? If Yun Yi could really acknowledge Yi Yuan as master, it would also be a good thing to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Although he did not want to admit it, Empyrean Flutterfeather's talent was indeed greater than his. Now that he already lost to Flutterfeather, along with the Par-S Sage of Time, the likelihood of winning would be lower and lower. But Yun Yi's potential was far from exhausted. Once developed by Yi Yuan, Serpa Sing Empyrean Flutterfeather in the future was also not something impossible. Except, could Yun Yi really Par-S Yi Yuan's test? This season's Cloudpill Summit's disciple recruitment ended in such a theatrical style. Apart from Ning Xiu, the other 39 people directly left Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital afterward and sprinted for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Following that, the curtains were drawn for the Grandmasters preaching on the Dao that had a duration of half a month. A total of 14 locations was set up in the city, provided for 14 Grandmasters to preach on the Dao. Grandmasters preaching on the Dao could be said to be a welfare benefit. All of the alchemists in the city could choose the Grandmaster that they admired in their hearts, and listen to the sermon, without any restrictions. Lin Tong was a 5-star alchemy god from a remote imperial city. He hurried over to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital from a great distance just to listen attentively to Grandmasters preaching on the Dao. He did not have the qualifications to enter the inner city to watch the Cloudpill Summit. The reason why he came to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was for the sake of this final Grandmaster sermon. In the outer city, he also became acquainted with some people of the same profession and agreed to go and listen to Grandmasters preach on the Dao. Lin Tong, which Grandmaster's sermon do you plan on listening to? The one talking was called Song Zichuan, a good friend that Lin Tong made in this period of time. Lin Tong said without the slightest hesitation, "Is there still a need to ask?" Of course it's Empyrean Pilljade. He's an ancestor realm powerhouse, the Southern Border's #1 person. Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "Southern Border's #1 person? Your intel is really out of touch. Empyrean Pilljade lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather this time. The title of Southern Border's #1 person already changed owners." Lin Tong's eyes opened wide and he said in disbelief, "Empyrean Pilljade is an ancestor realm powerhouse. How can he possibly lose?" Song Zichuan had the intention of showing off as he said with a smile, "You don't know it yet, right? Empyrean Flutterfeather came prepared this time. He already broke through to Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, he defeated Empyrean Pilljade under the watchful gazes of everyone. The next Cloudpill Summit will be changing its name to be called LUS Traus Gold Summit. There's actually such a thing?" Lin Tong said in surprise. It was very hard for them all, these bottom-level martial artists, to get the inner city's information. It tended to be inquired from SCRA ping together what everyone had. Song Zichuan had some connections in the inner city, so the intel that he obtained was still considered more accurate. Song Zichuan said smugly, although Empyrean Flutterfeather defeated Empyrean Pilljade, their light during this Cloudpill Summit was overshadowed by another person. Lin Tong was shocked by this series of information until he stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth gaping. He said blankly, "Could it be that there's still an existence even stronger than these two mighty ancestor realms? Who, not to the extent of being stronger, but him Serpa Sing these two mighty ancestor realms in the future wouldn't be something hard." Song Zichuan said with a laugh. Lin Tong let out a sigh in relief and said with a smile, looks like a remarkable genius emerged in this Cloudpill summit. Many geniuses would appear in each Cloudpill summit, this was not at all surprising. Lin Tong naturally would not take it to heart. But Song Zichuan smiled disdainfully and said, Cloudpill summit? Who, among all the juniors partic? 1p18, this lord that I'm talking about is just a third firmament true god, also a 6-star alchemy god. He's an existence who already surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy gods and became a grandmaster. Not just that, all top 40 geniuses in this Cloudpill summit wanted to acknowledge him as their master. Lin Tong's expression became more exciting towards the back. After Song Zichuan finished saying, he chuckled and said, Brother Song, you're also exaggerating too much. A 6-star alchemy god surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy gods? How is this possible? When Song Zichuan saw that Lin Tong did not believe, he just smiled coldly and said, whether believe it or not, that is up to you. Either way, I'm planning on going to listen to Grandmaster Yi's sermon, farewell. Seeing Song Zichuan leave, Lin Tong laughed in spite of himself and shook his head. Song Zichuan blew his trumpet a little too hard. It was totally impossible for people to believe. Actually, it was not just Lin Tong. The alchemists in the city presently were no fewer than several hundreds of thousands. They completely did not believe that a third firmament true god could make two great ancestor realms be cast into the shade. When the Grandmaster sermon started, Yi Yuan's sermon site had the lowest count. There were only a scanty few several thousand people. Most of these several thousand people were very young. They were all alchemists that partic. 1p8'd in the Cloudpill summit. Preaching on Tao was different from alchemy battles in the end. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's strength was, his accumulations were also not as long as other grandmasters. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 6-star alchemy god after all. Hence, everyone did not have much faith in his preaching on the Tao. To many alchemists, this was an opportunity that only came by once every several thousand years. They were naturally not willing to waste it on a grandmaster who was young until it made people doubt. When Lin Tong saw the ocean-like alchemists around him, he was immediately greatly reassured in his heart. Song Zichuan, that fellow, was definitely bragging. Maybe he's also here listening to Empyrean Pilljade preach on the Tao himself. If that young grandmaster is really so formidable, everyone also wouldn't come and listen to Empyrean Pilljade preaching on the Tao, Lin Tong thought in his heart. On the first day of the sermon, Lin Tong was wholly enraptured listening to it. Ancestor realm powerhouses were ancestor realm powerhouses, the experience and knowledge, the preaching on the Tao, absolutely surmounted all life. Lin Tong's alchemy strength was already considered very strong in the surrounding imperial cities. But his strength had already come to an end. A measly little imperial city was already unable to let him improve further. By chance, he heard the news of the Cloudpill summit and rushed over to Cloudpill great imperial capital without the slightest hesitation. Now, hearing Empyrean Pilljade's sermon, it made him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. That sort of feeling made him feel like he might break through at any time. This is the strength of an ancestor realm powerhouse. This sermon might be my opportunity to break through. Lin Tong thought, being incomparably certainly in his heart. But right at this time, very soft discussions suddenly came from around him. Lin Tong's brows furrowed, and he turned his head, wanting to express his displeasure. When an ancestor realm powerhouse was preaching on Tao, they actually did not pay attention and were whispering to one another below. But upon turning his head, he was immediately stunned. Where were the people? Chapter 2048, Empty Alleys. Chapter 2048, Empty Alleys. Lin Tong listened very attentively and did not notice the situation behind him. But upon turning his head, he could not help but be filled with surprise. Behind him, the crowd that was originally in great numbers actually disappeared without a trace. That Grandmaster Yi is incredible. I heard that during his sermon, many people broke through on the spot. Yeah, I heard that Grandmaster Yi's sermon explained profound theories in simple terms. He made it very easy to understand. Sigh. I really had my eyes blinded by pig oil, To actually not go and listen to Grandmaster Yi's preaching on the Tao. Many people have already gone over. Let's hurry and go over. Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry up and go over. Those few people discussed and got up and were about to leave. When Lin Tong heard the few people discussing, he was incredibly shocked in his heart and secretly wondered if the Grandmaster Yi from these few people's mouths was the Grandmaster Yi that Song Zichuan spoke of. Seeing the few people leave, Lin Tong hurriedly stopped them and whispered, "Fellow Taoists, who is the Grandmaster Yi that you guys were talking about just now?" The few people looked at Lin Tong with eyes like looking at a freak as one of them said, "You don't even know about Grandmaster Yi?" Lin Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Daoist, please tell me." The other person said, "Grandmaster Yi is the youngest Grandmaster in the Southern Border's history, the youngest half-step ancestor realm. In this alchemy summit, he suppressed 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods with his power alone until they submitted. You've actually never heard of his great name before? Not talking to you anymore. I've already been stuck at the initial stage initial realm for many years. Perhaps after listening to Grandmaster Yi preach on Tao, it will suddenly dawn upon me." Done talking, that person left without even turning his head back, leaving behind the Lin Tong with a stunned face. Song Zichuan was actually not bragging, but how was this possible? Song Zichuan said that this Grandmaster Yi was only less than 1,500 years old. He actually stepped into becoming a half-step alchemy god and overpowered 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods? This was simply a figure in mythological stories. If it was merely like this, then forget it. It had nothing to do with him no matter how strong Yi Yuan was either. But now, Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao actually let many people break through on the spot. This was too incredible. Lin Tong harbored complicated feelings and slowly got up and walked over in the direction where Yi Yuan was preaching on the Tao along with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Tong discovered that more and more people were currently gathering in the same direction. This is too inconceivable. Can a 1,000-over-years-old young man really have such great rallying power? Lin Tong was still somewhat doubting. The Tianyu Plaza at the southwest was a very remote plaza of Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. The plaza was very small and could only accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Lin Tong could not move anymore after he walked halfway, because in front of him was packed full of people. On the roofs, on the pavilions, there were figures everywhere. Although the numbers were many, the entire plaza appeared extremely quiet, a pin drop could be heard. There was only a voice that seemed slightly immature in the plaza, transmitting over slowly. Just hearing a few sentences, Lin Tong's figure suddenly trembled, akin to being enlightened, all the pores in the body opening up. This. No way. I have to hurry up and find a place. Lin Tong's eyes swept all around hastily and discovered that it was already overcrowded. Helpless, he came to a slightly far-off rooftop with a few leaps. "Hey, Lin Tong!" Suddenly, a mosquito-like voice came over. Lin Tong had a look of surprise as he said, "Song Zichuan? You? Why are you here? Who could this person be if not Song Zichuan?" It was just that, didn't Song Zichuan come long ago? Why would he be in such a remote place? Song Zichuan had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "The places in front are all occupied by major families' disciples. I was originally at a place very close to Grandmaster Yi. Now, I was forcefully squeezed out." Finished talking, Song Zichuan switched to an amused smile and said, "Didn't you not believe my words, saying that I was bragging? Since you turned your nose up at Grandmaster Yi, what did you come here now for?" Lin Tong's expression was very awkward. But he recollected his thoughts very quickly and could not be bothered to argue with Song Zichuan. He wanted to listen to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao. Although he had only heard a few sentences, Lin Tong discovered that Grandmaster Yi's sermon was totally different from Empyrean Piljade's. Empyrean Piljade's sermon was akin to clouds, seeming near, but in reality far away. But Grandmaster Yi's sermon was akin to revolving around him. It was within reach. This kind of feeling was like there was a pair of invisible big hands hastening the influence, letting them understand alchemy Tao. Looking at your appearance, you should have discovered the difference of Grandmaster Yi's sermon, right? I only listened for a day and already broke through. Song Zichuan said with a smug look. When he saw the expression on Lin Tong's face, how could he not understand what the other party was thinking? When he first started listening, his expression was exactly the same as Lin Tong's. With this, Lin Tong could not resist visibly changing his countenance anymore. What? You already broke through? Lin Tong said in shock. Song Zichuan's strength was similar to his. He was also at the peak initial stage initial realm, just a step away from reaching the middle stage initial realm. It was just that this step was far too difficult for them. But Song Zichuan only listened for a day and already broke through the shackles. How could this not surprise Lin Tong? Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "That's right. Among those 5,000 people that came first, there were at least 300 people that broke through on the spot." Lin Tong was already unable to use words to describe the shock in his heart. This Grandmaster Yi was too amazing. He sucked in a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and started listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao, and he entered a profound and mysterious state very soon. Empyrean Piljade looked at the sharply declining numbers, his brows furrowing. This kind of sermon did not restrict the venue. People that were willing could go to several venues within half a month. But, in the past, his audience normally had more than 100,000 people. But now, there were less than 30,000 people. And the numbers were still declining. How keen was the divine sense of Empyrean powerhouses? He could feel that the people who left were all heading in the southwest directly. That place was precisely the place where Yi Yuan was preaching. Furthermore, Empyrean Piljade even discovered that it was not just him, but the numbers of people at other Grandmasters' sermons were also reducing sharply. The alchemists in the city were practically all gathered towards the southwest corner. Just how terrifying is this kid? Toward Yi Yuan, Empyrean Piljade presently only had a word to describe his sentiment: convince. Ever since the Cloudpill Summit started, Yi Yuan suppressed Empyreans, seized territories, and took in geniuses. Now, he also drew all of the alchemists in the city into his preaching field. He felt that the Cloudpill Summit this time was simply held for Yi Yuan. Although Empyrean Piljade looked down on these ordinary alchemists, he also understood that these people were not fools. It was impossible to all go to Yi Yuan there without any rhyme or reason. Yi Yuan's sermon definitely had areas different from others. No, it was not just different from the rest, but it had magical power. The other 12 Grandmasters, inclusive of Empyrean Flutterfeather, had the same thoughts as Empyrean Piljade without prior conversation. Empyrean Flutterfeather looked in the southwest direction and smiled bitterly in his heart as he said, "I thought that I already overestimated this kid. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him." On the third day of the sermon, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital had empty alleys. All of the alchemists listening attentively to the sermons all gathered at the southwest corner. It was densely packed with crowds around Tianyu Plaza. Chapter 2049, Sea of Law. Chapter 2049, Sea of Law. Turns out it's like this. Turns out that it's like this. In the crowd, Lin Tong's eyes became brighter and brighter. It was as if clouds and mist were scattering away in the dark night, with stars lighting up. Listening attentively for a day and night, he suddenly saw the light like pus. Plussing away the clouds to see the moon. The confusion in the past was cleared away by Yi Yuan little by little. Lin Tong gradually discovered that Grandmaster Yi's sermon was totally different from Empyrean Piljade's. The things that Empyrean Piljade talked about were vague and insubstantial. After listening, one would feel that it was very impressive. But after carefully experiencing it, they would discover that it could not be understood at all. But the things that Grandmaster Yi talked about seemed to be tailor-made for him. Where the Tao was, the meaning could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. No matter how high the realm, how powerful the strength was, if the things expressed were not correct, others could not understand at all either. And Yi Yuan was just like a teacher who was well versed in teaching methods, analyzing alchemy Tao with penetrating criticism. Especially to these bottom-level alchemists, it was even more beneficial. Regarding preaching on the Tao, Yi Yuan did not do anything if he was not preaching, but as long as he began lecturing, he would prepare seriously. Since those that came to listen to the lecture were mostly initial stage and middle stage initial realm alchemists, the content that he talked about was targeted at this demographic. To the current Yi Yuan, this kind of content was very simple and easy to understand. Expressing it was naturally very smooth too. But when others listened, it was like great Tao heavenly melody, being filled with wisdom. The aura on Lin Tong's body got stronger and stronger. A mysterious aura of Tao gradually descended upon his body. Amen. Hang on, what a mysterious aura. What's going on here? Lin Tong was greatly alarmed in his heart because he felt that the surrounding law undulations were too powerful. He currently felt like the sky had fallen. Boundless power of law surrounded him. It was like he fell into the ocean of alchemy Tao. Beyond the surprise, Lin Tong was more wildly elated. Seeing such vast alchemy Tao law was like entering a treasure mountain to him, so how could he return empty-handed? Hence, he frenziedly wanted to collect these alchemy Tao laws. Lin Tong listened very attentively. He did not discover at all that the current Qianyu Plaza scattered out with Yi Yuan as the center, and was already densely packed full of figures. This was an ocean of several hundreds of thousands of people, and among these people, there were many people who were the same as Lin Tong, all stuck at one point for many years, being unable to advance an inch. During this period of several days' time, many people's realms that did not move for many years finally broke through the shackles after listening to Yi Yuan's sermon. The plaza where Empyrean Pilljade was at did not have a single figure anymore. He also stopped preaching and entered meditation. But at this time, his two eyes suddenly snapped out, shooting out rays of brilliant light, gaze staring fixedly at the southwest corner. A boundless and vast power of law descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Cloudpill great imperial capital. Even separated so far away, Empyrean Pilljade also vividly felt that boundlessness. This vast power of law was extremely horrifying. Even when he broke through to the ancestor realm back then, it was also just a drop in the ocean compared to this. This is the sea of law descending, Empyrean Pilljade said in astonishment. Suddenly, his figure moved, Vonnie's HI plussing from where he was. At the east side of the great imperial capital, the plaza in front of Empyrean Flutterfeather was similarly stark empty. Suddenly, his eyes went wide, looking in the southwest direction with an astonished face. This is, Empyrean Flutterfeather muttered a sentence under his breath, his figure moving, immediately disappearing from where he was. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the Grandmaster's figure virtually all disappeared at the same time. It was not just them. How could the 7-star alchemy gods in the city not sense this vast power of law? All of them hurried over toward Qianyu Plaza. Flutterfeather, I'm afraid that this child isn't what your myriad treasure tower can contain, Empyrean Pilljade said calmly without even turning his head. Although his words were calm, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled bitterly in his heart, but his face was calm as he said, that doesn't need Brother Pilljade to worry about. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. This is Sea of Law. Alchemy Tao's Sea of Law. I didn't expect that this Empyrean can actually see this extraordinary view in my remaining years. The realms of hundreds of thousands of people more or less had advancements and triggered heavenly Tao, bringing down the Sea of Law. This kind of grand occasion is likely hard to come across once in 10 million years too, right? Empyrean Windrider said with vicissitudes of emotion. Grandmaster Yi is well deserving of the title of Grandmaster. Previously, we actually even doubted his strength. Looking at it now, our title of Grandmaster fails to live up to the title in front of him. Empyrean Lumen shook his head and said with a bitter smile. No wonder Grandmaster Yi can attract a full turnout of the city. His understanding of alchemy Tao is much deeper than us. The moment these words came out, the group of Empyrean secretly nodded. They only came here a short while. But just this short while, the things that Yi Yuan talked about, even they also felt endlessly beneficial. The content was superficial content. But the depth of Yi Yuan's understanding was completely not what they could compare to. In comparison, Their understanding of initial realm somewhat had the meaning of lapping up information without digesting it. An Empyrean shook his head and said, "This kind of grand occasion, probably only the medicine ancestor and that demon race's sacred ancestor can trigger it. It's just that with their ident. One ties, why would they preach on the Tao to these ordinary alchemists? Stop talking nonsense, the sea of law descending is a Ma's sieve lucky chance for us as well. Comprehend it well," Empyrean Piljade said in a solemn voice. Sea of Law, as the name suggested, was an ocean of law. How vast was alchemy Tao? It was hard to understand 1/10,000th of it in a lifetime too. But this sea of law was heavenly Tao's blessing. It was a Ma's sieve lucky chance that was hard to come by once every 10 million years. Even if Yi Yuan preached on the Tao one more time, it would also be very difficult to trigger anymore. This kind of sea of law, even to ancestor realms, it was also a Ma's sieve lucky chance. Reaching Piljade's level of boundary, even wanting to improve a trace was harder than ascending to heaven. But with the sea of law, they could feel heavenly Tao in close range. Breaking through would clearly be much easier than cultivating themselves. The group of Empyreans turned solemn in their hearts, hurriedly recollecting their thoughts and stepping into the sea of law, and started comprehending alchemy Tao. This sea of law descending, Yi Yuan naturally detected it long ago. This kind of major lucky chance that only came by once in 1,000 years, logically speaking, he should immediately stop and comprehend laws. No one knew how long this sea of law would last. But he did not. He kept on preaching on Tao and did not stop. 1 day, 2 days. In a blink, half a month was already up. Yi Yuan's sermon finally ended. Only then did he shut his eyes and meditate, starting to feel the sea of law. Grandmaster Yi is truly trustworthy. Grandmaster Yi actually didn't stop preaching on the Tao for our sakes. No can do. After this Cloudpill summit ends, I'm going to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City immediately to repay his grace of preaching. In the crowd, those alchemists were shedding tears of gratitude toward Yi Yuan. How much comprehension time that Yi Yuan had forsaken, they had a score in their hearts. Winning sincerity with sincerity, how could others not feel moved? But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to this. His mind and body already sunk into the sea of law, entering a state like an old well without ripples. A profound power of law revolved around him. Chapter 2050, Brink of Death. Chapter 2050, Brink of Death. Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul became a droplet of water, merging into his sea of law. Inside the vast ocean, Yi Yuan felt that he was extremely tiny. But merging inside, he also felt that he looked down upon the world. The sight around the plaza, he felt like he could actually have a commanding view of it, like a sovereign that controlled this world. Even if it was ants crawling on the ground, insects swimming in the water, Yi Yuan could also see their every move and action distinctly. This kind of feeling was incomparably magical. Could this be Ancestor Realm? No, wait. Although Ancestor Realm is miraculous, it's absolutely impossible to reach this kind of extent. Yi Yuan liked this current state a lot. Inside the sea of law, Empyrean Piljade, Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Blazing Sun, and the rest were all comprehending laws. Yi Yuan could even see the current situation of the laws around him. Among these people, the laws flowed the fastest around Empyrean Flutterfeather. Clearly, his comprehension ability was the highest among these people. The next was Empyrean Piljade. What Yi Yuan did not expect was that the one who was second only to these two people was actually Empyrean Lumen. Looks like Empyrean Lumen's age isn't that old among these grandmasters and still has potential. With his talent, with this experience of the Sea of Law, he'll probably be able to break through to the Ancestor Realm in the future. It's just a shame about Empyrean Chaoyuan. If he were still here, he'd probably be able to break through on the spot. But Yi Yuan discovered that no matter how he spied on them, they were unable to detect it. This kind of state was absolutely not what Ancestor Realm could reach. One had to know, these were all late-stage Empyrean Realm mighty experts. Furthermore, their divine souls were incomparably powerful. Even a trace of the rustling of leaves in the wind could not hide from their eyes and ears. Could it be that I'm currently spying on them through this sea of law. Which is also to say that I'm this area's heavenly Tao? The chance is hard to come by. I have to experience it carefully. Yi Yuan was amazed in his heart. It was as if he had fused into one body with heavenly Tao laws. He was heavenly Tao, and heavenly Tao was him, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and started comprehending heavenly Tao. Time flew by quickly. In a twinkle, a month went by. The group of Empyreans opened both eyes in succession, withdrawing from a meditative state, regretful looks on their faces. With this comprehension, they each gleaned considerable benefits. But this kind of comprehension was limited in the end. Their realm was not there yet. Indulging in the sea of law for a long time would make them blow up and die. No matter how strong Empyreans were, they were also not stronger than heavenly Tao. This level of sea of law was like an inexhaustible nories. Hi+ing liquid. Drinking a bit could make people full. But drinking too much, one would probably be excessively nourished by it and even potentially stuff themselves to death. But these powers of laws were already sufficient for them to digest for a very long time. As for those alchemists that listened attentively to the sermon, they had long already withdrawn respectively. Their strength was not able to withstand such a vast sea of law at all. I didn't expect that this sea of law actually lasted for more than a month, truly seldom seen. Mn. Yi Yuan is still comprehending? Empyrean Piljade said with a frown. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's realm was inferior to his and should have long withdrawn. Flutterfeather also had a look of surprise and said in a solemn voice, "This guy, doesn't he understand the logic of biting off more than one can chew?" The group of Empyrean was also greatly surprised. They all, these Empyreans, had already withdrawn and Yi Yuan was actually still indulging inside. Brother Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan's state seems to be somewhat amiss. Empyrean Purplewing warned. Empyrean Flutterfeather's face changed. Looking over carefully, he discovered that Yi Yuan's condition indeed seemed to be not quite right. The current Yi Yuan was seemingly like an empty husk, his body without any lease of life. No way. I can't let him continue like this. I have to wake him up. Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure moved and entered the sea of law once more, attempting to wake Yi Yuan up. But right at this time, a bolt of lightning the size of a bowl suddenly fell from above the 9 heavens without the slightest signs. Crack, crack, boom. Empyrean Flutterfeather's face changed drastically, a feeling of danger immediately welling up in his heart. How could he dare to hesitate at all? His figure retreated explosively at once. Right at that instant, his figure withdrew from the sea of law, and the lightning suddenly dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared before. Came swiftly, departure was quick too. But Empyrean Flutterfeather's back was already drenched in sweat. This. Just what's going on here? Empyrean Purplewing said with surprise. Looks like the sea of law can't be entered. We can only pray that Yi Yuan will be safe. Empyrean Flutterfeather shook his head and said with a sigh. That lightning earlier was too terrifying. It was as if it was the might of heaven and earth. If he was any slower, he would likely have already turned to ashes. But some Empyreans that found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eyes were secretly rejoicing in their hearts currently. Especially Empyrean Proudcloud, the joy on his face practically could not be concealed. The evil that people bring on themselves is the hardest to bear. This punk was assured that his talent is exceedingly high and really thought that this sea of law is his home's backyard, staying as long as he wanted to. Empyrean Proudcloud said with a cold smile. Empyrean Piljade was also secretly delighted in his heart. But he did not show it and just said coolly, "All disperse." Time slowly trickled by. The group of Empyreans naturally would not idle away here too, each seeking place and going into close seclusion. At this time, the Cloudpill summit already completely ended. But there were still many people gathered around Chenyu Plaza, looking at that figure on the high platform with concerned looks. Yi Yuan's sermon benefited everyone. There were always some people who felt grateful. Although they could not do anything, they could still be concerned about Yi Yuan at one side. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 2 months. 1 year, 2 years. In a blink, More than 2 years already, Pares said. Yi Yuan sat withered on the platform just like that, with no signs of life on his body at all. Many people all let out deep sighs, turned around, and left. There were already not many people in Tianyu Plaza. Sigh, how can this be? Grandmaster Yi is so remarkably talented. Why would he die here? We received Grandmaster Yi's kindness, but I didn't expect that. He died here. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Suddenly, a voice said with a cold snort, "Shut up. Grandmaster Yi won't die. He must be comprehending the heavenly Tao. There will come one day where he'll wake up." By the side, Song Zichuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Forget it, Lin Tong. Come on, it's already been 2 years. Didn't you see that those 7-star alchemy gods could only stay for more than a month in the Sea of Law too?" Lin Tong smiled coldly and said, "Heh, so what? Grandmaster Yi was able to trigger the Sea of Law to descend. So how can he possibly die here? Didn't you see that the Sea of Law is still there and didn't dissipate? Song Zichuan, if you want to go, leave. I must wait for Grandmaster Yi to wake up. Grandmaster Yi gave me a new life. Not seeing him wake up, I'll find it hard to set my mind at ease." Originally, Song Zichuan was Yi Yuan's most staunch supporter. But along with the time getting longer and longer, Yi Yuan's aura got weaker and weaker. Even he had no confidence anymore as well. Rather, it was Lin Tong who was extremely stubborn, insisting firmly that Yi Yuan did not die and must wait for him to wake up. Song Zichuan let out a sigh, turned around, and left. However, things did not develop according to Lin Tong's idea. This wait of his was 10 years. But Yi Yuan did not show any signs of waking up. Chapter 2051. The Superficiality of Human Relations H.I plus PS. Chapter 2051. The Superficiality of Human Relations. H.I plus PS. Duan Yunfei, have you trained Serene Cloud 300 hands 1,000 times? You dare to slack off here? Yun Yi looked at the Duan Yunfei currently basking in the sun, reproaching angrily. Duan Yunfei was the youth surnamed Duan who ridiculed Yi Yuan back then. When choosing a master, Duan Yunfei similarly joined in choosing Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. After their group of people came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, they joined the Pill Tower. It was just that according to Yi Yuan's instructions, they could only become medicine boys. Disregarding these miscellaneous chapter ORS, what they cultivated were also the most basic alchemy techniques. To these alchemy geniuses who were arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, this was simply something that could not be tolerated. They had to repeatedly do some dreary things every day. There was no time to cultivate at all. In their view, it was completely wasting time. This was not tempering them at all, but making fun of them. In less than half a year, more than 10 people left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After a year, another 7 to 8 people could not endure it and left. These genius disciples more or less had some background. Later, after they heard the news of Yi Yuan's demise, one after another left in swarms. Now that 10 years had passed, the original 40 people only had 3 scanty people left. Apart from Yun Yi and Duan Yunfei, there was also a young man called Yang Xian. Yang Xian was the 5-star group's 20th place, which was also the last place. But only he persisted until now. Even Luo Tianqi also immediately chose to leave after hearing that Yi Yuan fell. "Heh, brother Yun, if you didn't make me stay behind, I, Duan Yunfei, would have long left. A lousy Serene Cloud 300 hands, I've already trained no less than several tens of thousands of times. What use is there? Moreover, Yi Yuan is already dead. Is there still meaning in continuing to persist?" Duan Yunfei said with a disdainful face. Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Duan Yunfei, I kept on making you cultivate diligently, but you wouldn't listen. Reading a book 100 times, the meaning can naturally be seen. Refining pills is also the same logic. If you trained in the Serene Hand 300 hands diligently, there will absolutely be a different feeling." Duan Yunfei chuckled and said, "Enough of that. Merely a rank 1 or 2 alchemy technique. What kind of different feeling can there be? You already trained diligently for 10 years, but I didn't see that your realm had any breakthrough either. Forget it, forget it. I don't have the time to waste time here. Brother Yun, you're really not leaving together with me? By the side, Yang Shen said, Brother Duan, what Brother Yun said is correct. I also didn't expect that these foundational alchemy techniques still had such miraculous comprehensions in the past. If you cultivate diligently, it will really be different. Duan Yunfei gave a cold snort and said, What has it got to do with you? Do you think you can call me Brother Duan? Get lost. Yun Yi's brows knitted tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, You really want to go? Duan Yunfei said coolly, Brother Yun, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but no matter how great Yi Yuan's talent was, he also played himself to death. Your talent is currently the southern border's #1, but you want to waste your time here? Yun Yi heaved a sigh and said, Forget it. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Leave. It's just that, hope you don't regret it in the future. Duan Yunfei smiled and said, Regret? How is that possible? Brother Yun, the one regretting will be you. It's already been 10 years, yet Yi Yuan didn't even wake up. Do you feel that he can still wake up? Finished talking, Duan Yunfei left with a loud laugh. Yang Xian let out a sigh and said, Brother Yun, I really didn't expect that you could actually persist until this step. Yun Yi was somewhat lost in deep reverie. Hearing Yang Xian said this, he smiled slightly and said, Is it that in your eyes, I'm just a silk pants, and that I can't endure hards? HI plus PS and suffering? Yang Xian blushed. Clearly, he thought so. But in these 10 years, Yun Yi's actions and conduct indeed made him view him in a different light. He was the one among everyone who could bear the most hards. HI plus PS and also cultivated the most diligently. Even these rank 1 and 2 alchemy techniques, he had long already memorized them thoroughly, but he still practiced them again and again fastidiously. When everyone was about to leave, it was also Yun Yi who spoke up and urged earnestly. It was just that no one listened to him at all. Musing for a moment, Yang Xian suddenly said, Brother Yun, then do you feel that Grandmaster Yi can really come back? Yun Yi's gaze turned intent. Heaving a sigh, he shook his head and said, Honestly telling you, I also don't know. Yang Xian said in surprise, Then you're still staying here? Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, If it were 5 years ago, I still had some confidence that Grandmaster Yi can return. But it's already 10 years now. That side has already sent news that Grandmaster Yi's body is already totally without any breathing. It's completely the manifestation of not having any life force. The reason why I stayed here is that I felt that Grandmaster Yi wasn't just testing us. He was really teaching us things. Ever since arriving at the Pill Tower, I discovered that turns out one can cultivate like this. The things that we originally overlooked are too many. Yang Xian, I think that you also have the same feeling, right? Yang Xian nodded his head seriously and said, It's indeed like so. A towering SKYSC. RA per is constructed from its very base. We think that our alchemy talent is outstanding, but we neglected the importance of foundation. I think that for Grandmaster Yi to be able to have such terrifying strength at a young age, a very large part of the reason comes from this, right? Yun Yi nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. In these 10 years, Empyrean Pilljade called him back many times, but he refused to go back no matter what. He was waiting for a miracle to appear. Empyrean Flutterfeather looked at the Yi Yuan inside the Sea of Law. His gaze was extremely complicated. Yi Yuan, are you really dead? This Empyrean doesn't believe that you'll die in this matter. But, it's been 10 years. Why haven't you woken up yet? Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a sigh. Heh, Brother Flutterfeather came again. It's already been more than 10 years. You still haven't given up. This kid pried into heavenly Tao, his divine soul has long been wiped out already. You're actually still thinking that he can come back to life? Empyrean Proudcloud said with a snicker. Empyrean Flutterfeather's brows furrowed slightly and said with a cold snort, Proudcloud, these few years, the few of you went against the Peak Alchemy Meets Agreement and secretly ate Heavenly Eagle's territory. Do you really think that my myriad treasure tower is to be trifled with? Empyrean Proudcloud laughed loudly and said, Brother Flutterfeather's words are not right. Yi Yuan has already died. The places that Heavenly Eagle has jurisdiction over naturally became ownerless lands. Such a large territory, if those martial artists don't have medicinal pills, how to cultivate? We're also blessing a region by doing so, right? Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly cold and was just about to fly into a rage when suddenly, his expression changed, gazing toward the Sea of Law in alarm. But Empyrean Proudcloud laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, the Sea of Law has started dissipating. Brother Flutterfeather, you can help Yi Yuan collect his corpse already." Not far away, the Sea of Law that had been calm all along finally had activities. The vast power of law made the spiritual energy around Tianyu Plaza produce intense undulations. Rumble. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. The sky gradually became dim. In the SPACE where the Sea of Law was at, a violent storm suddenly swept up. Limitless heaven and earth spiritual energy closed in toward the Sea of Law frenziedly. Countless heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed to form a spiritual energy fog, turning corporeal. And this storm was formed with Yi Yuan as the center. Empyrean Flutterfeather was wildly elated in his heart. He then laughed coldly and said, "Collect corpse. Looks like there's no need anymore. I think you'd better think about how to give an account to the Alliance." Chapter 2052, All-Round Breakthrough. Chapter 2052, All-Round Breakthrough. How is this possible? Empyrean Proudcloud's pupils constricted, with his expression changing wildly, looking at Yi Yuan who was at the center of the storm in disbelief. This kind of thing should not happen at all. Yi Yuan, he, was actually breaking through? How could a person possibly last for as long as 10 years inside such a horrifying Sea of Law? The current Yi Yuan's imposing aura was extremely exuberant, with his life force thriving. How was there still any appearance of a dead person? 10 years had gone by. There were only a scanty few people left who were still waiting for Yi Yuan to wake up around Tianyu Plaza. Lin Tong was among them. Seeing this marvelous sight, Lin Tong's face showed wild ecstasy, his entire body was trembling in agitation. "Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Yi indeed didn't die. Indeed didn't die. I knew that he wouldn't die. He wouldn't die," Lin Tong said with near madness. In these 10 years, his mood fell to rock bottom bit by bit. He even could not hold on anymore already. But thinking of Yi Yuan's grace to him, he still persisted. Around Tianyu Plaza, one figure after another suddenly appeared. Those Empyrean powerhouses that had not left Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital showed up one after another. Actually, the majority of the Empyreans did not leave. They benefited a great deal inside the Sea of Law. Naturally, the earlier they comprehended, the more they digested. Hence, in these 10 years, a majority of the people all stayed behind in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. At this time, everyone's faces were full of marvel. They never would have thought that not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, but he also even caused such a huge commotion. Looking at this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough was not simple. This kind of commotion was far stronger compared to breaking through to fourth firmament true God. Grandmaster Yi really can't be gauged with common sense. Who could have thought that he was still for 10 years? Not only did he come back to life, but there's also even such a huge breakthrough. Empyrean Lumen lamented. Looking at this scene, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the circumference of 100,000 miles seems to have been drawn over by this Sea of Law. If it's all absorbed, even if a 7th or 8th firmament true God came, they would also blow up. Empyrean Blazing exclaimed in admiration. The commotion of Yi Yuan's breakthrough was too vast. Even if these Empyreans saw it, their faces changed slightly too. While this bit of spiritual energy was nothing in their eyes, when placed in true God realm, it was absolutely horrifying. He started absorbing spiritual energy. An Empyrean opened his mouth. Everyone held their breaths. They all wanted to see just how far Yi Yuan could go. At this time, in the center of the storm, Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon frenziedly and started swallowing like a whale. Yi Yuan thought, after 10 years of comprehending the Tao, finally I entered Ancestor Realm. According to my current account emulations, even if I break through directly to become a peak 6th firmament true God, there's also not the slightest problem. It's just that. I don't know if this spiritual energy is enough to use or not. Even so, the seals that his hands were making were not the least bit slow. 1 centiliter US tur of fog after another was directly absorbed into the body by him, and then being refined and stored in the origin pill. That was time. It was 1 centiliter US tur after another, and not trace by trace. With Yi Yuan's accumulations, he could have broken through to become a fourth firmament true God long ago. Presently, comprehending Tao for 10 years inside the Sea of Law, this was a lucky chance that bystanders could only look but could not catch up to. With his current accumulations, directly breaking through, even reaching to be a peak sixth firmament true God, would not have the slightest hidden danger. His aura rose steadily up, breaking through to become a fourth firmament true God without any surprises. Except, this was far from stopping yet. The current Yi Yuan was like a gluttonous behemoth, as if he could swallow the entire world in one mouthful. The speed of the spiritual energy condensing actually could not keep up with his speed of absorbing. Outside of the Sea of Law, the group of Empyrean powerhouses watched dumbfoundedly and tongue-tied. This. Absorbing spiritual energy like this, isn't he afraid of being stuffed until he explodes? Empyrean Proudcloud opened his eyes wide and cried out in alarm. Stuffed until he explodes? Who, you don't know, right? Yi Yuan has a perfect sixth transformation golden body. At the same time, he's absorbing spiritual energy to increase his realm, and he's also transforming his fleshy body. I'm afraid that he'll complain that this isn't enough. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Empyrean Proudcloud a sidelong glance and said with a cold smile. Finished talking, without waiting for Empyrean Proudcloud to be surprised, he reached his hand out and beckoned, yelling, Yi Yuan, this Empyrean will lend you a helping hand. An Empyrean making a move, the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to have been spurred, swarming over toward Tianyu Plaza frenziedly. Although Yi Yuan was formidable, his realm was after all too low. He wanted to gather more heaven and earth spiritual energy but lacked the strength to match his will. Suddenly, he heard Empyrean Flutterfeather's bellow, and he could not help brightening up in his heart. The surrounding spiritual energy actually turned into fine rain, falling down from midair. But this spiritual energy fine rain would not land on the ground at all before being directly absorbed by Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Brother Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. With Empyrean Flutterfeather's help, Yi Yuan's aura soared straight to the highest heaven, his fleshy body and martial Tao realm rising frenziedly at the same time. At the same time, his divine soul also started fluctuating already, and actually started absorbing the Sea of Law. Rumble. Above the void, lightning flashed. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, three paths breaking through at the same time. How outrageous was the commotion! Empyrean Proudcloud cried out in surprise. He's absorbing the Sea of Law. Is he mad? The other people's faces were also struck dumb with amazement. What was the Sea of Law? Putting it bluntly, that was a part of heavenly Tao. That was something that surmounted above all life. Even Empyrean powerhouses only comprehended inside too. How could they dare to show the slightest hint of blasphemy? But Yi Yuan actually wanted to absorb the Sea of Law. Ha ha ha. The sea is boundless. I'm only taking a grain of it. Absorb for me. Yi Yuan laughed heroically while absorbing the Sea of Law frenziedly, causing his divine soul to bolster up continuously. While he was unable to absorb so much of the Sea of Law, just absorbing a little and strengthening his divine soul was achievable. Dustless's voice suddenly sounded out, Yi Yuan, absorb more of the Sea of Law. Hurry. Yi Yuan did not have time to think too much. He just nodded slightly and poured a portion of the Sea of Law absorbed inside the soul-suppressing pearl. No idea how long had Par said either, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was practically absorbed clean by Yi Yuan. His breakthrough finally stopped. His now a peak fifth firmament true God. Empyrean Proudcloud's pupils constricted, looking at that figure that walked over in astonishment, full of disbelief. Yi Yuan did not even move for 10 years. The moment he did so, it was earth-shattering, directly breaking through two minor realms, reaching peak fifth firmament true God. One should not look at how it was only two minor realms. For the others, that required several thousands, even several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, before it could be achieved. How horrifying was the spiritual energy required. But Yi Yuan merely used 10 years. What they did not know was that Yi Yuan made use of this boundless spiritual energy and also broke through to the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. As for his divine soul, it even reached peak rank 6 already. This breakthrough could virtually use a complete remolding to describe Yi Yuan. The Empyrean Pilljade, who had been silent all along, his gaze flickered incessantly, and said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Yun Yi, that kid, he bet correctly. Who? Brother Flutterfeather, many thanks for your assistance. If not for you, this yeast breakthrough likely won't be so smooth." Yi Yuan took a few steps and arrived in front of Empyrean Flutterfeather and said while cupping his fists. Chapter 2053, Shedding All Pretenses of Cordiality. Chapter 2053, Shedding All Pretenses of Cordiality. At Heavenly Eagle, Duan Yunfei looked at Yun Yi with a look of awkwardness. Before leaving, he pledged in all solemnity, saying that Yun Yi would regret it. But now, it was him who regretted it. Yes, he came back again. After receiving the news of Yi Yuan's domineering breakthrough, he returned to Heavenly Eagle without any stop. Presently, the Pill Tower's administrator was Shen Yu. Toward these genius alchemists whose backgrounds were exceedingly profound, Shen Yu could not offend them either. He could only let them come back. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take these people in, how to decide it was Yi Yuan's business. He could not very well make a decision for Yi Yuan too. "Brother Yun, Duan Yunfei said with a bitter face. He persisted for as long as 10 years but did not expect to fall short of success at the last second. But not coming to try one time, he was also not reconciled to it. Maybe Yi Yuan's heart would soften and take him in? Yun Yi looked at Duan Yunfei and said with a sigh, "I urged you not to leave back then, but you wouldn't listen. You already held out for 10 years, so why was there a need to be anxious after that long?" Duan Yunfei revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, "Who could have thought that it would be like this?" At that time, the whole world firmly believed that Yi Yuan already died. Duan Yunfei never dreamed that not only did Yi Yuan not die, but also his strength improved greatly instead. He already received the news from the Duan family that Yi Yuan's domineering breakthrough at Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital shocked the world. Essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths breaking through at the same time, strength advancing by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into Ancestor Realm. Such a heaven-defying figure, he actually thought that he was dead for sure previously. Freaking hell, your father's head must have been kicked by a donkey. Yun Yi shook his head and said, "Although I don't understand Grandmaster Yi, it seems like this level of figure will surely be proud to the extreme. Previously, even though you weren't too diligent in cultivating, he might have taken you in consideration of your willpower. But you left halfway, so it's likely very hard for him to take you in anymore." Duan Yunfei's expression choked up. Yun Yi's words dealt a blow to him. 10 years of persistence were scraped in one day. Sigh, even if there's only a trace of hope, I also want to stay. Hope that he'll take me in on the account of my 10-year persistence. Duan Yunfei said with a sigh. He currently regretted it until his intestines were green, but there was no regret medicine to eat in this world. At least, his hope was much higher compared to Luo Tianqi those people. Ever since Yi Yuan's news came over, the geniuses that left previously, many came back again one after another. Presently, inside the Pill Tower, there were already close to 20 people. Toward Yun Yi and Yang Xian persisting like this, they were previously disdainful and scoff in derision at it before this. But now, they were endlessly envious of these 2 people. At the very least, these 2 people's chances were greater than theirs. Inside Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards Empyrean Proudcloud scorchingly and he said with a cold smile, "Brother Proudcloud, shouldn't you all give this Yi an explanation?" Empyrean Proudcloud gave a cold snort and said, "What explanation do you want? I've already sent the order. All of this Empyrean's forces will immediately withdraw out of your sphere of influence. Could it be that this still isn't enough?" "Not enough," Yi Yuan said firmly and clearly. Empyrean Proudcloud sneered and said, You say that it's not enough and so it's not enough? Don't look at how you're sitting on the seat of a grandmaster, thinking that you can really throw hands with this Empyrean. Yi Yuan said coolly, throw hands? You're fit too? You. Empyrean Proudcloud said, seemingly stifled. But Yi Yuan did not even look at him. Looking at Empyrean Pilljade, he said, Brother Pilljade, I wonder how you view this matter. From Empyrean Flutterfeather there, Yi Yuan had long known that this Empyrean Proudcloud and some of the other Empyreans were merely Empyrean Pilljade's lackeys. As long as he forced Empyrean Pilljade to lower his head, Empyrean Proudcloud naturally would not even dare to let out a fart. Empyrean Pilljade's face fell and he said, although younger brother Proudcloud was wrong in this matter, during these 10 years, everyone thought that something happened to you. According to the Alliance's agreement, your territory was a land without a master. Therefore, younger brother Proudcloud's crime is pardonable. Although Yun Yi wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master, this was this, and that was that. In front of such tremendous profits, why would Empyrean Pilljade care about a measly little Yun Yi? One should not look at how the places that Empyrean Proudcloud they all occupied was small. All of the Empyreans added up also reached 30% of the entire territory. Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital already lost the position of Alliance Chief and 10% of the share. So how could they still make any concessions? No matter how genius that Yun Yi was, he was also just a junior. His Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was such a colossal titan. Wouldn't grooming one or two geniuses still be easily accomplished? Moreover, even if Yun Yi failed to acknowledge him as master, could it be that he could not teach him? No matter what, he was an ancestor realm powerhouse too. Empyrean Pilljade still had this bit of pride. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, land without a master? Heh, want to act shamelessly is it? Looks like, you all won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Empyrean Proudcloud smiled coldly and said, what? Could it be that you still really dare to withdraw from the Alliance? Do you think that Brother Flutterfeather really dares to play such high stakes with you? Once you guys withdraw, that's contending against the entire Southern Borders alchemy world. You weigh the consequences yourself. The other Empyreans, including several Grandmasters, all secretly nodded. Yi Yuan said that he had more than a dozen pill formulas in his hands. He merely said it verbally, everyone would not take it seriously. But becoming enemies with the entire Southern Borders alchemy world, not everyone had this guts. After all, although Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, the Southern Border also had quite a number of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his. Empyrean Pilljade also said, Brother Flutterfeather, once you withdraw from the Alliance, it's becoming enemies with everyone seated here. Although Yi Yuan's talent is high, he hasn't grown up after all and isn't able to refine rank 7 divine pills. Is it appropriate for you to bet like this? His words were threatening Empyrean Flutterfeather, and similarly also isolating Yi Yuan. Heavenly Eagle was merely a small place. If Empyrean Flutterfeather did not accompany Yi Yuan could not stir up any waves at all. Brother Flutterfeather, you have to think thrice before acting, Empyrean Blazing Sun also urged. The few great Grandmasters, even Empyrean Windrider, were persuading Empyrean Flutterfeather. Only Empyrean Lumen was silent. Clearly, they were joining hands to apply pressure and also joining hands to suppress Yi Yuan. Once they separated Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, Heavenly Eagle would be a piece of fatty meat. The alliance before would not count anymore. Previously, the various Grandmasters were in a state of disunity and did not condense together at all. But the shock that Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time brought to them was too strong, making them feel an immense threat. If the Myriad Treasure Tower had Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan joining hands, who in the southern border could still suppress them in the future? Hence, they unknowingly banded up together. Everyone was currently chirping and talking non-stop when Empyrean Flutterfeather suddenly stood up. Gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, he said coolly, you guys are also looking down on me, Flutterfeather, too much. Since you all are so shameless, then, wage war then. From this day forth, my Myriad Treasure Tower will withdraw from the Southern Border Alliance. As for territory, all of us, each will rely on their own ability. If you guys can SNTCH territory from my Myriad Treasure Tower's hands, feel free to come and give it a try. Everyone's faces could not help changing drastically when they saw the situation. They all did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually so decisive. Chapter 2054, Great Battle Starting. Chapter 2054, Great Battle Starting. The matter of the Myriad Treasure Tower withdrawing from the Southern Border Alliance stirred up titanic waves in the alchemy world. As one of the several Leviathans, the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength was second only to the Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. But no matter how powerful, it was also merely one of the 7 Leviathans. Myriad Treasure Tower withdrawing out of the Southern Border Alliance was equivalent to waging war with the entire southern border. Although it was not a slaughter of real swords and spears, this kind of merchant war was even more intense than fighting. With the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength, could it survive under the besieging of the 6 great Leviathans and all of the alchemy factions? Empyrean Flutterfeather was too impulsive. For the sake of a measly little Yi Yuan, he's actually going to become enemies with the entire southern border. Grandmaster Yi is indeed impressive, can even say that it's also not overboard to call him the southern border's #1 person. It's just that one person's strength is ultimately limited. You guys still don't know, right? The 6 Leviathans already opened their shops all in the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. With this, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure might even have to come forward. The 6 Leviathans move so quickly. Empyrean Flutterfeather's intestines should be green with regret now, right? Everywhere in the southern border, the alchemy world was virtually all discussing this matter. In their view, Empyrean Flutterfeather's decision was too unwise. It was clearly plussing the Myriad Treasure Tower into the fire pit. At that time, it would probably need Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure to come forward and clean up the mess. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses normally did not intervene in the affairs of the secular world. But this kind of major thing, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure likely would not be able to look on either. But at this time, on Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital's Cloud Dream Mountain, golden light rippled, horrifying aura came out from it. Ziyu and Qingyun, 2 people, were feeling this undulation, being incomparably amazed in their hearts. Too strong, this is the undulation of Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Didn't expect that Elder Yi stepped into the Ancestor Realm so quickly and actually fought until he's evenly matched with Master who broke through to Ancestor Realm. Ziyu said with alarm. They looked down on Yi Yuan back then, but Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's battle thoroughly astounded the 2 of them. Alchemy intent resonance, that kind of spectacular sight was still vivid in their impression until now. Qingyun pursed her mouth and said, even if he broke through to the Ancestor Realm, so what? He still isn't Master's match. Master even defeated Empyrean Pilljade in this Cloudpill summit. The present Master is the southern border's #1 person. Ziyu also nodded and said, that's true. How can Yi Yuan possibly be Master's match? The 2 people were currently talking when that plussing aura was withdrawn. Yi Yuan and Flutterfeather 2 people walked out with big smiles. Ziyu, Qingyun, Chen Chang, and the few elders immediately came up to greet, curious looks on their faces. Master, it must be you that one, right? You're the southern border's #1 alchemy Dao person. Ziyu said brother Iming with confidence. Flutterfeather laughed loudly when he heard that and said, southern border's #1 person? Ha ha ha. My BUT Tarks isn't warm from seating yet and its S&TC head away by this brat. From henceforth, if a Heavenly Emperor doesn't come out, nobody can match him. Even those few old monsters who don't ask about world affairs are likely not Yi Yuan's match too. Flutterfeather laughed very joyfully, and he also said it very easily. But when it reached the ears of Ziyu and the rest, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. This meaning was that their master was defeated. How is this possible? Master even defeated Empyrean Pilljade in the Cloudpill Summit. Ziyu said in surprise. In their hearts, Empyrean Pilljade was powerful as stars in the sky, unable to be defeated at all. Now, their master broke through to the Ancestor Realm and defeated Empyrean Pilljade, who was the southern border's #1 person, an existence that nobody could defeat. But their master personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. How could this guy be so freakish? Flutterfeather laughed in spite of himself and said, I fought 3 rounds with Yi Yuan and lost all of them. The rank 6 divine pills that he refined already infinitely approaches end spirit divine pill. I'm inferior to him. Just like when martial Tao realm was cultivated to later stages, the span of the quality of vast spirit divine pills was also very huge. If divide vast spirit divine pills to lower, middle, and upper, 3 grade, then the vast spirit divine pills that the 2 people refined in the past were middle grade. After stepping into ancestor realm, the vast spirit divine pills that Flutterfeather refined already reached high grade. But the current Yi Yuan, when refining vast spirit divine pills, could already reach peak high grade, being only a step away from end spirit divine grade. If Yi Yuan's strength improved further, refining end spirit divine pills would likely be nothing difficult too. Of course, talking about it was easy, doing it was hard. After the ancestor realm, each step forward was far too difficult. Flutterfeather knew that Yi Yuan's talent was exceedingly high, but wanting to poke through this layer of windowpane paper within a short time likely could not be done. However, even so, Yi Yuan's strength was also sufficiently shocking already. At present in the land of Southern Border, if 8-star alchemy gods did not come out, likely no one could compete with Yi Yuan anymore. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to the Empyrean realm, he would be the true Southern Border's #1 person. Hearing Empyrean Flutterfeather's words, Ziyu, Chen Chang, and the rest all drew a cold breath. 3 rounds, Empyrean Flutterfeather actually did not even win 1 match. This showed that Yi Yuan already firmly suppressed Empyrean Flutterfeather in terms of strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Flutterfeather, don't flatter me anymore. You bet the myriad treasure tower on this Yi alone. This gamble is a little big. You're so confident in me. Flutterfeather smiled and said, they don't know your value, but this Empyrean knows. You could even create the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. So what do a mere few kinds of commonly seen medicinal pills count for? They all thought that you were bragging. When they witness your ability, I wonder what kind of expression it will be. In this game, I'll surely win and not lose. Why wouldn't I bet? Win the gamble and the myriad treasure tower will be the Southern Border's #1 major alchemy faction. All of them would have to bow their heads in submission. This Empyrean is already looking forward to the appearance of Pilljade, that old fogey lowering his head in front of you and me now. Ha ha ha. After saying all these, Empyrean Flutterfeather even roared with laughter. He did not know Yi Yuan's trump card, but he believed in Yi Yuan. Others did not know the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's terror, but Empyrean Flutterfeather was perfectly clear. Those fools, originally something that could be resolved by lowering their heads, they insisted on forcing Yi Yuan to fly off the handle. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Brother Flutterfeather is really a calculative demon, who, just based on your trust, I'll hand over these 15 kinds of pill formulas to you. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually beckoned and took out a pile of jade slips and placed them on the desk. Empyrean Flutterfeather's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, so many? He casually picked up a jade slip and sunk his divine sense inside, his expression changing again. Without the slightest hesitation, he switched to another jade slip. Continuing to look one jade slip after another, the expression on Empyrean Flutterfeather's face became more and more solemn. When he put down the last jade slip, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was akin to having seen a ghost. Sigh, this Empyrean thought that I saw through you clearly, but only when I saw these pill formulas, did this Empyrean know that I still underestimated you. Just based on these pill formulas, this Empyrean wants all of them to crawl to LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital and lower their heads to you and me. Talking about this, rays of brilliant light seemingly appeared in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Yi Yuan's trump card gave him boundless confidence. Empyrean Flutterfeather knew that this battle would cause a one-sided sanguinary slaughter in the entire Southern Border's alchemy world. Chapter 2055, You Can Get Lost. Chapter 2055, You Can Get Lost. Longwind Great Imperial Capital, Martial Tao was flourous. HI+ing, powerhouses countless. This place was in the scope of the myriad treasure tower's influence. Other forces could not stick their hands in at all. Of course, that was just limited to the Southern Border Alliance's rules that the other forces did not dare to enter. Now, it was different. Virtually overnight, long-winded Great Imperial Capital's medicine shops had a large bunch emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Purple Cloud Establishment, Swallow Pill Hall, so on and so forth. But the one with the biggest reputation naturally had to belong to Cloud Pill Establishment. Cloud Pill Establishment was a super faction that did not pale in comparison to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Its appearance symbolized a full-scale war between the Myriad Treasure Tower and the Cloud Pill Establishment, two great super forces. After these medicine shops were opened, they immediately formed a united front. Unified fixed price, unified distribution, unified sales. The objective was very simple: target the Myriad Treasure Tower and chase the Myriad Treasure Tower out of long-winded Great Imperial Capital. Ding Xiao, Cloud Pill Establishment's head shopkeeper, was skilled in management and had once chased all of 5 great Grandmasters' factions out of a Great Imperial Capital. Among them was the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Pilljade sending him to long-winded Great Imperial Capital was clearly to give the Myriad Treasure Tower a fatal blow. The news of the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border going to war already spread throughout the entire Southern Border. And long-winded Great Imperial Capital had an utmost significance to this war. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower was chased out of long-winded Great Imperial Capital, they would likely have to face an all-round defeat. At that time, a rout would be like a landslide. It would be hard for the Myriad Treasure Tower to have the strength to salvage the situation anymore. At this time, inside the newly opened Cloud Pill Establishment's top-floor hall, there was a large gathering. The various major forces shopkeepers were all gathered here, discussing the ways to target the Myriad Treasure Tower. Shopkeeper Ding, that Cho Tianyu is impervious to reason and advice. We've already lowered the prices 30%. Not only did he not lower the price, but he also announced to the outside world instead that after 3 months, the prices of all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills will rise 20%. I think that the Myriad Treasure Tower is taking the road to ruin here. Tranquil Heart Pavilion's shopkeeper said with a contemptuous look. The other shopkeepers also nodded slightly, showing visible delight on their faces. Originally they thought that it was a life-and-death battle. They did not expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower was too weak to stand up to the compet. One Tyon. Another shopkeeper reminded, Shopkeeper Ding, although we're fighting a price war, it's bound to cause long-winded Great Imperial Capital's martial artists frenzied and ATC Hing. At that time, the medicinal pills must ensure adequate stock. Ding Xiao nodded and said, Brother Lin rest assured, those big shots above know the importance of this battle and already order their respective factions 5-star and 6-star alchemy gods to go all out in refining pills. You don't need to worry about the stock of medicinal pills. Only then did shopkeeper Lin let out a sigh of relief and said, then this Lin can relax. After this battle, even if Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure takes action, the Myriad Treasure Tower's share will certainly shrink substantially too. This level of war, what it competed in was not whose household 7-star alchemy gods were more. Looking at the entire southern border, Empyrean powerhouses were extremely scarce too. Reaching this realm, everyone would find 7-star alchemy gods to refine pills in private, and not go to medicine shops to purchase medicinal pills. The truly Civ consumer demographics were the celestial deity realm and true god realm martial artists. They had immense purchasing power and also very high demands for medicinal pills. Hence, whoever that could capture the hearts of this group of martial artists would be the final winner. For the same of this long-winded battle today, Empyrean Pilljade united the 5 great peak holy lands and already prepared a certain kill strike. They would not give Empyrean Flutterfeather any chance at all. But at this time, Ding Xiao's brows furrowed and he said, that might be the case, but according to what I know, Cho Tianyu isn't such a foolish person. Even if they are confident that the quality of medicinal pills is better than ours, it's also impossible to take the initiative to raise prices. What I'm worried about is that they have other contingencies. Shopkeeper Lin laughed loudly and said, contingency? What contingencies are there? I heard that for the sake of this war, the big shots gathered all of the most elite 5-star and 6-star alchemy gods together. We're a level higher than them in terms of medicinal pills quality. When we achieve big success on our first operation in Longwind Great Imperial Capital, there will be no more Myriad Treasure Tower in the future. Yeah, shopkeeper Ding is too cautious. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower is strong, what do they count for compared to the entire southern border? Tranquil Heart Pavilion's shopkeeper said. Shopkeeper Ding is probably afraid of them rolling out some new medicinal pill, right? Who, my lord has long said before, even if they have one or two new kinds of medicinal pills pill formula in their hands, it will also be of no avail. Our medicinal pills quality is good and the prices are low. Martial artists aren't fools either, so why would they be drawn over by one or two kinds of new medicinal pills? Purple Cloud Establishment's shopkeeper said with a smile. Ding Xiao's brows gradually smoothened out and he said with a smile, it was indeed me who was overly sensitive. About this battle, this Ding has managed things for many years and completely can't see their chances of victory. Even if an 8-star alchemy god makes a move, it's also impossible to reverse the situation. At Pill Tower of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Lord Yi Yuan came. Lord Yi Yuan came to the Pill Tower. Yun Yi's entire body trembled. He knew that the moment of judgment had finally come. But the others used pitying gazes to look at Yun Yi and also pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Grandmaster Yi finally can't hold out anymore, right? Now, it isn't him choosing us, but whether we're willing to acknowledge him as master or not anymore. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower is defeated, if Grandmaster Yi wants to preserve his life, the best method will be to take us in as disciples and draw support from our factions to preserve his life. Otherwise, Heavenly Eagle's destruction will be near at hand. A shame about brother Yun Yi. With Grandmaster Yi's pride, he likely won't choose him no matter what. Everyone discussed with laughter. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of everyone. Yun Yi, Yang Xian, pays respect to Master Yi. Yun Yi and Yang Xian directly knelt down. As for the rest, they had proud faces, not having the intention of kneeling at all. Brother Yun, you still want to acknowledge him as master until now? Duan Yunfei said with a disdainful smile. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he looked at Duan Yunfei lightly and said, "Don't you want to acknowledge me as your master?" Duan Yunfei smiled and said, "Of course I want to acknowledge you as my master, but the winds of fortune changed. Now, it should be you begging me to acknowledge you as my master, and it's not me taking the initiative to have you accept me." Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Duan Yunfei, you're insolent. To actually be disrespectful toward Master Yi." Duan Yunfei did not care in the slightest and said, "Brother Yi, he might not even be able to protect his small life now. What are you still being so respectful toward him for?" Yi Yuan took no notice of it. He just smiled faintly, gaze sweeping across the other people's faces, and opened his mouth and said, "You all think so as well?" At this time, Luo Qianqi stepped out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Grandmaster Yi, as long as you're willing to take me in as a disciple and devote all your attention to teach me, my Luo family will definitely ensure your safety. You should know, behind my Luo family is Heavenly Emperor Dark Time." Another person, a 6-star genius, said, "Grandmaster Yi, my High family has a deep relations. HI+P with Empyrean Pilljade. As long as you're willing to accept me as a disciple, my High family will definitely put in a few good words in front of Empyrean Pilljade." In their view, all of them were now Yi Yuan's protective talismans. No matter how proud Yi Yuan was, did he still dare to not take them in as disciples? His best way out right now was to be everyone's master. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Qianqi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You're called Luo Qianqi?" Luo Qianqi clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Grandmaster Yi." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "You can get lost." Chapter 2056, Surprising Choice. Chapter 2056, Surprising Choice. Luo Qianqi looked at Yi Yuan with a disbelieving face. He was even thinking that he heard it wrongly. At this juncture, Yi Yuan actually still made him get lost. It was not just Luo Qianqi. The rest also looked at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. "Grandmaster Yi, I think that you haven't had a clear understanding of the current situation. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower is defeated, Do you feel that you can still be leisurely and carefree in this heavenly eagle imperial city still? Without the myriad treasure towers' protection, Empyrean Pilljade, they all will likely be the first to target you, Luo Tianqi said with a cold smile. He felt that there was a need to analyze the current situation for Yi Yuan. Otherwise, Yi Yuan might feel that he was still that high and mighty grandmaster. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Tianqi and said calmly, "You said too much crap. I asked you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" Luo Tianqi laughed due to extreme fury and said, Good. That day when you become a bereaved dog, I want to see what you have to be this arrogant. At that time, don't you regret it?" Finished talking, Luo Tianqi turned around and was about to leave. "Wait!" Yi Yuan suddenly yelled. Luo Tianqi's footsteps paused. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan, he smiled coldly and said, "What? Regretting it? It's already too late to regret now." Yi Yuan had a lazy appearance as he said coolly, "I asked you to roll, 1. Didn't you hear me?" Luo Tianqi's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, You dare to humiliate me? I, Luo Tianqi, am a member of the Luo family. Do you want to wage war with my Luo family?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, a terrifying pressure crushed over towards Luo Tianqi. Bang! Without the slightest strength to resist, Luo Tianqi was directly pressed firmly onto the ground by Yi Yuan's pressure. By the side, the pupils of Yun Yi and the rest of the true God realm martial artists shrunk, looking at this scene with aghast. There was nothing to say about Yi Yuan's alchemy talent, they prostrated on all fours in admiration. But they never would have thought that Yi Yuan's martial Tao was actually so strong too. Although Luo Tianqi was true God realm, pressing the other party on the ground, able to move just based on pressure, they could not do it. Yi Yuan did not have an overbearing personality. So if they did not want to acknowledge him as their master, then just leave. But this Luo Tianqi was too arrogant, using whatever Luo family to pressure him at the drop of a hat. Did Luo Tianqi really take him to be easy to bully? Even if Yi Yuan was made out of clay, he would have some anger too. "Whatever you're unhappy about, say however you like behind my back. But saying it in front of me, you're in the wrong. Starting from now, until you roll out of Heavenly Eagle, as long as let me hear one more superfluous word, you don't need to leave anymore. Don't doubt whether I dare or not. You can very well give it a try," Yi Yuan said coolly. Done talking, Yi Yuan withdrew his aura. Luo Tianqi felt like a giant mountain moved away from his body. But no matter how arrogant he was, he also did not dare to bet with his life. He could only keep silent and say nothing. He started rolling on the ground, rolling out of the city little by little. "Tianping, you send him out of the city. If he still dares to talk nonsense, directly kill him." Yi Yuan instructed the Ning Tianping beside him. Ning Tianping chuckled and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping looked toward Luo Tianqi and did not have the slightest sympathy. To dare posture in front of His Excellency, one needed to be prepared to have their face slapped by His Excellency. This guy did not even figure out the situation and dare to posture. He truly did not know what he was talking about. His Excellency even dared to throw hands at Empyrean Pilljade. Could he be what you, a puny little Luo family's celestial deity realm, can blaspheme? Your family's ancestor coming was more like it. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to posture in front of Yi Yuan? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth again and said, "I know that you guys feel that Heavenly Eagle is near destruction and feel that I should take you all as disciples to preserve myself. However, you're thinking too much. Back then, I said it very clearly at the Cloudpill Summit. If you want to acknowledge me as your master, you have to undergo repeated trials. I gave you all the chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourselves. Hence, Yun Yi and Yang Xian stay behind. The others can all scram." Yun Yi's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise. Duan Yunfei similarly had a look of disbelief as he said, "Grandmaster Yi, are you mistaken? Yun Yi is Empyrean Pilljade's descendant. You're actually going to take him in as disciple?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "What does that matter? A battle is a battle. Accepting disciples is accepting disciples. These are two different matters to begin with. It's you all who wanted to lump them together yourselves. I said it before, I first look at one's character when taking in a disciple, look at disposition second, and third is talent. If Yunyi was the same as you all, then even if his talent is higher than the heavens, I'll also make him get lost. But he's more of an alchemist compared to you all. His future accomplishments will also be what you all can only look up to. Yunyi's entire body trembled and actually wept from extreme joy. When he heard that the myriad treasure tower was breaking away from the Southern Border Alliance, Yunyi already despaired. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to take him in as a disciple. Who would take the descendant of their enemy as a disciple? But he never imagined that Yi Yuan gave him a huge surprise. Dong, dong, dong. Yunyi kowtowed 3 times in a row to Yi Yuan and said while shedding tears of gratitude, Master Yi, Yunyi will follow you in this lifetime and will never change until death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you could lay down your noble status and come to the Pill Tower to be a little medicine boy. 10 years of persistence is sufficient to see your sincere heart toward alchemy. Other people all said that I wouldn't accept you. Yet, I'm going to make the world see that his, Piljade's, descendant, will definitely surpass his predecessor. Yunyi had a resolute face as he said, yes. Yunyi definitely won't let Master Yi down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and turned to Yang Xian and said, Yang Xian, from today onward, you're the 4th disciple under me, Yi Yuan. Come, pay respects to your senior apprentice brother and sister. Beside Yi Yuan stood Bai Chen and Ning Xiu. Ever since entering the Heavenspan world, he only took Bai Chen, 1 disciple. Ning Xiu was the 2nd. Yang Xian had a look of agitation and knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Following that, he bowed to Bai Chen, Ning Xiu, and Yunyi. No one could have thought that the 2 disciples which Yi Yuan accepted in the end would be the Cloudpill Summit's first place and first place from the bottom. Yunyi's ident. 1 tie was special, so no one thought that Yi Yuan would take him in. Yang Xian was even more unremarkable and did not even have any background. Yet, these 2 people entered Yi Yuan's doorway in the end. Du and Yunfei and the rest looked at this scene, with their faces full of envy. With Yi Yuan's guidance, these 2 people attaining a higher level in alchemy in the future was highly probable. But they missed this opportunity. It was just that in this world, there was no regret medicine that could be eaten. What Yi Yuan said was right. He already gave them the chance, but it was they themselves who did not cherish it. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance's battle would probably last for 10 years, or even as long as several decades no matter how fast it was. And this period of time was sufficient for Yi Yuan to teach them many things. Even though no one thought that the Myriad Treasure Tower would win, they were still very envious. Alright, you all can go now, Yi Yuan said coolly. The expressions of Du and Yunfei and the rest changed, finally still leaving unwillingly. They did not dare to disobey Yi Yuan. Luo Tianqi was the best example if they disobeyed him. After everyone left, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, the 2 of you cultivated for 10 years. Are there any harvests? Yunyi bowed in salute and said, replying Master, Yunyi benefited a great deal. Those people capitalized on that they were noble and turned their noses up at this training. But they didn't know that Master was actually teaching us. 1. Get Lost Roll has the same word. Chapter 2057, What's Hard to Say? Chapter 2057, What's Hard to Say? Yi Yuan looked at Yunyi, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Someone who was not a fool or crazy could not see through his intent at all. Those so-called geniuses were short-sighted and only saw the benefits in front of them. Their achievements in alchemy would definitely be limited. They proudly said they were smart, but in reality, they were unbelievably dumb. Only fools and lunatics in those people's eyes had a heart that genuinely yearned for the Tao. Did those people think that talent could resolve everything? This was the dumbest notion. Without endless hard work, without great willpower, great resolve, why would the door of great Tao open to you? I only have hard work and foundation, these 2 words, when I teach disciples. You need to bear it in mind, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yunyi 2 people became solemn and hurriedly said, yes, Master. Disciple will bear it in mind. How could Yi Yuan not tell what the two people were thinking in their hearts? He said, what shortcuts are there to take on the path of the Tao? If you ask Master how to achieve the Tao, Master can only tell you that the Tao is under your feet. Being down to earth is the Tao. You guys saw Siyu radiated with splendor during the Cloudpill Summit, but you don't know how much hearts, HI plus PS and effort she put in at the back. Therefore, if you want to learn whatever pinnacle alchemy Tao from me, you can leave right now. I have nothing to teach you. The two people's faces changed, repeatedly saying that they dare not. But the shock in their hearts could not use words to describe at all. They were unable to imagine senior apprentice Sister Siyu's efforts. Then how much was sunk in behind Master's glory? Master, disciple understands. From today onward, disciple will lay down all pride and follow by Master's side. Yun Yi was not trying to calm Yi Yuan down. Those words made him have a feeling of being enlightened all at once. And these 10 years of bitter cultivation also made him more able to understand the meaning behind Master's words. Since that was the case, start over from the bottom then. It's just. Master, you and Empyrean Flutterfeather withdrawing from the Southern Border Alliance this time, is it really fine? Yun Yi said worriedly. He was not taking Yi Yuan's side, but Yun Yi was very conflicted currently. After all, one was his great-grandfather, and the other was his master. Whichever getting hurt was not what he wished to see. Ning Xiu smiled when she heard that and said, you guys are also looking down on Master too much. You'll understand his means very soon. 3 months Pares said in a twinkle. On this day early morning, a group of shopkeepers gathered at Cloudpill establishment once more. Ding Xiao said in high and vigorous spirits, gentlemen, we didn't fail to live up to expectations. These 3 months, we fought an extremely beautiful war. At present, we've already controlled more than 70% of this long-wind great imperial capital's market. Reaching this step presently, no matter how capable Chou Tianyu is, he's also powerless to turn the tables. Ha ha ha. I can finally report on the fulfillment of the mission. Maybe we don't need 10 years and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be thoroughly defeated by us, shopkeeper Lin said with a big laugh. Another shopkeeper said with a laugh, heh, that is inevitable. No matter how strong the Myriad Treasure Tower is, no matter how strong Empyrean Flutterfeather is, no matter how strong Yi Yuan is, it's also impossible to be the entire Southern Border Alliance's mat. The resources in our hands, apart from those reclusive forces, we occupy more than 50% of the southern border. If we lose like this, then we can find a piece of tofu to kill ourselves. Ding Xiao nodded his head and said, according to the news that I grasp, the most elite alchemists of the entire southern border have already been gathered at the back, refining medicinal pills without ceasing. These medicinal pills will be provided to us in an endless stream. We'll be able to extend out to the various imperial capitals with Longwind Great Imperial Capital as our foundation very soon. When the group of shopkeepers heard, they could not help being greatly roused. Controlling 70% of the market, it was also no wonder that these shopkeepers were all fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The major and minor factions present were likely no fewer than 40 to 50 in total. This virtually represented the entire southern border's pinnacle factions. Defeat, this sort of term, would not appear in their dictionaries at all. Even if Yi Yuan had some trump cards in his hands, in their view, it was merely eking out a meager existence and delaying the time of the Myriad Treasure Tower's defeat by a little. Oh, right. Didn't Chou Tianyu say that they were going to raise prices? Haha, I want to see who will still go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to buy medicinal pills after raising prices. Shopkeeper Lin suddenly thought of something and said with a big laugh. Things are bad. Things are bad. Shopkeeper Lin's voice had yet to fade when a manservant directly rushed into the hall and said in a great panic. Ding Xiao snorted coldly and berated, "What is it? Making such a big fuss over nothing, where's the sense of propriety? How could the manservant still care about being punished?" Pointing at the opposite, he said, "Shopkeeper Ding, things are bad. The Myriad Treasure Tower opposite is already almost packed until it's bursting. Those martial artists have all gone crazy, desperately fighting to purchase their medicinal pills. The martial artists that were originally here at our side have all ran over to their side now." "What did you say?" Ding Xiao's eyes went wide, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Why would those martial artists run to the myriad treasure tower opposite? The other shopkeepers' faces were full of a disbelieving expression. Their notion at this time was unusually unanimous, that this manservant was lying. The myriad treasure tower raised prices on all medicinal pills today. So why would martial artists go and fight to buy their medicinal pills at their place? What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Xiao said in a cold voice. Although he knew that this manservant did not dare to lie to him, he was still unable to believe it. That manservant had a bitter face as he said, "Shopkeeper Ding, even if you lend this lowly one a gall, this lowly one also wouldn't dare to talk rubbish." Plus Ding Xiao frowned and said, "Go. Let's hurry up and go take a look." As he said this, he took the lead and went down the building. When he just arrived in the audience hall, Ding Xiao was stopped by a few people. He hurriedly switched to a smiling face and went up to greet. These few were all their Cloudpill establishment's major clients and could not be offended. "Ha, Family Head Su, Family Head Ren, what wind blew you guys here?" Ding Xiao cupped his fists and said smilingly. These two people were precisely two of Longwind Great Imperial Capital's 5 major families, the family heads of the Su family and Ren family. These few months, Ding Xiao expended a Herculean effort and unleashed all of his abilities before prying them over from the myriad treasure tower's hands. Presently, these two major families' medicinal pills were all provided by their Cloudpill establishment. Family head Su smiled and said, "This Su coming today together with younger brother Ren is because there's something that we want to request shopkeeper Ding to help us with." Ding Xiao hurriedly smiled and said, "Easily arrange. You two are this Ding's financiers. I'll naturally offer my services. Is it that the medicinal pills aren't enough to use recently? No problem, I'll have servants send a batch of medicinal pills over right away." Family head Su waved his hand and said, No need. The Su family's medicinal pills for cultivation is enough." Ding Xiao said in surprise. Then, what did family head Su come to find this Ding for? Family head Su took a look at family head Ren with some difficulty. Family head Ren clearly had a hot temper and said impatiently, "What's hard to say? Shopkeeper Ding, this Ren and family head Su coming this time, it's to terminate our two families' contracts with the Cloudpill establishment. In the future, concerning the medicinal pills that our two families use for cultivation, we won't need to trouble the Cloudpill establishment anymore." Chapter 2058, The Opponent is Too Strong. Chapter 2058, The Opponent is Too Strong. What? You want to terminate the contract? Ding Xiao's expression changed, somewhat doubting whether he heard wrongly or not. Terminating the contract was nothing to the Cloudpill establishment. But to the Su family and Ren family, it was a big problem. Family head Su smiled and said, "Don't say it so unpleasantly." This Su went back and discussed with the family clan's elders and felt that the medicinal pills we ordered at our Cloudpill establishment are too many. So, how astute was Ding Xiao? He immediately realized that something was not right. Could it be that these two great families were pulled over by the myriad treasure tower opposite? But just what kind of conditions did the other party give, to be able to make these two great families terminate the contract at the risk of offending the entire Southern Border Alliance? The reason why the Southern Border Alliance was powerful was because they formed an one tie, bound together for good or bad. If any faction dared to offend them, they could completely force them out and not provide medicinal pills for them. This kind of outcome, even for a powerful city like Longwind Great Imperial Capital, it was also too much to bear. Ding Xiao's two eyes narrowed slightly and his tone became cold as he said, "Family head Su, family head Ren, do you know what the consequences of terminating the contract is? The consequences of offending our Southern Border Alliance isn't what you guys can bear." The warning hint of these words was already very thick. Family head Su's face changed, but family head Ren did not have that great of a temper. Snorting coldly, he said, "Offend, then offend. What's the big deal? It's already enough for our Ren family to cooperate with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Previously, we were bewitched by you. That's how we lost the initiative. This Ren hasn't even settled the score with you yet." The moment these words came out, The faces of Ding Xiao and the group of shopkeepers changed greatly. A measly little Ren family really had the confidence to lose all decorum with the Southern Border Alliance. Who gave him the confidence? The Myriad Treasure Tower? On what basis? When family head Su saw that family head Ren left no room to salvage things, he let out a sigh and said, "Shopkeeper Ding, truly sorry about it. To choose the lesser of two evils, my Su family seriously can't continue the cooperation with you. Your medicinal pills are simply garbage compared to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Farewell." Finished talking, family head Su cupped his fists and directly left. Family head Ren naturally would not stay either, following family head Su and leaving the Cloudpill establishment. Ding Xiao stood there, his expression gloomy and erratic. Garbage. Several dozen factions, gathered the most elite alchemists, the medicinal pills refined were actually called garbage? Ding Xiao was unable to accept this fact. He wished to rush up and tear family head Su's mouth into pieces. Would he believe this kind of lousy reason? This. Just what's going on here? What in the world did the Myriad Treasure Tower do? Shopkeeper Ling lost his previous composure long ago, astonishment on his face. The others also had panic looks. Clearly, they were completely mentally unprepared about this sudden change. Who could have thought that their 3 months of hard work, the Myriad Treasure Tower only used one morning and completely overturned the situation? However, these Su and Ren Tu families were just the beginning. Following that, one batch after another of big and small family factions actually all came to pay a visit and terminate their contracts. Not just Cloudpill Establishment, but also Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Purple Cloud Establishment, and the rest. The orders that they previously negotiated practically all fell short of success at the last step now. Continuously for an entire day, they spent it in the midst of being utterly exhausted from overwork. It was only all the way until the evening, when a series of medicinal pills were presented in front of the shopkeepers, did they know why family head Su called their medicinal pills garbage. These. What are all these medicinal pills? Where did the Myriad Treasure Tower get the pill formulas? To actually be able to refine so many terrifying medicinal pills? When shopkeeper Lin was talking, his entire body was quivering. He had galloped across the market all his life and had yet to encounter such a powerful enemy before. The other party did not use any management methods at all and did not need any roping in or stomping at all, and completely did not need deliberate marketing. Once the medicinal pills were out, all of the opponents were directly crushed. This was absolute strength. It did not require that many flashy methods at all. Just like an Empyrean powerhouse dealing with a true God realm, what schemes or intrigues did they need to use? One completely did not need such a thing, simply throwed a big slap over, directly pulverizing all of them. This should be the evolved version of the Buddha Jade Pill, right? This is the evolved version of the Chaos Origin One Breath Pill? My God. Virtually all of the common medicinal pills in the market all have evolved versions. A shopkeeper said with a bitter smile, they directly advanced medicinal pills by an era. Compared to these medicinal pills, ours are indeed rubbish. Plus this. How to still compete? Even if we have several hundred parties teaming up, we're also not the Myriad Treasure Tower's match. This kind of opponent isn't on the same level at all. The boundless enthusiasm from the morning was long gone without a trace already. These shopkeepers all seemed to be like eggplants. Hit by frost, being unable to perk up at all. Combining 6 great peak holy lands coupled with several dozen major factions, such a long period of meticulous planning, it was completely a joke. Ding Xiao let out a slight sigh and said, "This matter is already not what we can influence. It's better to leave it to the lords to go worry about it. Our opponent is too powerful." The current Ding Xiao had a feeling of all hopes being dashed to pieces. He had sunk and risen all his life, and exchanged blows with countless powerful opponents before. It could be said to be emerging victorious in every battle. But this time, he felt powerless. Crossing swords with this kind of opponent, one did not have any chance at all. He could feel that there was seemingly a giant shadow behind the Myriad Treasure Tower, manipulating this war. That person was Yi Yuan, Grandmaster Yi. In front of Grandmaster Yi, Ding Xiao felt like he was just like a child. No matter how you fought with flashy moves, the other party did not take you seriously at all. Although he said to leave it to the various lords verbally, actually, Ding Xiao understood in his heart that this war, the Southern Border Alliance already completely lost. Even if it was the 6 great grandmasters joining hands, they were also unable to salvage this kind of declining trend. Unless they could join hands and take out a batch of even more advanced medicinal pills. Except, how was that possible? Even if the medicine ancestor took action, he might not be able to do it too. One bad news after another flew to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital like scraps of paper. All of Longwind Great Imperial Capital's Cloudpill establishment's medicinal pills cannot be sold and we are already unable to sustain our expenditure. Shopkeeper Ding requests to withdraw from Longwind Great Imperial Capital. Lingyun Great Imperial Capital's Cloudpill establishment has already gone bankrupt. Shopkeeper he requests to withdraw. Autumn Day Great Imperial Capital's Tranquil Heart Pavilion has already gone out of business. Shopkeeper Feng requests to withdraw. In the audience hall, Empyrean Pilljade's expression was grim until it was virtually about to drip water. Among these intel, many places were not the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory, but the 6 Great Holy Lands territory. It was as if the Myriad Treasure Tower opened up throughout the entire southern border's Great Imperial Capitals overnight. Furthermore, they only used an extremely short time and made the Southern Border Alliance crumble like cruise. HI plussing dead leaves. The Myriad Treasure Tower's new medicinal pills were too domineering. As long as one was not a fool, they would definitely choose the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills. So what if prices rose? Even if it rose 20% the price, the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills cost performance was still a great deal higher than ordinary medicinal pills. This war already did not have suspense. Chapter 2059, All-Round Defeat. Chapter 2059, All-Round Defeat TT This. How can this be? Brother Pilljade, you mustn't leave us alone to die. Yi Yuan he is definitely taking revenge on us. Hearing one news after another transmitting over, Empyrean Proudcloud looked like he lost his wits. The Southern Border Alliance was actually all-round defeated within a short half a month's time. Especially his territory, it was shockingly already a severely hit area. The Myriad Treasure Tower even did a 3% discount in his territory. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were very plentiful. This kind of situation absolutely could not be seen elsewhere. Because right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills were extremely sought after. Even if it rose 20% in price, it was still hard to seek out a single pill. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was well prepared this time, they could not stand up to the tidal water-like martial artists. No matter how many the medicinal pills were, it was also impossible to satisfy the requirements of all martial artists. After all, there were too many martial artists and too few alchemists. Hence, Empyrean Proudcloud's territory was virtually crushed by the Myriad Treasure Tower already. His medicine shops could not continue operating anymore. Even a blind person could also tell that the Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan were deliberately squelching Empyrean Proudcloud. Empyrean Pilljade's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "How to save you? Our 6 great holy lands already can't save ourselves now, and you're still counting on us to go and save you? Didn't you hear?" Just earlier, East Fence Great Imperial Capital had already completely fallen and became the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. East Fence Great Imperial Capital was a very important Great Imperial Capital in Empyrean Pilljade's hands. Its status was similar to that of the Myriad Treasure Tower's Longwind Great Imperial Capital. Even East Fence Great Imperial Capital had fallen into enemy hands. It could be imagined how dangerous the current situation was. At this time, Empyrean Wenlan could not resist saying, "Humph, Proudcloud, you still have the cheek to say that. If not for you, this kind of situation also wouldn't have appeared. Back then, if you lowered your head to Yi Yuan, how can we get into such a mess?" His losses were also extremely devastating, his mood very bad. Seeing Empyrean Proudcloud jump out, he finally could not resist bursting out. Empyrean Proudcloud said in a great rage, "Wenlan, you're shooting me at this time now? Back then, I wonder who was it that banged his fist on the table and yelled bravo, and even said that they wanted a share of the loot. Empyrean Wenlan was stifled, but he was unable to refute Empyrean Proudcloud. When Yi Yuan withdrew from the Southern Border Alliance, Empyrean Wenlan clapped his hands and cheered at that time. Furthermore, in the beginning, because of face, he was embarrassed said to make a move to swallow Yi Yuan's territory. But later, he had indeed reached his hands out to Yi Yuan's territory. Enough! Empyrean Pilljade yelled furiously and said, "What's the use of arguing now? If you have the time, then why not think about how to salvage our position in this declining state?" Empyrean Windrider said, "Right now, it isn't just the problem of defeat. For the sake of the operation this time, we've virtually mobilized all of the Southern Border's elite alchemists and refined large batches of medicinal pills. If these medicinal pills are unable to be sold, they will rot inside the warehouses." Empyrean Blazing Sun also said with a solemn face, "This time is different from the past. As long as medicinal pills are stored properly, they will always sell. But these medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out have already rolled out across the board in the Southern Border. Once they become conventional medicinal pills, our medicinal pills won't be able to sell at all." Empyrean Lumen let out a slight sigh, and said, "I urged you all back then, but you all wouldn't listen. Now, it's too late to regret." The others were silent. Empyrean Lumen warned them back then, saying that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was extremely deep, creating several kinds of new pill formulas was not a problem. But no one believed. It was just that Empyrean Lumen was still extremely shocked in his heart. He thought that he already thought highly of Yi Yuan. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's performance still exceeded his imaginations. As soon as these medicinal pills emerged, it was like martial artists cleansing their marrows, making the entire Southern Border's alchemy world have an overall reorganization. To the 6 great holy lands, the blow was close to catastrophic. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze flicked, and he opened his mouth and said, "Now that it has come to this, we already don't have a way out. Order all medicine shops to lower the prices of medicinal pills by half. If it really doesn't work, then drop it to 40%, 30%. Since we can't beat them in terms of quality, we'll use price to force them into a corner." Can such a colossal Southern Border alliance be defeated by a mere one person? Then wouldn't we all become laughingstocks? Hearing Empyrean Pilljade's words, the other people's minds quivered. Losing a little was much better than medicinal pills rotting in the warehouse. The Southern Border Alliance used too much strength this time. The one-off medicinal pills refinement was roughly enough for the various major factions to sell for as long as 10 years. But this kind of method was a typical example of harming others without benefits. It was too shameless. It was just that reaching this point, these heavyweights would not care about whether it was shameless or not. Therefore, a drawn-out fierce battle unfolded between the Southern Border Alliance and Myriad Treasure Tower. The Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills were indeed unparalleled under the heavens, refres. HI plusing the understanding of all martial artists. As soon as the more than 10 kinds of medicinal pills were rolled out, it immediately swept through the entire Southern Border, with sky-high praises. In contrast, the Southern Border Alliance's medicinal pills were too lousy. However, one could not help that they were shameless. If the Myriad Treasure Tower was selling their medicinal pills for 100,000 high-grade divine essence stones, then the Southern Border Alliance only sold theirs for 50 or even 30,000 high-grade divine essence stones. This was still very attractive to some bottom-level martial artists. For some time, both parties were stalemated there. This seesaw battle lasted until the 5th year. Finally, the balance was broken by a series of news. Firstly, Empyrean Chaoyuan came out of seclusion and announced to join the Myriad Treasure Tower's camp. The second news, the Beitang ancient family and 7 great ancient families that were reclusive similarly announced to join the Myriad Treasure Tower's camp. Although Empyrean Chaoyuan was an itinerant cultivator, the forces under his command still could not be underestimated. Exiting seclusion this time, he broke through to the half-step ancestor realm. This kind of strength was an apex existence even when placed in the entire Southern Border. No one dared to overlook him. And the addition of the Beitang and other ancient families gave the Southern Border Alliance the most lethal blow. The 7 great ancient families, Each family was an ancient family at the Mount Tai level of the southern border's alchemy world. Their strength even did not lose to the 7 great peak Holy Lands. With their support, the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength immediately soared by a great deal. To the Myriad Treasure Tower, the most important was the problem of resources. After all, it was hard for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. But although these reclusive ancient families were obscure, they had tremendous influence in terms of resources. With this kind of confidence, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not afraid of fighting a protracted war at all. You lower your price, I want to see until when you can do so. When it reached the 8th year, the Southern Border Alliance finally started collapsing. Firstly, a batch of medium and small factions could not bear the stalling and started going out of business one after another. The resources grasped in their hands were far too lacking compared to those peak Holy Lands. Right on the heels of that, some Grandmasters' factions also gradually started going bankrupt. Later on, even a major force like the Cloudpill establishment also started to not be able to hold on anymore. In the 9th year, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's city Lord Manor was overcast with dark clouds. Fatigue and helplessness were written all over the faces of all of the heavyweights. Brother Pilljade, we can't continue like this. Carrying on like this, the entire southern border will become the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. Empyrean Remote Knight said with a mournful look. Yeah, this war is a bottomless hole. If we keep dragging on, the resources that we accumulated over a long time will all be gone. Another Empyrean was practically crying. Chapter 2060, Lowering Head. Chapter 2060, Lowering Head. Among the Empyrean powerhouses present, which one did not have abundant net worth? In these hundreds of thousands of years, the Southern Border Alliance monopolized more than 70% of the entire Southern Border's medicinal pills market. The wealth accumulated was incomparably abundant. It was just that no matter how abundant, they also could not feed into a bottomless hole. Moreover, although their business was huge, the majority of what they gained had to be contributed to Heavenly Emperor Bodamanders. Without the protection of Heavenly Emperors, they were nothing. Just like the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was precisely because their back was resting against Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure that Flutterfeather had this confidence to make a clean break from the Southern Border Alliance. Otherwise, why would these people fight what trade war with Empyrean Flutterfeather? They would have directly called up a bunch of Empyrean powerhouses and annihilated the Myriad Treasure Tower. Over 9 years, these people felt deeply fatigued. Fighting a war that could never be won had no meaning whatsoever. Especially that Empyrean Chaoyuan and the 7 great reclusive ancient families making a move dealt an even more lethal blow to them. Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Really DM and it all to HL. I didn't expect that they actually made the 7 great reclusive families come into being unknowingly. Truly off by one move." Empyrean Blazing Sun sighed and said, "The chips in their hands are too strong. Even for the 7 great reclusive ancient families, it's also impossible to not be moved when they see these medicinal pills. After all, that represents strength. The power of medicinal pills was too strong. It could even create a great ancient family within a short few thousand years. Just like Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, celestial deities were already everywhere within a short few hundred years just based on Yi Yuan alone. Recalling when Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Eagle back then, their celestial deity realm powerhouses were merely just 2 people. This was the power of medicinal pills. The Myriad Treasure Tower bringing out so many epoch-making medicinal pills in one go, how could reclusive ancient families possibly not be moved? Sigh, now that it has come to this, saying any more is useless. In my view, we'd better lower our heads to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Windrider let out a sigh and said. He and Empyrean Lumen were the best of friends. Back then, Empyrean Lumen urged him to not get involved in this messy situation. But in front of tremendous profits, Empyrean Windrider still failed to resist in the end. Of course, more importantly was that he completely did not believe that a puny little Yi Yuan could make the entire southern border change skies. But now, reality gave him a merciless slap. The southern border's sky really change. With this war, the Southern Border Alliance suffered a great loss in vitality. In the future, They could only look up to the myriad treasure tower for direction. Empyrean Windrider's words ked everyone's nerves all at once. Lower heads, these two words were something that they had always had on the tip of their tongues but did not dare to say out to. Which of those present were not important figures that made the southern border tremble when they stomped their feet? Saying lowering their heads, this sort of phrase, out of their mouths represented humiliation. In reality, how could they not tell that this war was hopeless long ago? What made them hold on until now was face. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own forces. They would rather cause mutual destruction to both sides with the myriad treasure tower than be willing to lower their heads. But, reaching today, they still had to lower their heads in the end. No way. Our southern border alliance unified the southern border's alchemy world, but now, we have to lower our heads to the myriad treasure tower. In the future, who will still think highly of our southern border alliance? Empyrean Proudcloud was the first one to jump out to object. Of course, he said it with a strong sense of righteousness, but everyone knew what he was plotting. It was just that the words he said were also that nerve which everyone felt the most pain. Everyone was silent and did not speak. The muscles on Empyrean Piljade's face twitched. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally slowly closed his eyes and said, "Proudcloud, this matter was caused by you, so you go to the myriad treasure tower and lower your head to acknowledge full. In addition, younger brother Windrider, the negotiations with the myriad treasure tower, the full authority will be handed to you. Remember, it's us admitting defeat to the myriad treasure tower, and not admitting defeat to Yi Yuan." When Empyrean Proudcloud heard that, his face immediately turned ashen, a sense of disgrace instantly welling up in his heart. This was Empyrean Piljade's action of sacrificing the knights in order to save the queen. Empyrean Proudcloud was unwilling, but he had no choice. Breaking away from the southern border alliance. Yi Yuan had this confidence, but he, Proudcloud, did not. Once he broke away from the southern border alliance, his outcome would be being swallowed by everyone present until not even dregs remained. In the 10th year of the fierce fighting, the southern border alliance finally lowered their proud heads and conceded defeat to the myriad treasure tower. On this day, Empyrean Windrider brought a group of Empyrean powerhouses and came to Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital to negotiate with Empyrean Flutterfeather. But Empyrean Flutterfeather hung them out to dry for as long as a month. In a pavilion halfway up Cloud Dream Mountain, several figures were currently drinking and chatting away merrily. A drunkard old man lauded with praises unceasingly, "Fine wine, truly fine wine. Little friend Yi is well deserving of the title of Grandmaster. Drinking this dreamlike wine is really like being wrapped in a dream." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Brother Beitang likes it, I'll order people to bring a few vats over later. But this alcohol isn't easy to brew. This Yi can't take much out either." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that and said with joy, "Is this for real?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Could this Yi still bluff Brother Beitang?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "Then this Empyrean won't be courteous with you." This old man was precisely Beitang ancient family's alchemy master, Beitang Li, whose alchemy strength virtually reaching the grand completion Dao realm. It was just that the Beitang family tended to be low profile, so it was not known by outsiders. When the others saw the situation, they also asked for the dreamlike wine from Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan naturally satisfied them one by one. The dreamlike wine indeed had a superb taste. Even people who did not like to drink alcohol also loved it so much that they could not bear to part with it. The 7 great ancient families rendered great assistance to the myriad treasure tower this time. Yi Yuan naturally did not stint to give some small gifts as reciprocatory gifts. Empyrean Flutterfeather also felt vicissitudes of emotion at one side. Even before starting the war, he also never thought that only using 10 years, the myriad treasure tower made the southern border alliance bow their heads in submission like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaf. His initial plan was for the myriad treasure tower to be able to gain a firm foothold under the pincer attack of the southern border alliance. This was already his highest estimated result. Who knew that the pill formulas Yi Yuan took out directly swept throughout the entire southern border, and the formulas even forced out the 7 great ancient families that had always been reclusive. These 7 great ancient families were not the myriad treasure tower going to beg them one by one, but them taking the initiative to come and implore. The attraction of these pill formulas was seriously too great. Back then, when these 7 great ancient families found the myriad treasure tower, Empyrean Flutterfeather said that these pill formulas were Yi Yuan's. They refused to believe no matter what and thought that the myriad treasure tower was Shuri's. Plussing their own old broomstick. Later, Beitang and the rest were unconvinced and challenged Yi Yuan and were wrecked by Yi Yuan until they returned in great defeat. Only then did they believe that the pill formulas were Yi Yuan's. However, this was also making friends after a fight. Right now, Beitang and the 7 great ancient families had the greatest esteem for Yi Yuan and already were friends in spite of the differences in age. With the allying of the 7 great ancient families, the Southern Border Alliance became too weak to stand up to compet. 1 Taion. After 3 rounds of drinking, Beitang Li chuckled and said to Yi Yuan, "Younger brother Yi, our friends. Hi+P is friends. Hi+P, business is business. You look, the Southern Border Alliance has already lowered their heads, shouldn't our agreement take effect too?" Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Elder brother Beitang is really anxious. Would this Yi be a stingy person? The pill formulas will be presented right away." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out a bunch of jade slips and distributed them respectively to the 7 great ancient families' representatives. Chapter 2061, Admitting Defeat. One should have the manner of admitting defeat. Chapter 2061, Admitting Defeat. One should have the manner of admitting defeat. It was naturally impossible for the 7 great ancient families to help the myriad treasure tower for no reason. These ancient families did not emerge and did not take part in the conflicts of the world. Since they took part, it was naturally that something that moved them had appeared. And this thing was the pill formulas in Yi Yuan's hands. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with the 7 great families. As long as the Southern Border Alliance lowered their heads, he was willing to distribute the pill formulas to the 7 great ancient families. Each ancient family would get 2 pill formulas. Of course, Yi Yuan would not treat Empyrean Chao Yuan shabbily either. Beitang carefully put away the pill formula, an appearance of having obtained a priceless treasure. The pill formulas of these conventional medicinal pills could maintain a major family's long-term prosperity. How could he, Beitang Li, not be careful? Little friend Yi is indeed trustworthy. Before I made this trip, family head already said that in the future, you're my Beitang family's retainer elder. You keep this token well. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to little friend Yi, that's becoming enemies with my Beitang ancient family. Done talking, Beitang Li did not care about whether Yi Yuan agreed or not either, directly shoving the token into Yi Yuan's hand. The other ancient family's representatives all secretly regretted endlessly. The Beitang family was a little too shrewd. While they could also invite Yi Yuan to be a retainer elder, how could it be as valuable as the Beitang family who shoved the token first? But they still made promises, saying that the token will be delivered very soon. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only accept one by one. Yi Yuan was not something who did not appreciate favors. Since people showed a warm attitude, he would not snub them. Furthermore, these reclusive families' strength was not overt. According to what Empyrean Flutterfeather said, each one of these families was very powerful. Since that was the case, wouldn't Yi Yuan finding a few reliable allies for Heavenly Eagle be a good thing? Obtaining the pill formulas and getting the dreamlike wine, Beitang and the rest were all bursting with joy, bidding farewell and leaving one after another. Only at this time did Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes glimmer as he said, "Is it really fine for you to hand the pill formulas to them? You should know the value of these pill formulas." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance are at war, so everyone won't think of anything. But as time says, the pill formulas being in the hands of your Myriad Treasure Tower alone, then the Myriad Treasure Tower will become the target of public censure. When the time comes, can you guarantee that pill jade they all won't cause problems? Now, there are even the 7 great ancient families backing up the Myriad Treasure Tower. No matter how much they covet the pill formulas, they also wouldn't easily dare to make a move." Empyrean Flutterfeather's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. Immediately, the amazement became a bitter smile and he said, "It's still you who is farsighted. Even I had both eyes clouded by this enormous profit. Although the myriad treasure tower was strong, it was impossible to unify the southern border just based on a myriad treasure tower. It was unless Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure could overpower all of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses and crown himself king. Except, while Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was wrong, he clearly could not accomplish this. Since he could not do it, then these pill formulas could not be pocketed without sharing. At that time, forces from various places would come and vie. In front of enormous profits, perhaps it would even draw out Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Then there would be no way to clean up the mess. Since the pill formulas must be handed out, then building good relations with the few major reclusive ancient families was better than giving it to others. Now, Empyrean Flutterfeather was rejoicing greatly for having made such a young friend back then. Rather, it was Empyrean Pilljade who clearly had Yi this ace in the hole, but did not know how to cherish and made things difficult for Yi Yuan at every turn. Now, he probably regretted it until his intestines were green, right? At City Lord Manor, Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Flutterfeather sat up straight, his aura astonis. Hi plussing people around him. Empyrean Windrider and Empyrean Proudcloud had ugly expressions. The myriad treasure tower's heirs were too big. No matter what, they came representing the Southern Border Alliance. Empyrean Flutterfeather actually hung them out to dry for more than a month. Fellow Taoists, right now, the myriad treasure tower's stalls are too many. This Empyrean is busy every day and has neglected everyone. I am truly sorry about it. Flutterfeather apologized verbally, but his face did not have any apology at all. I did it on purpose. Do you have a temper? If you have a temper, push it back down for me. Sure enough, Empyrean Windrider smiled awkwardly and said, yes. Fellow Daoist Flutterfeather is presently the southern border's in-demand person, so you're naturally busy. It's also a should that we wait. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, not at all. The Myriad Treasure Tower is just a small faction. How can it compare to the Southern Border Alliance's power and influence? I wonder what fellow Daoist Windrider came to Lus Traus Gold this time for? The meaning of the words was that you bullied people by taking advantage of your power and you bullied the few with an advantage in numbers. Now, weren't you still annihilated by me? Flutterfeather's words carried some delight in his heart. Honestly speaking, when he supported Yi Yuan ardently back then, his heart was actually racing too. At that time, how COC Kai and insufferably arrogant were Empyrean Pilljade they all? Yi Yuan was merely asking for an explanation. In the end, he was attacked collectively by Empyrean Pilljade's rallying and even threatened him, making him not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Now, Yi Yuan did not let him down, beating the Southern Border Alliance into a sorry plight by himself. Empyrean Windrider's expression turned stiff, feeling stifled in his heart. What did I come for? Could it be that you did not know? There was no point in slapping people's faces like that, right? Haha, younger brother Flutterfeather, this old man came this time representing the Southern Border Alliance to request for the Myriad Treasure Tower to lift your hand high in mercy. You look. Our two parties fighting here and there, disregarding losing our harmonious relations. Hi+P, how awful would it be to end up in a situation of mutual destruction? Moreover, younger brother Flutterfeather is also a member of the Southern Border Alliance. Why is there a need to harm the harmony among your own family? Empyrean Windrider was helpless and could only say with a fawning smile. But when Empyrean Flutterfeather heard this, he sneered coldly in his heart. This Southern Border Alliance really wanted face no matter what. Mutual destruction? Fellow Daoist Windrider is gilding your own face too much. My Myriad Treasure Tower already occupies half of the southern border, but you're telling me mutual destruction now? Moreover, this Empyrean has long already withdrawn from the Southern Border Alliance. You say my own family. This Empyrean am not worthy to be part of you all, Flutterfeather said with a cold smile. But Windrider took no heed of it and said with a smile, I understand younger brother Flutterfeather's meaning, but my Southern Border Alliance is after all the Southern Border's #1 great faction. Even if the Myriad Treasure Tower holds the advantage presently, the Myriad Treasure Tower can't swallow this Civ land of southern border. Empyrean Flutterfeather's gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, since that's the case, this Empyrean doesn't feel a need to carry on negotiating anymore too. Whatever methods the Southern Border Alliance still has, feel free to use them. My Myriad Treasure Tower will accompany you to the end. Fellow Daoist Windrider, please return. This bunch of guys actually still dared to be so domineering when they came to concede defeat. Did they really take themselves to be the victor? His Myriad Treasure Tower could not swallow the southern border, but was the Southern Border Alliance a monolithic block? Really carry on fighting, there would ultimately be someone who could not hold out. At that time, the Southern Border Alliance would definitely break up. Empyrean Pilljade definitely saw this too. That was why he sent Empyrean Windrider here. How could he, Empyrean Flutterfeather, not understand the situation? Moreover, the Myriad Treasure Tower currently had the 7 great ancient families supporting. So what was he, Flutterfeather, afraid of? Empyrean Windrider's face changed, only then coming to a realization that the present Flutterfeather was already not the Flutterfeather back then. Ever since bringing Empyrean Pilljade to his knees in the Cloudpill Summit, the present Empyrean Flutterfeather was already a fierce and ambitious figure. Younger brother Flutterfeather, please calm your anger. This Empyrean coming this time, it's actually to represent the Southern Border Alliance to admit defeat. Brother Pilljade has given the verbal order that as long as younger brother Flutterfeather is willing, you can return to the Southern Border Alliance at any time. You are still the Alliance chief. Empyrean Windrider finally lowered his high head. He was the master of an exalted holy land, so when had he lowered his head to someone before? But today, he had no choice but to lower his head. Saying admit defeat, these 2 words out of his mouth was as heavy as 30,000 catties. When Empyrean Flutterfeather heard that, he just chuckled and said, admitting defeat, one should have the manner of admitting defeat. It's just, whether or not we reconcile, Flutterfeather can't make the decision. If you guys want to bury the hatchet, there must be another person who nods his head. Chapter 2062, Overwhelmingly Defeating the Southern Border with His Power Alone. Chapter 2062, Overwhelmingly Defeating the Southern Border with His Power Alone. Standing at the right side and looking at Yi Yuan, who had a smile that was not a smile, Empyrean Proudcloud felt uncomfortable as if having eaten a fly. After twists and turns, he finally still stood in front of Yi Yuan and was forced to admit his fault. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well directly take a step back at that time. It would also not be to an extent of like this right now. Grandmaster Yi, Proudcloud is here to apologize to you. Empyrean Proudcloud said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, do you feel that I'll accept this kind of insincere apology? If you can't swallow your pride, why not brother Proudcloud go back right away and prepare for another battle? Empyrean Proudcloud's face alternated between green and white. So many people were looking at them the moment, and yet he had to apologize to a true God Realm Junior in public. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The most important thing was that he apologized and the other party was still not satisfied. It was just that he did not see his own expression. How was that an apology? It was clearly coming to demand repayment of a debt. Empyrean Windrider also could not endure the sight of it anymore. His brows were furrowing slightly as he said, Proudcloud, if you still have no regard for what's important, this Empyrean can't protect you anymore after this. Proudcloud's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said with a bow, Grandmaster Yi, the matter previously was all Proudcloud's fault. I hope that you raise your hand high in mercy and don't carry on fighting with the Southern Border Alliance anymore. This time, although they could still hear his unwillingness, his attitude was clearly much more sincere. Yi Yuan said coolly, forget it. Looking at your reluctant and unwilling appearance, I won't make things difficult for you. But you wouldn't be thinking of apologizing to this Yi with a single sentence, right? Proudcloud gritted his teeth and said, of course not. This Empyrean is willing to take out 20% of his territory to give to Grandmaster Yi. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, if you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Proudcloud was virtually about to explode, But right at this time, he heard Yi Yuan said faintly, however, that was the price for 10 years ago. Back then, you invaded and occupied my territory. So this Yi wants an explanation. If you took out 20% of your territory, everything can naturally be discussed. But you all bullied people by taking advantage of your power and forced this Yi and brother Flutterfeather out of the Southern Border Alliance. At this present time, you want to dismiss us with a mere 20% of your territory? Proud Cloud's territory was not considered big among all of the factions in the first place. 20% of the territory was sufficient to make his flesh hurt for a long time. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, he knew that this matter was likely unable to be settled anymore. I wonder just what Grandmaster Yi wants before you're willing to drop matters. Empyrean Proud Cloud closed his 2 eyes and got ready to risk it all. Yi Yuan said coolly, back then, those factions that took part in fighting for the territory all took out 40% of their territory. While you, Empyrean Proud Cloud, took out 50% of your territory. If we do like in the past, this matter will be considered dropped. Empyrean Proud Cloud's expression changed wildly and he said furiously, You're bullying people too far. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his aura suddenly changing as he said in a cold voice, I'm bullying people too far? Back then, the agreement was just decided and you all reneged on your words, S&TC hing this Yeast territory. Yet, you all still felt zero shame and wanted to settle things without even a word of apology. How can there be such a bargain in this world? Later, your Southern Border Alliance sowed discord between Brother Flutterfeather and me in order to deal with this Yi. Later, we were even forced out of the Southern Border Alliance. After that, you all invaded the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory in Amar's Civ invasion and joined forces with 100 forces to carry out a campaign against the Myriad Treasure Tower. This one event after another, this Yi hasn't said anything yet. Now, when it came out of your mouth, it came out that this Yi bullying people too far? Each sentence Yi Yuan said, he took a step forward, the momentum astonis. Hi plus ing. Someone was powerful as Empyrean Proud Cloud was actually repeatedly forced back by Yi Yuan. When Windrider and the rest saw, they could not help feeling dumbfounded in their hearts. A mere true God realm actually forced back an Empyrean powerhouse, but they had to admit that Yi Yuan's Grandmaster heir was already formed, the imposing momentum on his body surmounting above all life. This aura did not lord over others, but it gave people a feeling akin to that of the mighty ocean, causing them not daring to look straight at him. Empyrean Windrider heaved a slight sigh. He knew that Proud Cloud was already thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan and had no way of negotiating at all anymore. What Grandmaster Yi said is true. It's just that, your demands are a little too harsh, right? Windrider spoke up. Yi Yuan gave another cold laugh and said, Brother Windrider, this is just me and Proud Cloud settling some scores. My score with Brother Pilljade and the Southern Border Alliance hasn't been calculated yet. Don't put things nicely. This Yi is standing here with the bearing of a victor today. If this Yi was defeated, your methods will likely be 10 times fiercer than this Yi, right? Empyrean Windrider's face changed, but he still said with an awkward smile, this. How can this be possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's possible or not, you and I have a score in our hearts. So saying any more is pointless. I'm only asking you, can my demand be satisfied or not? Empyrean Windrider nodded and said, okay, the Alliance agrees on their behalf. Whatever conditions Grandmaster Yi still has, why don't you say it out together? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, the rest can still be discussed. The Southern Border Alliance will compensate Heavenly Eagle 10 million high-grade Divine Essence Stones. In addition, I'll give a list later. You guys prepare the natural treasures on it and my hurdle will be considered cleared. However, don't you all think about this being settled all in one go. Only after the Divine Essence Stones and the natural treasures on the list have fully arrived that Brother Flutterfeather will start his negotiations with you all. Empyrean Windrider's face alternated between green and white. He felt like he was negotiating with an old monster, and not a 1,000-over-years-old young man. This guy advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, not giving you any chance to play tricks at all. He just planned to drag it out when Yi Yuan directly throttled him. 10 million high-grade divine essence stones were nothing. It was just a single hair from 9 oxen to a colossal giant like the Southern Border Alliance. But the list that Yi Yuan pulled out would definitely far exceed 10 million high-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, these spirit medicines must be very rare. Even if the Myriad Treasure Tower took action, they might not be able to collect them fully. This kid was really a bloodsucker, but Empyrean Windrider was also clear that Yi Yuan here was merely the small end. The real largest share was still at Empyrean Flutterfeather there. The negotiation with the Myriad Treasure Tower was the major thing that had important consequences. Empyrean Windrider mused for a while and said, "All right, this Empyrean will agree on behalf of the Alliance." After Empyrean Windrider reached the Myriad Treasure Tower, the news of the Southern Border Alliance suffering a miserable defeat and lowering their heads swept throughout the entire southern border like the wind. Not only did it cause a great sensation in the alchemy world, it similarly caused a stir in the entire martial arts world. Those who were well informed all understood that the Southern Border Alliance did not lose to the Myriad Treasure Tower but lost to a genius alchemist called Yi Yuan. Overwhelmingly defeating the southern border with his power alone, Yi Yuan's great fame instantly spread throughout the entire southern border. At the Luo family residence, the Luo family's ancestor had an appearance of bitter resentment and being let down. He pointed at Luo Qianqi's nose and scolded him severely, "You fool. An utter fool. If you enter Grandmaster Yi's tutelage and achieve the grand completion Dao realm in the future, you'll be a great power of this southern border. A decent opportunity like this, you actually ran in front of Grandmaster Yi to flaunt your prowess? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" Luo Qianqi did not give in. He said, "Ancestor, how could Qianqi have known back then that he, a salted fish, could also gain a new lease on life? Moreover, our Luo family is backed by a heavenly emperor. So why is there a need to lick his smelly feet? You." The Luo family's ancestor was angered until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices, and he roared furiously, "Scram! Get lost for me. Starting from today, you'll be confined for 500 years and not permitted to take one step out of your room." Chapter 2063, 3 Bullied Wives. Chapter 2063, 3 Bullied Wives. The one being remorseful and angry was not just the Luo family's ancestor. Those geniuses who had the chance to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage were currently all thumping their chests and stomping their feet at home, regretting endlessly. Yi Yuan's talent was too great. Furthermore, his ability in teaching disciples was similarly powerful. A figure able to take out more than 10 kinds of pill formulas casually and propel the transformation of the southern border's medicinal pills, how weak could he be in the future? Who could guarantee that several tens of thousands of years later, the southern border would not produce another medicine ancestor-level character? Even if Yi Yuan could not become a medicine ancestor, that was also absolutely a great grandmaster as weighty as Mount Tai. Being able to become his disciple, that was a tremendous lucky chance. Old man Pilljade is blind, but his great-grandson could see what others could not. Yun Yi, that kid, under Grandmaster Yi's tutelage, he will definitely be an earth-shaking great character in the future. Perhaps in the future, old man Pilljade wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for this great-grandson of his. This boy is too monstrous. I'm afraid that even the medicine ancestor back then also did not have this kind of terrifying strength, right? He overturned the entire Southern Border Alliance with his power alone. This kind of heaven-shocking action, he can bear the title of Little Medicine Ancestor already. No idea since when, this title of Little Medicine Ancestor was crowned on Yi Yuan's head. The southern border's various places were virtually all discussing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had such dazzling strength, bystanders would naturally compare with the #1 alchemy Dao person. In the end, they discovered that even when the medicine ancestor was returned to his youth, it would likely be hard to reach Yi Yuan's current height too. One had to know, Yi Yuan overpowered all of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloudpill Summit. Later, he even triggered the Sea of Law and entered Ancestor Realm. At a young age, he was already a Mount Tai level figure of the alchemy world. This kind of achievement, using accomplishment that Serpa said ancient and modern times to describe, was not the least bit overboard. Being carried along by the heaven-shocking momentum, A puny little Heavenly Eagle imperial city shockingly already became the southern border's 8th great peak Holy Land. Although this did not get the Southern Border Alliance's acknowledgement, this was already an established fact in the hearts of numerous alchemists. More and more alchemists poured into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This small city already appeared too overcrowded. Yi Yuan opening his mouth and exorbitantly demanding 10 million high-grade divine essence stones from the Southern Border Alliance were done in order to expand the city. 10 million high-grade divine essence stones, even at great imperial capital this level, it was also a massive resource. For close to 10 years, Yi Yuan also accumulated a sum of tremendous wealth from cooperating with the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was sufficient to use to expand the city. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance's negotiations were currently carrying out a seesaw game. Actually, Yi Yuan and Flutterfeather were both clear in their hearts that just based on a Myriad Treasure Tower, even if adding in the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they also could not devour the southern border, this piece of fatty meat. This stall ultimately still had to be branched out. Otherwise, what would they still sit down and discuss? With the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength presently, eliminating the Southern Border Alliance was simply as easy as counting numbers, but it was not easy to annex the territories. But even if they could not devour it, the Myriad Treasure Tower also had to fight for the maximization of benefits. The Myriad Treasure Tower ultimately still had to join the Southern Border Alliance. It was just that the division of profits naturally could not be like in the past anymore. The suggestion that Yi Yuan gave Flutterfeather was not to ask for too much of their territories, but the pill formulas must be grasped in their hands. The Southern Border Alliance would definitely covet the pill formulas. The Myriad Treasure Tower's goal was to turn the Southern Border Alliance into their sellers. The Myriad Treasure Tower provided the medicinal pills, while the Southern Border Alliance only had the selling rights. At that time, the profits would be divided again. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower's position of Alliance Chief would be as solid as a metal bucket. As for medicinal pills, presently with the support of the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they could be refined without ceasing. These alchemy ancient families normally stayed hidden and did not emerge. But that was just relatively speaking. For ancient family disciples to want to cultivate, it naturally could not do without large sums of divine essence stones. This kind of remote controlling method was these reclusive ancient families' favorite method of earning money. Of course, this was something that Empyrean Flutterfeather needed to worry about. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to go and care. Regardless of what the final outcome was, he just needed to sit and wait to get his share of the money. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently in his manor cultivating when suddenly, someone came to report that 5 firmament great imperial capitals Empyrean Lu Yang came to request an audience. Yi Yuan was slightly taken aback and immediately understood something, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of a smile. At the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan sat high up at the court, while the exalted Empyrean Lu Yang could only stand with his hands by the side below. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was akin to being high in the clouds, Lu Yang felt all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. How could he have thought that within the imperial cities that he governed, there would actually be a huge dragon that soared to the sky? Although Lu Yang was not someone involved in alchemy, a grand event like the Cloudpill Summit, how could he not know about what happened with his status as an Empyrean? When one soul-stirring news after another came over, Lu Yang finally understood just what kind of existence he offended. Back then, when Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan the Grandmaster token, beyond his shock, Lu Yang turned his nose up at it more. A puny little true God realm, holding a Grandmaster token, going to the Cloudpill Summit to make a spectacle of himself? At this age, he should compete with 6-star geniuses honestly and sincerely. Be a Grandmaster? Was he worthy? But when one news after another came over, only then did Lu Yang know that Yi Yuan was really worthy of being one. But later, with the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance battling against one another, Lu Yang saw hope again and even expelled the Myriad Treasure Tower, drawing the Cloudpill establishment, these major factions in. In his view, the Myriad Treasure Tower would surely be defeated without a doubt. No matter how strong a faction was, how could they possibly be stronger than the entire southern border? The southern border had a boundless expanse of land. Just the great imperial capitals had thousands to tens of thousands. How could a mere myriad treasure tower be the Southern Border Alliance's match? But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually fought until the southern border was utterly destroyed with his power alone, ultimately sending people over to beg for peace. Ever since he sent Lu Zi over to capture Yi Yuan, he had never had anything go right for him before. Toward a mere imperial city, Empyreans could be said to hold power over its life and death. Yet, in this heavenly eagle, Yi Yuan gave him one surprise after another. The Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital was the Myriad Treasure Tower's traditional faction. Since they came to beg for peace, the Cloudpill establishment, these factions, naturally had to withdraw. With this, Empyrean Liu Yang was virtually about to cry. He thickened his face to go and find the Myriad Treasure Tower, hoping for the Myriad Treasure Tower to rejoin the Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital. But they did not buy it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the instructions concerning the Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital's affairs that they would not get involved at all. Wanting to have the Myriad Treasure Tower rejoin the Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital, it must get Yi Yuan's approval. There was no choice. Under Empyrean Liu Yang's helplessness, he could only humble himself and come and beg Yi Yuan. Normally, forget about that. Without the Myriad Treasure Tower, he could find other forces to refine medicinal pills. But the problem was that Yi Yuan poisoned several thousand true God realms to death previously. The Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital virtually had no power to fight. At this juncture, without the support of powerful medicinal pills, he would have to be a lone general without an army for God knows how long. The current Empyrean Liu Yang brought along Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao, just like three bullied wives, on tenterhooks. Empyrean powerhouse, that was the pinnacle-most existence in this secular world. How high-spirited were they? They had never thought that they would actually have this kind of emotion in front of a true God realm junior one day. Liu Yang gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Five Firmament Great Imperial Capitals. Liu Yang pays respect to Grandmaster Yi. Chapter 2064, Glory to Live in Heavenly Eagle. Chapter 2064, Glory to Live in Heavenly Eagle. This young man in front of him was the fellow who killed his precious daughter and slaughtered thousands of his subordinates. Now, he actually had to show such solemn respects to the other party. He had no way to describe how uncomfortable this was. But he also understood that with Yi Yuan's present status in the southern border, even if 10 Liu Yangs added up, he would also be inferior. If not being backed by a heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan could plow Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital 10 times over by randomly calling a few Empyreans. Think about what kind of people Yi Yuan was associating with now. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Chao Yuan, and it was said that there were also the 7 great reclusive alchemy ancient families super powerhouses. Any one of these people was not an existence that he could provoke. Although the present Yi Yuan was still true God realm, he already made him unable to look up to him. Empyrean Liu Yang coming to find this Yi, it really surprises me greatly, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Liu Yang had an awkward look as he said, this. The matters in the past was all this Liu who had eyes but couldn't discern Grandmaster Yi's true face, resulting in affronting Grandmaster. I hope that Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous and don't haggle over it with us. Being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, how could an Empyrean's face still be wanted? Moreover, even the Southern Border Alliance's big shots all lowered their heads and admitted their fault to Yi Yuan. What's wrong with him, a mere second firmament Empyrean, lowering his head? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, if apologies have any use, then what do we still cultivate for? Liu Yang, back then, you commanded an army of 100,000 martial artists and several thousand true God powerhouses. If this Yi's strength was lacking, this heavenly eagle would likely have not even dogs or fowls left anymore. You want to let matters go with this one light and fleeting sentence. Moreover, these few years, you all drove out the Myriad Treasure Tower. It's clearly remnant hatred that's outstanding. Why do you all feel that this Yi should help you guys? Yi Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. However, the Five Firmament Great Imperial Capital had an appearance of showing disdain on everyone and everything starting with Lu Zi, deciding people's life and death at the drop of a hat, making him extremely unhappy. Later, Liu Yang even dispatched an army of 100,000, claiming that he was going to slaughter the city. If not for Yi Yuan killing several thousand true gods with ruthless means, how could there still be any Heavenly Eagle Imperial City currently? Liu Yang three people had awkward faces. At that time, both parties were akin to fire and water. Even now, they still had a blood feud. It was just that circumstances were stronger than people. Liu Yang three people had to implore Yi Yuan and had no choice but to lower their heads. What Grandmaster Yi says is true. Back then, our hearts were blinded. That's why we'd be like that. In order to express our apology, we brought some gifts over. We hope that Grandmaster Yi will kindly accept them, Liu Yang said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard this. He then said, Liu Yang, it's not that this Yi is looking down on you, but can your 5 firmament great imperial capital take out something that moves this Yi? When the three people heard that, they could not help choking. That was true. With Heavenly Eagle's present power and influence, they would be controlling 10% of the southern border's medicinal pills market very soon. How astonished. Hi+ing was this wealth? A mere 5 firmament great imperial capital, even if these 3 great empyreans took out all of their AS sets, Yi Yuan would completely turn his nose up at it too. The 3 people exchanged glances and were like eggplants. Hit by frost, actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. Although they were of noble empyrean bodies, it was too insignificant in front of the present Yi Yuan. Just as the 3 people lost all hope, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "You all coming to find me, it's simply to get the myriad treasure tower to rejoin the 5 firmament great imperial capital. I'll give you all a chance, but whether you do it or not is up to you guys." The moment the 3 people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But very soon, Liu Yang's face fell again. He knew that the thing Yi Yuan was making them do definitely would not be that easy. "Brother Liu Yang, what are you still in a daze for? Grandmaster Yi already said to give us a chance," Deng Yunzai urged. He already could not endure the present days anymore. The Deng family had already run out of resources for as long as several years. If there were still no medicinal pills provided, all of their Deng family members' cultivation would probably get delayed. So the moment he heard Yi Yuan's words, Deng Yunzai agreed without thinking. Liu Yang's face changed several times. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for a response. Suddenly, Liu Yang's face turned intent, seemingly making up his mind, and said in a solemn voice, "Whatever orders Grandmaster Yi has, this Liu will definitely do it." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good, I want the 3 of you to extend a formal apology in front of everyone in the city. Also, swear a solemn oath in front of everybody to never invade Heavenly Eagle in this lifetime. Don't use this sort of expression to look at me. It's not this Yi intentionally making things difficult for you all, but that you owe them an apology." When the 3 people heard that, their faces changed rapidly. Inside this tiny little city lord manor, the 3 of them lowering their heads to Yi Yuan. Although this was humiliating, it was actually nothing much. With Yi Yuan's present one tie and status, he could bear their apology. But, making them apologize to those ants with their empyrean bodies, that was another matter altogether. With this apology, it would be known to millions. Where would their old faces go in the future? Reaching their level of realm, forfeiting their integrity was minor, losing face was huge. Looking at the 3 people whose faces were flickering intermittently, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and left with his hands behind his back. "You all have 3 days' time to consider. After 3 days, if you haven't replied, you all can leave on your own." Beside the 3 people's ears came Yi Yuan's drawn-out voice. 5 days later, at Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower Square, countless martial artists and alchemists were gathered here. Among the people present, some people had been through that earth-shaking great battle. There were also people that joined Heavenly Eagle afterward and knew absolutely nothing about this. But very soon, they learned the whole story of that earth-shaking great battle from other people's mouths and was immediately shocked speechless. Only then did they know that Grandmaster Yi still had such a brilliant battle record, annihilating several thousand true gods with his power alone, creating 3 great empyreans with alchemy, 6 great Empyreans coming to help out from all over the land, forcing a heavenly emperor to give in. This kind of battle record was truly fascinating. But they also learned at the same time why the martial artists in the city loved and respected Grandmaster Yi so much. Grandmaster Yi became furious to the extreme, not for his lover, but it was merely for a nameless kid called Jiang Ming. This kind of benevolent master, was he not worthy of following? Of course, many people present were very disdainful. TSK, what does this count as? Presently, Grandmaster Yi defeated the southern border with his power alone. That is a truly heaven-shocking battle. Ha ha ha. Reasonable, reasonable. Everyone burst into laughter. But today, Grandmaster Yi still made 3 great Empyreans apologize to the whole city for our sakes. The eyes of the martial artists that had experienced that battle brimmed over with hot tears. Recalling back then, it was really like a dream. At that time, these 3 great Empyreans were gods in the sky in our eyes, cruise. I plusing until all of us could not catch our breath. But now, a word from Grandmaster Yi can make them bow their heads in submission. It's glorious to live in Heavenly Eagle. Unknowingly, the horizons of Heavenly Eagle's martial artists also broadened significantly. The originally incomparably mysterious Empyreans in their eyes already became normal. They all understood that it was not that they got strong, but that Grandmaster Yi became powerful. This one sentence stirred up the sense of ident. One tie of all the martial artists. Everyone raised their hands and started shouting. Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle. Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle. Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle. On this day, 3 great Empyreans apologized in public. The southern border was shocked. Chapter 2065, It's you all who haven't seen much of the world. Chapter 2065, It's you all who haven't seen much of the world. The void vibrated. Several young girls fluttering with immortal chi slowly walked out. The girl in the front was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Although she was not a beauty, she was also quite pretty. It was just that there was an additional trace of viciousness between her brows, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers away. The few people strained their eyes and looked into the distance. A large-scale city rose up from the ground ahead, looking magnificent. Beside the white-clothed girl, one of them said, Senior Apprentice Sister Zun, this is the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City that little junior sister said, right? I didn't expect that a mere imperial city is actually so magnificent too. Mentioning that little junior sister, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed across in her eyes. Senior Apprentice Sister Zun pursed her mouth and said scornfully, a mere imperial city made so luxuriously, the person managing affairs must like to do grandiose things to impress people, not making any contributions. Humph. I get angry at the mention of that wretched girl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have needed to travel across the Heavenspan mountain and run to the southern border from the northern border. The pretty junior apprentice sister smiled and said, that wretched girl feels that she has the profound yin divine physique and looks down on eldest senior sister. Master's kindness toward her is as weighty as a mountain, but she doesn't think about repaying it, and even wanted us senior apprentice sisters to run here from far away to capture people. Really damn it. When we capture the person she's in love with, we'll have to teach him a good lesson. Senior apprentice Sister Zun did not express anything and just said coolly, come on, enter the city first before talking. Figure out that kid's situation first. Otherwise, if we beat the SS and startle the snake, it wouldn't be good if he runs. The party of 5 followed the crowd and entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Only after entering the city did the 5 people detect Heavenly Eagle's prosperity. It actually did not lose to ordinary imperial capitals. This made them very surprised. Compared to the number of martial artists here, this city was not big, but appeared too small. Senior apprentice Sister Zun, is this really a little imperial city? Why do I feel like this place is even more flourous? Plusing than the average imperial capital? The pretty junior apprentice sister looked left and right and said in surprise. Senior apprentice Sister Zun frowned and said, this place has medicine shops in great numbers, alchemy prevalent, looks rather like an alchemy holy land. That girl said before that her little lover is an alchemist. Looks like it matches. There's an inn ahead. Let's go over and inquire about it. The few people entered an inn and found a table next to a window and sat down. When the waiter came over, the pretty junior apprentice sister hurriedly asked, "Waiter, I see that your heavenly eagle imperial city seems to have a lot of alchemists." The moment the waiter heard, he could not help saying with a proud look, "Ladies, you came from other places, right? Who? Our heavenly eagle imperial city is the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. If you want to request for pills, then you came to the right place." The moment the few junior apprentice sisters heard this, they could not help snickering. The pretty junior apprentice sister said in amuse, "EMENT, #1 in the southern border? A little imperial city also dare claim to be the southern border's #1? Your place is remote and has probably never seen before how big the world outside is, right?" Her meaning was saying that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people had never seen much of the world. It was just that the pretty junior apprentice sisters laughing made everyone around her laugh instead. "Little girl, not that we haven't seen the world. It's that you all haven't seen how big the world is. You go out and inquire and you'll know that our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is #1 in this southern border. I guarantee this is the truth. Haha, even if 7-star alchemy gods arrived at our Heavenly Eagle, they also have to bend their backs and walk. Little girl, do more homework before going out. Otherwise, you'll become a joke when you reach the place." There were kind laughters all around. But it was incomparably ear-piercing to these few people. The pretty junior apprentice sister's face turned red and was about to fly off the handle, but she heard senior apprentice sister Zun cough lightly. Senior apprentice sister Zun looked at the waiter and asked, "This little brother, since your place here is an alchemy holy land, then have you heard of a young man called Yi Yuan before?" As if afraid that the waiter had not heard of him before, senior apprentice sister Zun added, "Heard that his age isn't old, his alchemy skills should still be par sable." The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Extremely strange looks appeared on everyone's faces. Senior apprentice sister Zun and everyone immediately also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that her words violated some taboo? But they did not take it to heart. A mere imperial city, even if it violated some taboo, what could they do to her? Why? Did this young lady say something wrong? Senior apprentice sister Zun asked curiously. The waiter revealed a strange look and said, "That's not it. However, if Lord Yi's alchemy skill is still par sable, then other alchemists can find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with." "Oh. In that case, he's very impressive." Senior apprentice sister Zun did not take it seriously and asked coolly. She was already very convinced that the people of this imperial city developed a wildly arrogant personality because it was too out of the way. Think that they were invincible under the heavens with a few formidable alchemists in the city. Ignorance was truly terrifying. She had still heard of the southern border's alchemy world before. The most powerful ones were Empyrean Pilljade as well as the leaders of the 6 great holy lands. When was it a puny little imperial city's turn to assume hegemony? The waiter smiled and said, "Impressive? Who, more than just impressive? Tell you this then. Even if 7-star alchemy gods came, they would also have to respectfully call His Excellency Grandmaster." Senior apprentice sister Zun pursed her mouth, a disdainful look on her face. This bunch of country B-Yum Pekins was truly wildly conceited to the extreme, but the waiter was not aware at all and said without caring about others, "Heh, turns out that you want to meet Lord Yi. Then you all came to the right place. If it's at other places, you really can't meet him. But Lord Yi likes our shop and frequently comes to patronize our shop. What a coincidence, Lord Yi is here." The waiter shot a glance and just happened to see a young man bringing 2 followers downstairs, coming up the inn slowly. Senior apprentice sister Zun's gaze turned intent, a hint of joy plussing across in her eyes. It was truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. When the waiter saw that Yi Yuan came, he hurriedly went over to greet. Yi Yuan already went up the 2nd floor. "Haha, Lord Yi is here, the box room is already prepared, Your Excellency please enter," the waiter said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan casually fished out a piece of high-grade divine essence stones and threw it to the waiter, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the trouble. Take this." The waiter received it with a chuckle and said smilingly, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reward." At this time, the second floor's guests all stood up and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan, shouting in unison, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "All sit, all sit." This Yi's mouth was just feeling itchy and came to have some dishes. Everyone laughed and all sat down. Yi Yuan, being close to the civilians, was known to all in Heavenly Eagle. Hence, everyone did not mind and were also not scared that they would affront Yi Yuan. Rather, when Yi Yuan glimpsed and saw senior apprentice sister Zun 5 people, his brows could not help furrowing. These few people concealed their cultivation and seemed to have enmity towards me. No time for him to think too much either. Senior apprentice sister Zun 5 people already got up. Senior apprentice sister Zun used a tone of looking down from a height and said coolly, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely this Yi." Senior apprentice sister Zun continued, "Then do you know Luer?" When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression changed wildly. When senior apprentice sister Zun saw Yi Yuan's expression, she was immediately certain and said indifferently, "Looks like I'm right. Lian Xin, take him down." Chapter 2066, cruised at HI plusing the enemy with one punch. Chapter 2066, cruise. HI plusing the enemy with one punch. Yes, senior apprentice sister. Behind senior apprentice sister Zun, a girl in palace attire answered and stepped out. Following her taking a step out, her aura rose straight up, reaching peak 5th firmament true God very soon. That Lian Xin had a proud look, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, hoping to see worse. HI plus ping looks from the eyes of the people crowding around and watching. A middle stage true God mighty expert was a God in imperial cities. It was just too bad that she was disappointed. The diners were indeed somewhat surprised at first because they did not think that these beautiful ladies actually wanted to deal with Yi Yuan. But very soon, the expressions of these diners calmed down. And in their gazes, it even carried a trace of pity. Even though these people's strength did not par SS celestial deity realm at the highest. The big spectacles that Heavenly Eagle's martial artists had experienced before were too many. Forget about a measly little true God realm. Even if it was an Empyrean powerhouse, didn't they also apologize to everyone obediently? Senior apprentice sister Xian said coolly, "Just break the 4 limbs will do, don't harm his life. Otherwise, that SLUT will probably threaten to kill herself." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's face fell. Originally, when he suddenly heard Luer's news, he even thought that she was pretty good with these girls. Who knew that the other party wanted to break his 4 limbs the moment they made their move? A surge of evil fire immediately rose in Yi Yuan's heart. Senior apprentice sister, rest assured. Lian Xin knows how far to go and when to stop. This kind of trash, whichever place I want to break him, it will be broken there. Senior apprentice sister Zun nodded her head, clearly thinking so too. The current Yi Yuan looked to be just celestial deity realm cultivation too. He was utterly not worth mentioning in her eyes. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately concealing his cultivation, but that he traveled incognito and did not wish to swagger through the streets. But in the eye of senior apprentice sister Zun and her group, he became a target that could be kneaded as they pleased. Finished talking, Lian Xin's palm reached over, aiming for Yi Yuan's shoulder blade. A surge of ice laws instantly spread out, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. The entire SPACE seemed like it was going to be frozen. This palm was very swift and fierce. If hit, the shoulder blade would definitely shatter. Humph. Acting recklessly and blindly, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, bending his fingers into a claw, and actually reached first despite launching later, directly disregarding Lian Xin's domain. Crack. It was only to hear a crisp sound. Lian Xin fell to the ground with a painful cry. Her shoulder blade bones were already crushed. Senior apprentice sister Zun's pupils constricted and she cried out in surprise, "Spatial law." Yi Yuan ignored senior apprentice sister Zun's surprise and said in a solemn voice, "Where's Luer? Who are you people?" These few girls clearly did not have good intentions. Most likely, Luer's current situation was also not much better. Yi Yuan was naturally anxious in his heart. After a brief surprise, Senior apprentice Sister Zun recovered her calmness, her mouth curling as she said, I underestimated you, but do you think that you can be unbridled because you know a bit of spatial law? Don't you worry. After breaking your 4 limbs, this young lady will slowly tell you that SLUT's news on the way. Huan Yi, teach him how to behave properly. Yes, senior apprentice sister. The pretty girl smiled sweetly and turned to Yi Yuan and said, no wonder that SLUT always kept you in her thoughts. I didn't expect that your talent is actually not weaker than hers, cultivating to become a 5th firmament true God in a short 1,000 years. However, it's useless. You dared to hurt my Ice Cloud Tower's disciples, it won't be as simple as breaking 4 limbs. While talking, Huan Yi's aura gradually grew stronger. Taking 3 steps out, her aura already rose to 6th firmament true God. But when that waiter saw the situation, he shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, really a little girl who hasn't seen much of the world before. Asking for trouble. When others all nodded slightly when they heard it, deeply feeling that way too. If Yi Yuan was just an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be worried for his safety. But the one standing here was Yi Yuan. Even Lu Zi, that kind of genius who comprehended 5 kinds of laws, died in Yi Yuan's hands. These few little girls in front of them thought that their strength was powerful, but actually, in Yi Yuan's eyes, they were simply ants. The waiter's voice was not concealed. Hearing the waiter's words, her pretty face could not help turning cold, suddenly pointing a finger out, and actually pointed at the waiter. Ignorant ant, go and die. The waiter was merely divine Lord Realm cultivation. Being hit by this finger, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. But the waiter did not have the intention of dodging, because he knew that Yi Yuan would not let him die. Humph! You're the ignorant ant. Yi Yuan had long lost his patience. The other party kept on calling SLUT, how could he not be furious? It was only to see his figure arriving in front of Huan Yi like a ghost. Huan Yi knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial law and was actually long prepared. But even so, she still jumped in fright from Yi Yuan's ghostly figure. Huan Yu's ice law suddenly released, Russ. Hi plussing toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Smars. H. Plus a clear slap sounded out, Huan Yi was directly slapped flying out. This time, Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving once more, already arriving in front of Senior Apprentice Sister Zun. Senior Apprentice Sister Zun laughed coldly, the aura on her body suddenly releasing. She was shockingly 7th firmament true God. Courting death. Senior Apprentice Sister Zun's reaction was also extremely fast. With a cry, her long sword was already in her hand in a twinkle, but Yi Yuan did not dodge or avoid, a fist met with Senior Apprentice Sister Zun's sword. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually used his physical body to forcefully resist her true God mystic treasure, Senior Apprentice Sister Zun was even more scornful in her heart. Ice Sleet Sword, 1. It was only to see the tip of her sword point. Countless ice sleets extended out of the void, piercing straight for Yi Yuan. Those ice sleets were condensed by her with the power of law, the power immense. Each one was akin to a sharp sword. Even if a 7th firmament true God forcefully resisted it, they would also have to be poked into a mesh. Yi Yuan actually forcefully resisted with his fleshy body. In her eyes, he was simply courting death. But very soon, Senior Apprentice Sister Zun's expression changed wildly. Because Yi Yuan rushed over. Crack, crack, crack. It was only to see golden light radiate brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. When those ice sleets touched the golden light, they were directly split into 2, like ordinary ice cones. These ice sleets that were able to pierce a 7th firmament true God to death were actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest. How could she know that when Yi Yuan broke through domineeringly at Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital the last time, his physical body already broke through to late-stage 6 transformation? Even when encountering a high-grade true God mystic treasure, he did not fear in the slightest too, let alone ice sleets condensed from mere power of law. At this moment, Senior Apprentice Sister Zun's move was already ending and did not have time to change moves at all. Seeing Yi Yuan's punch slam over, she did not have time to think too much, power of law erupting suddenly on her body. All around her body was actually covered in layers of ice armor. Yi Yuan did not care and directly slammed a punch on it. Pew walk. Senior apprentice Sister Zun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figure directly flying out of the inn, her life and death unknown. Tianping, bring her to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yes, Your Excellency. Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and knew that Yi Yuan was currently already enraged to the extreme. At once, he did not dare to dawdle, his figure going out of the inn with a dash. The Ice Cloud Tower's few disciples looked at Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost, their gazes full of shock. Huan Yi covered her face and cried out in surprise. Senior apprentice Sister Zun's ice law is already cultivated to late-stage rank 6, but she was actually sent flying with one punch? She could not help it but to be shocked. Senior apprentice Sister Zun was a small stage higher than Yi Yuan. Her ice law was also cultivated to late-stage rank 6 already. Her strength could also rank in the top 5 among the Ice Cloud Tower's young generation. She actually could not even not block one of his punches. Was this fellow still human? Heh, I already said that you all haven't seen much of the world. How can His Excellency's strength be what you all, these little fellows, can judge? The waiter had a smug look as if the one who won was him. Not sure if icicle would be better, because different term. Chapter 2067, Northernmost Step. Chapter 2067, Northernmost Step. Returning to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait to interrogate senior apprentice Sister Zun and the rest. Luer's departure was 1,000 years ago without news. Over these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan was constantly worried about her news. It was just that the heavenspan world was so big, so where would Yi Yuan go and find? Now, he finally managed to hear Luer's news. Yi Yuan's emotion had been uneasy since then. Moreover, he even knew that this piece of news definitely would not be too good. Ning Tianping dragged senior apprentice Sister Zun and threw her in front of Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Sister Zun started coughing fiercely. Huan Yi and the rest looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, full of disbelief. This man in front of them was too powerful. One punch had beaten senior apprentice Sister Zun to heavy injuries. Speak. Where's Luer now? I hope that you all don't force me to search your souls. Yi Yuan looked at senior apprentice Sister Zun and said coldly. Cough, cough, your realm isn't even as high as mine. Want to use soul-searching art on this young lady? Cough, cough, bring it on, senior apprentice Sister Zun said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's realm was not as high as hers, so his divine soul was naturally not as strong as hers. If he cast soul search, not only would it not succeed, it would harm his own divine soul instead. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, since that's the case, you go and die then. Presumably, this woman never did anything good for Luer too. If killed, then killed. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. An ocean-like soul force poured out of Yi Yuan's mind sea. The faces of the few girls changed wildly, only then knowing that Yi Yuan was not joking around. Breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan absorbed the sea of law, his divine soul already reached the limit of true God realm. Stop. I'll say. Senior apprentice Sister Zun screamed. Too late. Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly attacking senior apprentice Sister Zun's mind sea. Senior apprentice Sister Zun's divine soul attacked in retaliation frenziedly. Yi Yuan just gave a cold snort, the soul-suppressing pearl's power suddenly poured out, instantly tearing down all of her resistance. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest sympathy, reading senior apprentice Sister Zun's divine soul roughly. One scene after another flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. The more he looked, the angrier he got. It turned out that the northern border had a region called Northernmost Steppe. That place was a land of bitter coldness, factions complicated and complex. Things were not well defined like the southern border, belonging to some heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. That place was a no-man's land. Heavenly emperors did not have any interest in this region at all. Hence, it was divided up by major and minor forces. But as a matter of fact, there were 9 great Empyrean-level factions that were the strongest here. This Ice Cloud Tower was one of the Empyrean-level forces. Roughly 1,000 years ago, Lu'er appeared at the northernmost steppe by some unknown means and was taken fancy on by the Ice Cloud Tower's master. She was then taken in as a disciple. Back then, Lu'er was merely Heaven Glimpse realm, but the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method was extremely suitable for Lu'er. By relying on the profound yin divine physique, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Over 1,000 years, she already cultivated to true God realm. At present, she was already a fifth firmament true God powerhouse. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, he helped Lu'er's 9 yin divine link meridian to improve further with divine pills, evolving to become the profound yin divine physique. That was how there was the present Lu'er. But walking along this path, Lu'er suffered considerable hearts. Hi+PS. This senior apprentice sister Zun was envious that not only was Lu'er pretty, but her cultivation talent was also even extremely high. In fact, back then, because Lu'er violated a rule, she hung Lu'er up to beating until Lu'er nearly died. If not for second senior sister helping out later, Yi Yuan probably would not be able to see Lu'er anymore. Of course, although this senior apprentice sister Zun was jealous, she only listened to others. The one who really wanted to deal with Lu'er was eldest senior sister, He Shongyun. As for that Ice Cloud Tower's master, she had an attitude of letting things take their course. Although this Ice Cloud Towers was a female force, under the environment of the northernmost steppe, they were mostly self-centered, and would not care about the life and death of the people below at all. In this Ice Cloud Tower, to really talk about treating Lu'er well, there was only second senior sister, Yang Fei'er. This time, the reason why Zun Qingling came to find Yi Yuan was because another of the northernmost steppe's Empyrean-level forces young lord took fancy on Lu'er, intimidating the Ice Cloud Tower's tower master with threats and beguiling with benefits, making her marry Lu'er to him. The Ice Cloud Tower's master could not resist the temptation and finally still agreed. It was just that Lu'er threatened to die. That was how the Ice Cloud Tower's master did not succeed. Lu'er's thoughts were pure and her feelings for Yi Yuan were known by eldest senior sister He Shongyun long ago. Hence, she suggested to the Ice Cloud Tower's master to capture Yi Yuan to threaten Lu'er, and force Lu'er to give in. The moment the Ice Cloud Tower's master heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately allowed it. Because she knew that the place Yi Yuan was at was merely an imperial city, so sending Zun Qingling over was already more than sufficient. It was just that the Ice Cloud Tower's master never dreamed that with Yi Yuan's present strength, killing Zun Qingling was merely a matter of flicking a finger. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength at present was not the slightest bit weaker than Ice Cloud Tower. What was laughable was that Zun Qingling and company thought that they were powerful and came over to capture people without even making inquiries, resulting in being directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. You all, very good. When he said this, Yi Yuan's teeth creaked from grinding. When the Ning Tianping and Bai Chen by the side saw this scene, they could not help secretly being speechless. They did not know what Yi Yuan saw in Zun Qingling's divine soul, but they rarely saw such a furious expression on Yi Yuan before. It could be seen that Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme. Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives? How could the few girls still have any proud appearance? They were already terrified to the extreme. This Yi isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. It's just that you all normally treated Lu'er like that, so you can't be spared. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved a hand. Several streaks of sword energy fired out, directly blasting the 4 people to mere residue. These 4 people were all Zun Qingling's accomplices. In these 1,000 years, there were no few instances of bullying Lu'er and even quite a few times of harming Lu'er to death. How could Yi Yuan spare them? After killing 4 people, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, forcefully calmed down, and said, "Invite Senior Bai Tong they all over." Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to the northern land, everyone was very worried. After all, arriving at that sort of place, no one knew Grandmaster Yi. If anything mishap happened, that would not be good. Bai Tong frowned and said, "Why not? I go together with you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "At present, Heavenly Eagle has just stabilized. Forces everywhere are casting covetous eyes, so there must be an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort. All of you stay. Just Tianping following me will do. Bring Bai Tong over would naturally be much more secure. But the southern border was not calm and tranquil. Empyrean Piljade and the rest were all casting covetous eyes. Without an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort, Yi Yuan could not set his mind at rest. Through several years of seesawing and negotiations, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Heavenly Eagle joined the Southern Border Alliance once more. With this battle, the Myriad Treasure Tower was naturally the greatest beneficiary, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's limelight was the brightest. As the saying went, the winds howl around the highest peaks. It was impossible for Empyrean Piljade they all to willingly be suppressed just like this. Perhaps some troubles would occur. Bai Tong was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, but a 7-star alchemy god too. With him garrisoning Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan could naturally be much more reassured. Yun Yi, when Master isn't around, this land of Southridge will be presided over by you. If you encounter anything that can't be resolved, consult Senior Bai, understood? Yi Yuan instructed. Yun Yi nodded and said, yes, Master. After arranging everything for Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Tianping. The two embarked on the journey to the northernmost steppe. Chapter 2068, Just Telling the Truth. Chapter 2068, Just Telling the Truth. The northernmost steppe was said to be a grassland, but actually, it was merely a wasteland. The area here was vast, with fierce beasts everywhere. The humans living here had to band up together to keep warm, gathering together. It was also precisely because of this that the people here were stubborn and unruly, killing people at the drop of a hat. Only the strong could survive here. This place was a magical place where martial artists formed factions and gangs, for the sake of benefits and murdering each other. But each beast tied, they were able to put aside all grievances and resist the fierce beasts. Ju Luoji was such a place. The northern land was extremely cold. The air here seemed to be able to freeze people into ice sculptures. Even if one's cultivation reached true God realm, you could feel the bone-piercing chill too. This place was the world of ice law. Hence, the moment people were born, they would grasp a law, that was ice law. Hence, the martial artists here were powerful and often grasped more than 2 laws. At this time, inside a small tavern in Ju Luoji, martial artists were gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting. This was the way of life of martial artists in their leisure time, warming their bellies with strong alcohol and chatting about the affairs of this northernmost steppe. Hence, the tavern's business was very good. A man and a woman, 2 young people wearing fur skirts, entered the small tavern and did not find ASPACE after looking around for a long time, their expression somewhat disappointed. The girl pointed at a corner and said, "Big brother, look. The table over there only has 2 people sitting. Why won't we go over and share tables?" In a corner, 2 young men were currently drinking alcohol. One of them was all wrapped up and still freezing until he was trembling. The other was dressed in thin attire, but he seemed to be completely fine. The man nodded his head and said, "Come, go over and take a look." The 2 people came beside the table. The man clasped his hands and said, "This little brother, I'm South Water Street's Wu Song, and this is my younger sister, Wu Ling. You look, this Raging Fire Tavern's business is too good. Can we share tables?" The young man dressed lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, "Sit." The brother and sister 2 people were overjoyed and directly sat down opposite and shouted, "Waiter, bring 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew." "All right." Far away, the waiter shouted at the top of his voice. Very soon, 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew were served. Wu Song opened the seals and directly swigged a mouthful, saying with a smile, "Refres. Hi plus ing. Haha, this little brother, come, cheers." The young man opposite raised his glass in a slight gesture and sipped another mouthful of alcohol. When Wu Ling saw the appearance of rejecting people 1,000 miles away opposite, she curled her mouth and said, putting on an appearance. Wu Song laughed and said, "Little brother, don't blame her. This younger sister of mine doesn't think before talking. Wonder how do I address you 2 brothers?" "Ji Qingyun. Ning Tianping." The 2 people answered one after another. These 2 people were precisely the Yi Yuan master and servant who crossed over the Heavenspan mountain and borders to come. Currently, more than 50 years had already said since senior apprentice Sister Zun and the rest went to Heavenly Eagle. The master and servant two people went through many twists and turns, and were travel-weary, finally hurrying to the northernmost step half a year ago. But they did not take action immediately. With the two of their strength, even if they barged into the Ice Cloud Tower, it was also impossible to rescue Lu'er. Fortunately, Yi Yuan ascertained that Lu'er was fine for the time being. Hence, he started planning how to save Lu'er. Arriving here, it was naturally not suitable for Yi Yuan to use his original name, so he simply used his previous life's name. Haha, turns out that it's Brother Ji and Brother Ning. I'll gift these 2 jugs of wine to you too. Just take it as thanking the two of you for offering your seats. Wu Song pushed 2 jugs of wine forward and said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then this Ji won't be courteous. Wu Song sized Yi Yuan up and could not resist the questions in his heart and said, isn't Brother Ji cold wearing so lightly? Speaking of which, this master and servant two people were weird too. One wore very little but was aloof and indifferent, while the other wore very thickly but was trembling heavily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not cold. By the side, Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes, his gaze full of envy. He also did not expect that this trip out was actually such a tough errand. With his presently third firmament true God cultivation, he was actually trembling from the cold like a mortal. But his lord was not at all unadapted to this kind of environment. This guy had a late-stage perfect 6th transformation golden body and did not know what cold was at all. Wu Ling snickered and said, putting on airs. In my view, he's definitely keeping out the cold with divine essence, but doesn't know that this is a big taboo in the northernmost steppe. If you encounter any enemies and only have 70 to 80% divine essence left, there's no difference from seeking death. Divine essence keeping out the cold, this could indeed resist the chill. It was just that in the northernmost steppe, no one dared to do so. Because at this place, there were murders to seize property at the drop of a hat, or fighting with fierce beasts in the wilderness. One must maintain their peak state. Divine essence to ward off the cold had to deplete large amounts of divine essence under this kind of extremely cold weather. Once encountering the enemy, it would be too late to even cry. Ning Tianping was just about to flare up when he heard that, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, this Ji has plenty of divine essence and isn't afraid to consume it. Wu Ling could not help choking when she heard that and said with a cold snort, don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Really won't be rewarded for good intentions. Wu Song was a little awkward by the side and said with a laugh, my younger sister is frank with a ready tongue. Come, this Wu drinks a toast to 2 brothers. Finished drinking, Wu Song put down the wine jug, wiped his mouth, and said, Refres. Hi plus ing. In this Ju Luo Ji, it's still the raging fire brew that has the strongest kick. Drinking a mouthful down is like a ball of fire burning. Comparing the alcohol of other taverns to it, they are still much more lacking. Brother Ji, you're also into this alcohol, right? Yi Yuan shook his head slightly when he heard that and said, this alcohol is just average, still pares sable. Wu Song's brows furrowed when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed something who put on airs. Would you die if you did not trigger people? The Raging Fire Brew was a strong drink that was renowned far and wide and deeply loved by the martial artists in the steppe. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it became average, pares sable. Even if Wu Song was broad-minded, he nearly spewed a mouthful of alcohol over too. Who knew that this tavern's boss had sharp ears and actually heard Yi Yuan's words? He immediately laughed coldly and said, lad, don't be so arrogant when speaking. In this Ju Luo Ji, who doesn't know that our Raging Fire Tavern's Raging Fire Brew is akin to a fire on the Gra. Slands, and mandatory for the Gra. Slands martial artists. Even compared to the medicinal pills of masters, it doesn't pale in the slightest too. All around, people who loved to drink all had unhappy expressions too. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet and you dare to posture here? Then kid, you're wearing so little. Is it using divine essence to ward off the chill? If you have the capability, don't drink this alcohol. Raging Fire Brew is your father's favorite. Are you King trying to court death? Yi Yuan's one sentence immediately ignited the tavern. Wu Long snickered by the side and said, "See, I knew it. Putting on an appearance, you incurred public wrath now, right?" Rather, it was Wu Song who was kind-hearted, hurriedly standing up to clasp his hands at everyone, saying, "Haha, brothers don't mind it, this brother of mine misspoke after drinking. The tavern's boss had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Misspoke after drinking? Heh, if you feel that my alcohol isn't good, don't drink if you have the capability. Go. This place doesn't welcome you." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "I was just telling the truth, don't drink, then don't drink then. Either way, it's also dull and tasteless." Chapter 2069, Suns.H.I plus NE glow. Chapter 2069, Suns. HI plus NE glow dull and tasteless? F** King HELL. When the tavern boss heard Yi Yuan's words, he was angered until he stomped his feet. When the others saw this scene, other than finding it funny, they could not help pitying Yi Yuan. This tavern's boss was called Zhong Tu. In his early years, he killed people and committed arsons. His evil deeds knew no limits. His strength also reached middle stage true God realm and was not a good person. All the way until acquiring this Raging Fire Brew's formula later did he open the Raging Fire Tavern here. The tavern's boss directly dashed in front of Yi Yuan in rapid steps and said with a cold smile, "Kid, I, Zhong Tu, have sold the Raging Fire Brew in this Ju Luoji for 10,000 years and have never heard anyone say that it's dull and tasteless before. If you don't give an explanation today, don't think about walking out of this door." Everyone used pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Ju Luoji's veteran folks all knew that this Zhong Tu was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with his Raging Fire Brew being highly in demand, could it be that no one dared to have designs on him? It was that no one dared, that's all. Wu Ling rolled her eyes and said, "How? Made people angry, right? Why don't you have a lid over your mouth? See how you clean up the mess." Wu Song shot a fierce glare at her. Turning around with a fawning smile, he said to Zhong Tu, "Boss Tu, this little brother of mine just has arrived and doesn't know the rules. Don't stoop to his level." But Zhong Tu smiled coldly and said, "Who the hell are you? What's your basis for not making your father stoop to his level? I'm going to stoop to his level today. If these words were to spread out, how will your father's shop still run?" Finished talking, he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, "Brat, don't blame your father for not giving you a chance. As long as you bring out a better alcohol than Raging Fire Brew today, this matter will be dropped and your father will even apologize to you. If you can't take it out, Zhong Tu had an appearance of itching for a fight. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Wu Song shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare by the side and whispered, "Apologize. Brother Ji, quickly apologize to Boss Tu." Yi Yuan sat there calmly and completely ignored Zhong Tu, but he looked at Wu Song with a smile as he said, "Sit down, Brother Wu. Just based on you defending this Ji like so, this Ji will treat you to a cup of wine today." While talking, a small flask appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan pulled open the lid of the flask. A thick aroma of alcohol instantly filled the entire small tavern. So fragrant. Fine wine. My God, this wine is more than 10 times more fragrant than the Raging Fire Brew. What alcohol is this? This old man has never smelled before such an alcohol aroma in this life before. Upon lifting the flask lid, cries of exclamations within the small tavern linked up together. Quite a number of people were already hazy-eyed from drunkenness just by smelling this alcohol aroma. Zhong Tu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really took out the wine. Just based on this alcohol aroma, the wine in Yi Yuan's hand far surpassed said the Raging Fire Brew. Smells so good. Big brother, I want to drink. By the side, Wu Ling was already drunk, letting out a light moan that was unable to hide her hankering. It was only to see that saliva already drooled out at the corner of her mouth. This fragrance was truly tempting. Smack. Wu Ling just reached her hand out and was smacked flying by Yi Yuan with a slap. Ouch. Why did you hit me? This slap also woke Wu Ling up from the pain. But at this time, she looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. This guy really had fine alcohol on him. This alcohol is only for Brother Wu to drink, none of your share. Yi Yuan said coolly. TCH, stingy. Don't drink then, who wants it? Although she said so, Wu Ling's pair of eyes lingered on the small flask, saliva drooling out again from the corner of her mouth. In this northernmost steppe, women similarly loved drinking. It was not just Wu Ling. Everyone in the small tavern smacked their lips, staring fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan poured a small glass. SS for Wu Song. The moment the wine came out of the flask, the fragrance became stronger. Wu Song looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise. He was smashed dizzy by this biscuit that fell from the sky. Only he could drink this wine. Brother Wu, sample how's this yeast wine? Yi Yuan made an inviting gesture and said with a light smile. Wu Song desperately swallowed his saliva. The gluttonous bug in his abdomen was already endlessly agitated. Then, this Wu won't be courteous. Wu Song raised the glass. Placed it at the tip of his nose and took a whiff, and almost threw the glass. Away. Too fragrant. He drank so many years of wine and had never smelled before such a fragrant to the extreme wine. The others looked at Wu Song, saliva dripping all over the floor, all incredibly envious. Rather, it was Wu Song who actually could not quite bear to drink it after the wine reached his mouth. By the side, Ning Tianping said with an envious look, TSK, this son's HI plus NE glow, His Excellency couldn't even bear to let me drink one mouth. Boy, you have the good fortune of the mouth. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, you rascal, don't think that I don't know how much you secretly drank, to actually still dare to vent your grievances here. Really think that I don't dare to beat you? Ning Tianping had an said look as he said, wasn't it because I was scared of the cold? Heh, Your Excellency's wine really tastes better the more you drink. Even several times stronger than the dreamlike wine. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to care. Arriving at this land of bitter coldness, in this half a year's time, apart from inquiring information, Yi Yuan was brewing this son's HI plus NE glow. Although Yi Yuan did not fear the cold wind, it was uncomfortable in this land of bitter cold after all. Drink a mouthful of warm wine and everything would naturally be resolved. Brother Wu, not that this ye is stingy, you can only drink a cup of this wine, any more and you'll definitely collapse, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Wu Song smiled when he heard that and said, Brother Ji is looking down on this Wu too much, this Wu known as 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even this raging fire brew, I'll be totally fine after drinking 5 jars too. Finished talking, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Drinking finish, Wu Song had a peculiar look on his face. When Zhongtu saw the situation, he immediately laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. What did I say? What bulls? HI plus T sons. HI plus NE glow? How can it compare to my fine wine? Zhongtu's words were said halfway when it was directly cut off by these two resounding to the extreme words of Wu Song. Fine wine. Fine wine. Fine wine. Really King delicious. Wu Song said 3 fine wines in a row and followed up with a vulgarity. Zhongtu's face immediately fell. Would you die if you freaking let me say finish? But the others could not wait and looked at Wu Song blankly as they asked curiously, Brother, how is it good? Yeah, quickly say. TSK, really want to drink a mouthful. The current Wu Song, his eyes actually already started becoming hazy, shaking his head hard, wanting to wake himself up a bit. When everyone saw the situation, they could not help being secretly tongue-tied. This wine was so strong. I can't describe it. Either way, it's just delicious, Wu Song said in a rough voice. Zhongtu had a look of refusing to submit as he said with a cold smile, what's the use of being delicious? My raging fire brew has the effect of warding off the cold. Drink a vat and you don't need to use divine essence for 3 days. No matter how fragrant your wine is, it also can't compare to my raging fire brew. When he said this, he had a proud look. This raging fire brew's greatest function was not deliciousness, but it was keeping out the cold. In this land of extremely cold, it was the most practical. As for deliciousness, that was still secondary. It was just that his voice had yet to fade when Wu Song directly pulled open his leather mantle and took off all of his clothes, shouting at the top of his voice, "Hot! So hot!